Here we go. All right. Does anybody have a problem with recording tonight's game?
Do not.
Excellent. Excellent. Jim's logging back in to ruin the audio.
Yeah.
So that'll be perfect. We'll get a chance to see it.
Figuring some stuff out.
And it's still won't.
Steve, I don't see where perception is on that character sheet. I might
It's
be blind.
Character tab, right-hand side, about halfway down.
It is not letting me join with video.
Okay.
Well, you got this video here, if nothing else.
I'll just turn around and look at Tom's.
I'm going to mute your audio too. I just muted your audio, Jim. Can you talk?
It was already muted.
No, he's muting it on his screen.
I'm muting it on mine.
Oh.
Can you guys actually see this on here or on the Zoom screen or no?
All I see is the 5-foot radius.
Okay. All right. So let's get our, does everybody have their token? Do you want me? So I only see a couple of tokens. Do you want me to plant them? I have them all.
Yeah, please plant them.
All right, here we go.
I don't think I'm going to worry about putting it on this.
All right, so
I think I have all the important stuff in for Tom's monk.
oops, that did not work.
On the melee strikes on the left side, if you click on the name, like unarmed fist, it'll roll up everything for you. That's your first attack. There's a number 2 and a number 3 after it. If you decide to attack again that round, it'll put the minus in for the second attack and minus in for the third attack.
Do you see where that is?
You guys there?
I'm here. Did we lose everybody?
I think
I'm hearing you. I just don't. I have no clue what he just said.
I just got done putting in all the combat and skill stuff for the other Tom's monk.
Oh, okay.
And on the left side of the first page of the sheet, it says melee strikes.
Left page.
So like if you hit the name of the strike, like staff, it'll roll your first attack, and that's at your full bonus. Your second attack in a round is at a -5 or a -4 if the weapon's light. So if you hit the number 2 button, it applies the minus. And then if you hit the number 3
button, I see where it says attack 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't see where you're pressing to get that to go though. Is that on his character sheet itself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Anything in blue on the
I see it
character
now.
sheet is an action button. You press on it and it'll do something.
So there, that's attack 1. That's attack 2. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, your first attack is at your full bonus. Your second attack is at a -5 or a -4 if it's a light weapon. Your third attack is at a -10 or a -8 if it's a light weapon. So you probably don't want to do 3 attacks because that third attack is probably not going to hit. But very few things have attack of opportunity. So attacking 2 times and getting away from it is a perfectly valid strategy.
Yep.
Or aiding another person using a skill. You have a lot more options in combat as opposed to just sitting in one spot and attacking 3 times.
Yeah, so that's an excellent point. Is that in the one of the huge differences between regular Pathfinder 5e and Pathfinder 2nd edition is the 3 action economy that Steve just described. So you could do 3 things, 3 attacks, 3 skill checks, moves, runs around.
That's at any level.
That's at any level.
Okay.
So essentially, you have 3 actions that you can do a lot of different things. It's Pathfinder 1.
So move,
you have
attack,
different
attack.
You could do that. You can do attack, move. You can do So spells will have some things are multiple actions. Most spells are 2 action kind of things, but then you still have that extra third action to run away or do a skill check or something like that. So keep that in mind as we go forward. All right, so I've got everybody's token on there. If you guys want to, you guys should have control of all your tokens. So if you want to open them up and put your hit points in or anything like that, and let me know if you need help.
Les, I have a silly question.
Tell me.
I built this lovely character in the very cool Pathfinder online gadget at pathfinder2e.com. And do I now need to manually copy that character?
Yeah, I don't know. It will import to
Okay,
here.
that's cool.
And I don't know enough about that tool. Steve showed me that tool. I don't know enough about it to know if it'll import directly into Roll20 or not. I don't think it will.
Gotcha. Will do.
I don't think anything imports directly into Roll20.
But the 2e character builder? Yeah, no, it doesn't import directly.
I know, like Fantasy Grounds, you can take a PDF of a Path Builder character sheet and plug it right in, but Roll20, no.
Yep.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay.
Hey, Les, after I put in, and Jim's having the same problem after.
Just hit enter.
Okay, I was gonna say, after I put in the value, it's not showing up with a green bar.
Okay, let me have a look at you there.
I don't have a bar, but that's okay.
That's because the permissions aren't on.
Okay.
All right, I just put permissions on. Ooh, it's still not showing up, is it? Why is that not working? Your permissions are on. Oh, it's because you don't have the maxes in.
Okay. Oh, I got you. Okay.
We have what?
The max. Got to do both.
There we go.
So where you at?
Same area. You put in the green one, put in your hit points, 76. Yeah.
Are we using green for hit points, Les?
It doesn't matter. We can use green. We can use red. Whatever you enjoy.
Hit save settings.
Usually we use red for hit points and blue for armor class. But you know, sometimes
Red for hit points. Okay.
we usually use red. But you're used to playing with John Velker, so John's colorblind, and when we use the red hit points, he can't see them.
And he's playing the cleric, so he's like, "Is anybody wounded?"
Yeah, it's like he's the kind of cleric. He's the kind of cleric that doesn't do many heals, but mostly runs into battle.
Yeah.
What was that, Jim? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Put it on
Yeah, put it in
this
red.
one,
Correct.
and it should turn it to red. There it is.
So Tom, can you, Tom Schlarman, can you, if you double click on Babumano, it'll open up a token settings window, and you'll see what we're talking about, where they have bars 1, 2, and 3, you know, that kind of stuff.
What is PROF in the
attribute?
well, in Melee Strike, it has strength 4, PROF
Proficiency.
8.
Proficiency.
Oh, okay. Because that's not showing up in.
Well, again, Les, my whole thought is, if we don't have the macros working on this, I mean, I can always just add what my attack roll is to the sheet that printed
Yeah,
out.
absolutely. Yeah.
It
So
works the same.
it's like I
Because
mentioned
can just do
before.
the die roll.
We played on Roll20 for years without ever using the character sheets. So I mean, the character sheets are really nice when it's in. But don't feel like you have to absolutely use it. We can use the dice rollers, just like you know. You have your own rollers. You can just use it the way you want it. So don't feel like you know that you're.
75, got it.
Yeah, you don't have to use the character sheet if you don't want to.
Gotcha.
It's actually easier to follow these printed ones out than others so far. That was a little more complicated than I thought.
It is. It's a bit. It's not super intuitive. You have to kind of like noodle around
Without
with
having somebody here who could say, "Oh no, you got to push this button," because Tom and I are both going, "I don't know."
Yeah, I look like Graham Chapman in the picture.
But yeah, no, you don't. You're certainly not forced to do it. All right. So, Eric, you got your hit points in?
Not quite. Well, wait. I'm sorry. Yeah.
God, Eric.
And did that
Wow.
work? Shit.
He already elevated you to the level of God. That's nice.
How's it?
Oh my God, Eric.
Whew.
There we go. All right, we see you now. All right, I'm going to introduce you. So I'm also going to introduce you to somebody who's going to come with you, and that would be Ogthup, the Goblin Guide. So let's just have a quick look at him. So this guy is actually in the room when you begin the adventure. So you guys are
we kill him.
well, not yet.
Roll
Not
for
yet.
initiative.
You may want to at some point, which is fine. But so you guys find yourself in the Pathfinder Society. This is a Pathfinder Society module, so you guys are tacitly members of the society. We're going to gloss over a lot of that, but you find yourself in the Pathfinder Society Lodge in Kalisgrad, which is in a northerly country called the Land of the Linorm Kings. And let me just show you what that's about.
I already hit it. Go.
Oh, never mind.
And you are there with a Pathfinder Society lieutenant called Bjursig Torsen and his dog Maki. These guys.
Okay.
He's a half orc. He has summoned you guys to the Pathfinder Society house and to talk to you about a mission that he wants you to do. First thing he says is, "Thank you all for coming. I want to introduce you to Ogthup," and he shows you Ogthup, the ice goblin, and he says, "Ogthup, these are Pathfinder Society members." He says, "Ogthup, stop making faces at my dog." Because, guys, goblins don't like dogs. He says, sorry, he has a distinct sense of exasperation about him. He says, right, let's make this brief before there's a murder here. You know of the land of Irrisen, I trust. The land of eternal winter, a closed country, very little passage in or out, just to the east of our land of the Linorm Kings. The Pathfinder Society has been looking for more information on Irrisen for years, but we've never been able to get any agents inside the country until now. Ogthup pipes up. "Frostfur goblins are the best goblins," Ogthup says, taking a break from scowling at the dog to beam proudly. Bjursig appears to be less enthusiastic, but he rallies. "Indeed, Ogthup here has found what looks to be a pass in the mountains to the east. She hasn't explored much of it yet, but it does seem to go straight through the mountains and come out in Irrisen, which is where you all come in. I need you to accompany Ogthup, protect her, explore the pass, and find out what the situation is on the other side. Calisro Benery, the head of the Horizon Hunters, wants all the maps that you can get for her. Think you can do it?"
Piece of cake.
"You all draw the maps. I'll sneak around and scout. We will learn everything," Ogthup says. "Indeed," says Bjursig. "One last thing, though," he says, leaning forward for emphasis. "We're here to explore, so don't cause any international incidents. We want to make friends, not enemies. Don't get killed either. The presence of Linorm bodies on the other side of the mountains would cause us untoward problems. Does everybody understand?"
Oh, all right.
Aries hastily writes that in his notebook. No international incident. Got it.
Any questions?
No.
Let's do it. Ready.
All right. So first thing Ogthup says, he looks at your clothing. He says, you don't look as hardy as a Frostfur goblin. Otherwise, there would be nothing to worry about. But she looks at some of you and says, some of you may need a jacket, though. Bjursig pipes up, yes, if you have 4 silver pieces, we have plenty of winter clothing, which he hands out liberally, and I'm assuming you guys have the silver pieces. So all of you get parkas and mittens and all that kind of stuff so that you can deal with the mountain check. Does anyone want to do any quick skill checks to maybe learn more about what's going on in Irrisen and why it's a closed country, or about the weather or anything like that? Or are you just going to blow into this thing?
What kind of skills do you need?
Well, so it depends on the question. Nature might a knowledge nature may give you something about the weather, about how that works, or a knowledge Society may give you a little idea about what's going on there from a government standpoint. The only thing that you know right now is Jersig has said that it is the land of eternal winter and a closed country.
I'll try a society check, but I'm not very good.
Society 14. All right. So yeah, you've heard snippets about the governmental situation over there, and but not much. You don't know much. You do know that the phrase Baba Yaga is used quite a bit when discussing the management of the wintry land of Irrisen.
Could I make an Arcana check on her? Because I have heard that name before.
Sure.
That I'm pretty decent at.
27. Yes, you are decent at. So that is not quite. So you do know when that Irrisen was carved out of the Linorm kingdoms eons ago by Baba Yaga, and is still ruled today by her descendants, which are a group of women who are called the Winter Witches. They are drawn from the Jadwiga peoples, which were a tribe of Linorms in that region. The Winter Witches are known to be formidable masters of magic of ice and snow, and weirdly, mirrors.
Mirrors.
Cabbage, you're throwing saving throws? Did something happen that you need to tell us about?
I'm just doing stupid things with
I
my
got you. Okay.
character sheet.
Is anybody good with survival or nature for?
Anybody have survival or nature or more? There could be more information from a governmental standpoint that be coming up, because that was only a success, but not a critical success, which is me telegraphing that there's additional information available. Survival for
survival.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a plus 12.
Ooh, okay.
And yes, I have survival and nature.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely.
You want rolls for both of those?
Sure. Whatever's best. Ooh, yeah, not as good. Yeah, not as good there. 25 nature. That is good. And that is, in this case, a critical success. So you do know a little bit about the land of Irrisen. One, it is through what you do know is that through some unspeakably powerful magic, Irrisen is locked in eternal winter. It ranges from killing frost to festive and fluffy snow, but summer never touches this land.
Wow.
You also know that despite the endless winter, Irrisen has a flourishing ecology sustained by the magically created witch yew trees, and includes reindeer, rabbits, foxes, and some exceedingly large bears.
What about the ROUSs?
Those are just a myth.
I don't think they exist.
I don't think they exist. All right. Any other skill checks for society or government or anything related to that you guys want to try out to see if you can figure out how that works?
I've got society plus 10, but I'm still trying to populate my character sheet. I'm typing and copying madly. You can see me smoke and steam. And
just give me, if you want to use just a regular your regular die roller, you can do that.
All right. So it would be I get plus 10 because I'm a very worldly goblin.
That's true.
But do I roll D20?
D20. D20 plus 10.
D20 plus 10. Yes, sir. Coming up. Let me see. Yeah, come here. D20 plus 10. And I roll 18.
18, not as good. You know, you've also heard of Baba Yaga, and you feel like you've heard of Baba Yaga. You've definitely heard of the Winter Witches, and you know that they are very dangerous and that they rule that land.
Okay, darn.
Jersig also
wanted a nature check.
That would work, yeah.
I'm at nature -1.
32. Wow, that is a huge nature check. So yeah, you are very much aware of the same sort of thing that that Crag brought up, which was the idea that despite the eternal winter, there is a flourishing ecology. You are also aware that there are people who live there. Generally, the villages are in the plains areas, but there are a few mountain villages. but you know, and that they do farm and of certain things. Those witch yew trees especially are very good at not only providing excellent wood for houses and things like that, but also for weapons. And the witch yew have a special property in that they tend to fertilize the ground around them. So a lot of times if you want to farm in Irrisen, what you'll do is you'll plant witch yew trees and they will warm and nutrify the ground around them so that you can grow. Now they have to be pretty hardy, but you can grow regular crops even though the temperatures are very low. And that's your guess is, you haven't been there, but your guess is that's how a lot of people survive in Irrisen. There is some agriculture due to the witch yew trees. So this is a land of the real quick. He pulls out a oh, Tom. Okay, so you do a survival 28 skill. All right, so you know what basically what these guys know. You don't know much about the agriculture of the area, but you do know that the mountains that surround Irrisen tend to be populated. The mention of, as Erez mentioned, the extraordinarily large bears. They tend to stay in the mountains, and they tend to be the dominant apex predator in the mountains. The mountains around Irrisen don't have anything like big cats or snow leopards or anything like that. It's these bears, and they tend to grow much larger than what bears typically grow. And they are of the polar variety, which makes them extraordinarily vicious.
They're smarter than the average bear.
That's true. So at which point Jersey takes a picnic basket off the table and says, you won't be needing this. So here's a quick map of the land of the Linnorm Kings. You guys are here in Karlsgard. Can you see that in the middle right there? Right on the river? What you guys will do is take the river east to Trollheim and then north upwards to between Trollheim and Heroes Rest about here. This is where the pass starts, and it goes to the east over these mountains or through these mountains into Irrisen. That is the path where Ogthup has, I'm going to botch that a couple of hundred times tonight. So just be prepared. Ogthup has found the pass through there. That is where you go though. Is there anything you guys want to do quickly before you leave Karlsgard? Karlsgard is the largest city in the land of the Linnorm Kings and the de facto capital. So if you guys need to get equipment or anything like that, the society will give you enough food and things for the trip, along with maps, compasses, things like that. But Ogthup is really, Jersey tells you, Ogthup is really going to be your guide here.
How about go some and look for some healing potions or scrolls of healing?
Jersey, usually those things are unavailable on the open market. Now, I don't know how much money you guys have, but Jersey would say, let me see what we've got in the back. And he'll actually leave for a moment, and then he comes back and he can provide a scroll of heal, which is different for this. Hold on a second. Okay, he will provide a scroll of heal, which is heightenable, and 2 potions of heal, both of them doing 3d8 plus 5. He's like, this is all we have in the racks. This is all I can give you. Try not to use them. Remember, this isn't, you guys are not commandos. You guys are going over there to make some maps.
And Ares actually has three potions of lesser healing from past society events.
Okay, that's allowed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mentioned this before, and I don't know if you were here, Steve, but this, even though this is a society module, I am not a society DM, so this will not count for you for society. So any one-shot magic that you use in this, do not take away from your character.
Yeah, I'm just using my old 6th level character sheet from Pathfinder Society. So
gotcha. Okay.
That's just the equipment he had.
For those of you who guys who don't do that, Pathfinder Society is Paizo's organized play. It's like I don't know, what is it? Dungeon.
Living Greyhawk.
Oh yeah, Living Greyhawk.
So do we have anybody that actually has any cartography skill?
Good question. Let's talk. So yeah, let's talk about everybody's character real quick after you answer that question.
Oh, I do have, I don't know where to find this on the character sheet, but on the other one, I drew up Wilderness Spotter. It's a skill feat, mountainous terrain. If that is any benefit.
Yeah, it will be. Absolutely, it'll be benefit.
So whoever's actually going to be drawing the maps obviously needs parchment and something to write with.
That's all provided.
Okay.
And I would suggest that everybody get a climber's kit.
Okay,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
good idea.
Okay. Yeah. So the society will provide all that. So go ahead. You don't have to take any money off. Just go ahead and take a climber's kit, just in case you need it. And if you need extra ropes, python rings, hammers, small hammers to do that, go ahead and take those as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what all comes in the climber's
is it all
kit.
in there? Okay.
Yeah, 50 feet of rope and hammer and pitons and a bunch of other stuff for mountain scaling.
Gotcha. Okay. Spiky shoes.
Ice knives or something. I don't know.
So Chuck, tell us about your character. So what is Crag?
Craig's a dwarf. His black hair, his hair and beard are braided as you'd expect from dwarves. He wears furs, hides, and he looks like he's actually from the land of the Linnorm Kings. So he looks like what you'd expect to see traveling with our barbarian group in that area anyway.
All right. Right. That's Craig. Tom, tell us about CC.
CC, tree-like, full armor, tree-like. He liked people, if people like him, but he likes to kill people too when they don't like him.
Uh-oh.
How's he feel about axes?
Well, they will kill people well. I prefer a glaive. If an axe is pointed towards me, then you're a baddie and you must die.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he really likes photosynthesis.
Yes.
Jim, what about Gabbro?
He is the follower of Torog, the dwarven god of the forge. So he is basically going out to do a little traveling and spread the word of his god.
All right. Doing a little proselytizing, I see. Excellent. Tom, what about Babu Manu?
Babu Manu is a bounty hunter. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. He's a bounty hunter. He does have skills in tracking. He has wilderness spotter in forest and mountain terrain. So he likes to track down people that are evading the law.
Gotcha. Okay. Speaking of evading the law, Eric, tell us a little bit about Cabbage.
Cabbage grew up in the forest. He's a tree dweller goblin, but he was very bad there. He always blundered and was not very naturey, and hence his nature skill of -1.
Okay.
So he went to the city and fell in with the wrong crowd, and he led a life of crime. So he has his background is in crime, and he's a goblin, rogue, level 6.
All right.
He is roughly hobbit sized, about the size of a 5-year-old human child.
Okay.
He
Well, if you read it someplace, just take it.
he's ready to do all of your thieving needs. Opens doors,
Might ask.
extra traps. Will if somebody needs a pocket picked, I'm your guy.
All right. That sounds awesome. And finally, Aries, who seems to be the most sophisticated Pathfinder Society man here. A lot of experience. Steve, tell us about Aries.
Aries is a human male in his early 20s. His father was a
Hamster?
His father fled the Talden shipyards to become a farmer outside of Sandpoint, and his mother was a native Irrisian. He's got a number of tattoos that are visible. The most striking are a pair of tribal looking dragons that kind of face off on his chest. Let's see. Capping his left shoulder is kind of a spiky design that some may recognize as the Thessalonian symbol of wrath. A band showing the phases of the moon circles his right bicep, and across his shoulder blades is written the name Sabina in a very graceful, almost elvish looking script. He's a sorcerer. He likes to blow things up, or he can conjure claws of pure energy around his hands and just kind of wade into battle that way too.
Awesome. All right. And then Ogthup, you have met, is a member of the Frostfur tribe of ice goblins. And it's a she, will be your guide. We have a quick thing here to show you. So this is Ogthup. And if anybody wants to take her over, to be the thing, perhaps another goblin may want to, but she is a Frostfur goblin, so she probably won't get along too well with the tree goblins, Eric's tree goblin. However, she will be accompanying. She's not very good in battle. She is decidedly hardy for winter weather, but otherwise she will be accompanying you and being essentially showing you how to get through the path into Irrisen. Sound good? All right, you guys leave Kalisgrad and make your way across the land of the Linarn Kings. And typically you will go downriver. You go downriver all the way to the east to get to the place where you'll disembark near the mountains. The mountains rise in the distance, sharp and pointy and foreboding, but Ogthup seems cool with it and leads you towards the northeast into a mountain pass that, frankly, when you get there, you realize that it is quite hidden and would be almost impossible to find. You're not entirely sure how Ogthup found it, but found it she did, and she leads you on. As you proceed up the mountain, it gets incredibly cold. And you are very glad that you've gotten, those parkas and winter gloves and stuff like that. Ogthup, being an ice goblin, seems not particularly affected by that. But you know that getting through these mountains will be important. And that is why we will be going directly into a skill challenge.
Oh, okay.
So the skill challenge of getting through the mountains basically comes like this. Without any help from you guys, Ogthup can get you through the pass in 36 hours. Now, there are several challenges that you guys can do to aid her in sort of keeping things moving. And each success that you guys rack up will take 2 hours off of that thing. Here's the problem. For every 12 hours that you guys are up in the mountains, you guys have to make a fortitude saving throw. And if you blow that saving, which of a DC that only I know at this point, and if you blow that saving throw, you begin to be affected by the cold and the, the height in the air. There's a word for it.
Altitude.
That's it. The altitude. Sorry. As I grow older, I find some of the more complex words leaving my brain permanently for reasons unknown.
The tall places. That thing.
What did I say? Height in the air? Is that what I went with?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, the altitude affects you, and you begin to accrue minuses. In this case, if you miss your fortitude save, you get a -2 circumstance bonus on most things, including skill checks and combat and saving throws. So you want to cut down essentially the amount of time that you spend in the mountains. Start at 36, and every time you guys clock a success, that moves down by 2 hours. Now you can't go any lower than 12 hours, which is essentially you guys running through the mountains. So you will have to make one check just because by virtue of you have to pass through the mountains. But You may not have to make 2 or 3 checks, depending on how many successes you got. Everybody get that?
If we crit succeed, do we get more time off the?
No, it's just regular successes.
Okay.
Any success, a success or a crit success, both equal to 2 hours.
Now, what are we
Good question.
successing on them? Fortitude saves?
Well, no. So there will be skill checks. So in this case, the first one is helping Ogthup scout. So this is a survival check. Anyone can make it. And the first is a survival check. It's a DC 20 survival check. So those of you who have the survival skill can try to hit DC 20. And if you do, you take 2 hours off.
Does this count as tracking?
Vital skill.
Yeah. All right, there's one.
Never
Tree
mind.
Man gets it.
13.
It's what?
13.
Nice.
Where do you see these results, Les?
In the so
That's
you don't
on your little chat box.
they're on your roll 20 on the chat
Okay.
box. So if you go over to the see at the top on the right at the top of where the characters are, you see a series of different icons. The one to the furthest left, if you hover over it, it'll say chat.
Okay.
Click that, and that's where you'll see dice rolls. You see them?
Looks like dialogue balloons, Tom.
Yeah, I've got that.
You may want to scroll all the way to the bottom.
Oh, it's at the bottom. Okay, I'm looking at the wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
Once you go all the way to the bottom, it'll already kind of like
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay.
Cabbage just died.
cabbage natural one. Well, no, it's just scouting. So cabbage, frankly, cabbage is a forest goblin. There's no reason to think that Craig's no good in the mountains either. So there you go.
Actually, if it's tracking, that's +2.
Okay, +2. That is, well, it's not tracking. It's just sort of finding the path, helping her scout.
Okay.
All right.
Does everybody need to roll this?
Not everybody. If you don't have survival skill, you don't feel like rolling it. You don't have to.
If somebody's got a
Actually-
low survival and they need help, I can cast guidance on them.
That's
Actually,
true.
Hang on a second. I have assurance survival, so
Mhm.
I don't have to roll. I can just take 10.
Which would give you a
23.
23. All right. So nice. And Jim got a 29. Excellent. Anybody else?
I rolled a 1.
And we're all really, I actually put two hours back on because of that.
I'll pick up cabbage and carry
I
cabbage.
was gonna say somebody pull the goblin out of the snowbank by his foot.
Yeah.
And put him on their
I'll-
shoulders.
I'll pick up cabbage. He's used to trees. He'll be comfortable here.
It's used to
It's
trees.
true. It's true. I'm a forest goblin, although I was very bad in the forest. But
And
Here
now
I am.
it's a
good.
Lord of the Rings knockoff. We've got a tree
That's
carrying a
right.
small thing.
That's right.
I'm having a Marvel Cinematic Universe moment.
I was just thinking,
All right. So let's be honest, Eric. I think Cabbage is probably, you said he was pretty bad as a forest goblin. He's really a city goblin. Let's be honest. He just, it's like those girls from Kansas who move out to Hollywood to become stars. That's pretty much you did the goblin version of that.
yes, I did. It's true. It's true.
Need scissors.
I hear a Richard Marx song in the background every time Cabbage comes out.
Oh, you tore the.
All right. So you've got it down to that was 4 successes there. So you've got it down to 28 hours, which is great. The next check is a nature check, keeping an eye on the environment, and the DC here is 22.
Yeah, correct. I'll read them out.
Nature check.
Nature check. Anybody who wants to try a nate? Ooh, look at that, Crag. All right, that's too bad. Tree flunked the nature check.
Now, what's that taking the 10? Because I'm got
Well-
proficiency in that.
There's a feat called assurance, and you can attach it to any skill, I
Gotcha.
believe. But if whatever skill you attach it to, you can take 10 automatically.
again, I can cast guidance on people to help give them another 1.
You gotta do it before they roll, though. So if everybody just throw it, slinging rocks, man. If you guys need the guidance, ask
So, Chuck,
Gabbro
because
first.
my nature is a 13, so if I take the 10, that would be 23.
Yeah, if you have that
Oh,
feat,
yeah, I gotta have that feat. Okay.
you have to have defeat assurance, and it has to be assigned to nature.
Oh, okay. It is not.
All right, so we've got one success from Craig. Gabbro hasn't rolled, and who else hasn't rolled? Aries hasn't rolled.
I got nothing for nature, so
You got
Okay.
it, roll that, Jimmy.
I
I'm
got a
gonna
th-
cast
I got a
guidance
3.
on myself.
Okay.
You absolutely can cast guidance on yourself. The power of Torak compels you. Which I just say randomly to people anyway on the street.
Here's the nature.
Did not help. All right, so you
15.
Needs
15,
25.
not a 22 you needed. All right, so just one there. You're down to 26 hours. So still will have to make 2 checks, but you do have one more thing that you can do, and that is break a path through the snow and lead the party, which would be a DC 22 athletics check for those of you. Now, remember, does guidance help athletics? I don't think so.
I
Sure
think
Sure, it does. Yeah, it does.
I do have a skill that I can actually run and bash through stuff. Would that?
All right.
help?
Well, what skill is that?
Oh, well, shit was it? Let's see. Raging intimidation. No, bashing charge.
That's a combat skill. That's not going to
That's a
be the
feat.
same.
That's not gonna help. Okay.
The
So-
combat feat.
If if my dwarven brother would like to hit me with guidance, I'll make an athletics check.
Can
So-
do.
Steve, guidance works for athletics. Any skill check, right?
It works for
Yeah,
skill checks.
hey,
so-
actually it gives a +1 to any D20 roll.
Any D20 roll. Okay, great.
Yep, attack,
For everybody.
attack or
All right.
saves. I'll take guidance as well.
All right. Babu Mano gets through, so that's 2.
So
Well, no, it's a cantrip or a cantrip, isn't it? I can do everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
If it's-
then I can do everybody on this.
Gabbro
got it.
offered to give everybody guidance, but it turned out to be a caltrip, not a cantrip. Then everybody was very
Ouch.
disappointed.
and now I have a
I'll
sword
take the
toe.
guidance as well.
But I did roll a natural
Awesome.
20, so there's something.
All right. I
Apparently
see
the
4 successes. Cabbage, you want to get in the game here?
apparently the hurt toe made me concentrate harder.
It did. Focus your
There you go.
efforts.
Add 1, Cab.
What am I rolling? No.
Athletics.
Athletics.
Okay.
You're
And it's,
pushing through the snow.
15.
Nope, not enough. DC 22.
Will somebody pick the goblin out of the snowbank, please?
Give it the old college try, but you know, CC's reaching over and just grabbing him back out of the snow. He's buried in the snow pit.
So at this point,
Unfortunately, the college was University of Phoenix.
I'll cast it on myself also.
at this point, looking
Right?
at the
Yeah.
looking at the rolls.
Tell me, add 1.
All right, that's 5. Go ahead.
At this point, looking at the rolls, it's 5 huskies going through the snow and the chihuahua trying to keep up behind them. Somebody pick up the chihuahua, please, before it gets lost.
Well, that is 5 successes, which takes you from 26 to 21 hours. You guys are blazing through these mountains. But what it also does, it means is that you only have one 12-hour period. So you only have to make 1 fortitude save. It is a DC 18 fortitude save to avoid having any problems associated with cold and the height above sea level.
Where-
The height
where
in the
is-
air, as I
where is
like to say.
Maybe a constitution roll, right?
So no, this is different. It's an actual fortitude save. It'll be under
Oh, I see it.
fortitudes.
Ah,
Ooh, Aries.
can,
So
can I throw a hero point at that one?
yeah, sure. Everybody's got a hero point. Still not
Yeah. Or did I make it?
No, 18, DC 18.
Jeez.
Oh man.
And I'm a +12 too.
So we need a fortitude save.
Fortitude save. And
And
it's DC 18 or better.
I have a question. I'm
Mhm.
a rock dwarf, which is what they call mountain dwarves apparently in 2E.
Okay.
Does that under normal circumstances, it would give me a +2 circumstance bonus to my fortitude or reflex save against being shoved or tripped, et cetera, et cetera. But does being from the mountains do anything for this?
Don't.
It's probably a specific ancestry feat you would have to take.
Yeah.
I can look it up real quick.
Doesn't matter.
That's all right. I made it.
So Aries, you are suffering. You're a lowlander. You're suffering from the ill effects of being this high in the air and the cold just seeping into your bones, especially because you don't have a shirt. And you know, there's
Well, shirts are for losers.
shirts are for losers. You can't show off those sweet cats with a shirt on.
Cutting the sleeves off the park may have been a mistake.
So until you have some magical healing cast on you of any kind, you have a -2 circumstance bonus to attacks and skill checks.
Okay.
Oh, and saving throws. Sorry. This thin air is just getting to you. All right. That was the skill challenge. Well done, everyone. You guys reach the tops of the mountains. Finally, Ares shivering in the cold. His nipples are like diamonds, and then, you know. And you guys begin to make the slow trek downward out of the mountains. The air begins to warm up a little bit, and maybe this land of eternal winter isn't all it's cracked up to be. Still cold as heck. Ares still suffering, but you guys begin to move down the mountain. Ogthup leads. You guys are making your maps of the pass, taking compass points and directions and all that kind of stuff. And you find yourselves in these tall areas way up in the mountains, trying to figure out which way to go. When suddenly you hear behind you a sound, twigs cracking and a low growl. And you turn around and the map changes.
Uh-oh. Shut.
You guys can see that?
I do.
Everybody give me a quick perception check.
Right. Let me see.
Ooh.
Where's my perception?
Right hand side down.
Look at all those 20 plus percepts. Crag of the Axe Fury clan with the 31. Did everybody go?
No, I'm trying to find it. Perception.
Yeah, it's gonna right hand side about halfway down.
I got it. What do I push? Perceive?
Just pitch the blue bar.
Yeah, click perceive.
There you go.
Perceive.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Everybody got more than 20. As you hear this growling, you all turn to look behind you, and you see something that you'd hoped you wouldn't be able to see here.
Uh-oh.
An enormous bear. And if you can't tell, it is named. Whoops. No, it isn't. What the heck did I do?
Named enormous bear.
Oh, shit.
It is a bear.
Bear.
Named Bear. It is huge, 15 feet long, probably stands 10 foot high. You see it snuffling through the underbrush. It has gotten your scent, and now it looks up and sees you and begins charging. It's time to roll for initiative.
Wait, isn't it going to bring me a Coke?
No, not this one. This is a different bear. Said a whole
TV commercials are bullshit.
Aries, I believe we found your coat.
Initiative.
Initiative.
Right next to your perception.
And you have to click your token when you roll initiative, so it winds up in the tracker.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
That's all right. I got you in.
Thanks, sir.
Perception.
Okay.
I don't see.
I need some instruction on that. Click my token first and then hit
Yeah,
percep- or
click on your guy. Yeah.
then hit initiative.
Yep.
I don't know what pluses I'll have on this, if I even have them set up.
Ooh, you guys are gonna like this at all.
I said, that said perception.
No,
I pushed on.
next to it
I
is the word
pushed on, I
initiative.
pushed on initiative.
Right.
I pushed on
It's the
this.
same.
It's the same?
It's the same plus.
It's the same in Pathfinder 2. It's the same. You could do it. It'll do both.
Okay.
All right. Who are we missing? Ooh, look at that Nat Twinzo for Cabbage. See, this is where you shine, Cabbage, when there's people to stab. All right. Who are we missing?
Now, also, I do have, what is it? They don't call it improved initiative, but it's incredible initiative. What does that add to my initiative roll? Do you know?
It
2.
is it +2? Yeah.
Yep.
So you'll have to add 2 to mine, sir.
All right. Yours was 25, so 27. Look at all these initiatives, man.
Say, me too. I have some skill that gives me +2 initiative, which I have not been able to add to my.
I know. I'm with you.
Some skill, huh? Just yeah. Oh yeah, me too. I got that skill.
It's I'm trying to find it. I have the skill of incredible
Initiative.
initiative.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a feat.
All right.
Oh,
Cool.
feet,
Cool.
Yes, feet. Thank you.
All right. No worries. No worries. All right. I added 2. So all right.
Thank you.
And Aries, you did take 2 off of yours because of the circumstance bonus because of the elevation, right?
Oh, no, I did not. So I actually have a 9.
You're still going to be last. It's okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thing is, everything is so much higher than not getting there. You know what I mean? Everything's inflated by 10.
All right. Round 1 begins. And who but the mountain dwarf has first initiative? All right. So Crag, you see this creature, enormous bear, coming through in between the trees, crackling the underbrush, coming toward you. It's obviously looking for food. What do you do?
Okay, so how does with the combat stuff here? So as an example, I have a heavy crossbow.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if I could actually use it and still. This is what I'm confused about a little bit with the 3 system thing, right?
Sure.
So if I wanted to move ahead of everybody to get between the party and the bear,
Gotcha.
shoot it with the crossbow, dump the crossbow, and then have my great axe ready. Is that something that can be done?
So I'm gonna rely on Steve for the final answer, but I believe so. So your first action would be move. So you're moving to interpose yourself. The second action would be to fire an already loaded crossbow, which you can do. You are not going to load that crossbow, which would take your third action normally. You're going to instead drop it and draw an axe, which I believe is a third action. So yeah, you would be able to do all 3 of those things. Steve, is that correct?
Yeah, you can drop something as a free action. A heavy crossbow, though, takes 2 actions to load. So yeah.
I'm assuming it's already preloaded, that he's got it loaded.
Yeah.
Come through.
Yeah, that's why he doesn't want to fire it again.
Oh, probably.
Right,
Yeah,
no.
that's a good point.
Once I fire it the first time, I'm going to dump it and take up the great axe.
Yeah, you drop it as a move, fire it, drop it as a free action, and draw another weapon.
And I can still pass through friendly squares. Yes.
Yes.
I don't think that's
And
as high as we think it is.
I'm going to move to here, and I'm going to fire the heavy crossbow.
I don't see where the bear is. Oh, there's the bear.
Okay. Boom. So heavy crossbow is an attack 16. That is going to miss.
Okay. And then I'm going to dump that, and I'm going to ready my great axe.
Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. That's your 3.
That's 3.
All right, hold on a second. All right, cool. All right. Next up, cabbage pinch knife.
You have to move to
Let's see.
going up
I have
and move to the spell tab. There you go.
javelins.
Look.
Okay.
Now,
Now, you don't
go ahead.
have where you're standing. You don't have great line of sight. These things will obstruct. I mean, they don't really obstruct vision. You can, especially for something this size. But
Yeah.
throwing a javelin through there is going to be problematic.
okay. My movement rate is 25. Can I move to about maybe here and
These are 5-foot squares. So yeah, you can do that, and you can pass
One.
through the friendlies.
2, 3, 4. Great.
That'll do it.
Can I cast 1 javelin?
Sure. These don't come back though.
Darn it! I'm spoiled. All right. I'll say, "Ho there, bear! Flee now!"
If you hit it, it might come back to you.
Does the bear flee?
It does not flee. Does
Then
not seem to understand your goblinoid language.
Then I will throw a javelin.
Oh, 9 is a miss. That javelin goes. You can hear it
But-
rattling through the thing.
Did I scare the bear?
seems unafraid at this
Damn it.
point. It's happening so fast though, so maybe he's frightened and just hasn't had a chance to show it yet.
All right. I tried.
All right, it is the bear's turn. So, so the first thing you see him do, which is very strange,
He clutches
It-
at his chest, gasps. and falls over.
not a javelin, and he runs away.
Hey, let me break in here real quick. Mr. Schlarman, on the roll 20, you'll see these little maps on your icon. And if you go down to the one that has like the circle with the line pointing at 1 o'clock, you click on that, you can click and get a range on that. It'll snap to center.
Oh yeah,
You got to
So-
go back up to your select move, the arrow at the top.
yeah. So this one here is to determine range. So you click this, and I actually like to hold down. If you hold down your Alt key, what it does is it shows you the exact range. You see how
So
that's
if
working?
you need to find out something for that, for range or distance to something.
Oh, okay.
But I hold down the Alt key, and it allows it's sort of free range. If you don't hold down the Alt key, then it sort of like it snaps to the grid.
When you pick your token though, all those circles pop up.
Right.
Yeah, you just click on it once and then go. It'll go away if you click on it again, the circle.
Okay.
Cool.
But you want to go back up to the select move, which is the arrow, to move your thing around. Because if you're in that snap to center, you can't grab your token or anything.
Okay.
All right. So it's the bear's turn. It's and his name is Bear. So you see him. So Craig, you and Cabbage see this. The rest of you may or may not see it, but you're going to see the effects here in just about a second. And it's targeting Craig. You see behind the bear's head. So the bear sort of lowers his head down, sort of low to the ground. And you see sort of on its shoulders, on its back, you see something sort of flip up. And you're briefly dazzled by the sunlight flash of it. It's some sort of mirror or some sort of thing that seems to be embedded in the bear. And as you're looking at it, you see something sort of coalesce in that mirror and then shoot out at you. Some sort of beam that shoots at Crag.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
That's weird.
Well, remember, he
20.
said that you should have deal with mirrors.
24 hit you?
It does?
Ooh, okay. So the beam, you feel this cold energy strike you. And it does. Let's go ahead here. It knocks you backwards for 23 points of cold damage. It just pierces you. Do you have any cold resistance?
No, but I do have a feat that doesn't allow me to be pushed back very easily.
Okay, so well, I mean, it's just like it's just the beam slams at you. It doesn't have an actual pushback effect. So.
Okay.
All right, so it just slams into you. Then that's two actions: is to raise the mirror and shoot the beam, and then
That's weird.
he's going to run at you guys. So I just want to see how far it is to Cabbage. Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
So
I
it
was
basically
wait a minute.
comes. So it has a speed of 40,
Oh, shit.
and that's just about right. So the bear is essentially going to run. So this is it's a special ability called a Rolling Thunder Trample. So basically it runs through here and tramples on top of Cabbage.
Oh my God.
Medium or smaller creatures. I need a DC. I basically need a reflex save.
Sure. Okay. 17?
17. The DC here is 25. So
Oh.
no joy there.
So you just can't bear it.
He just can't bear it. Oh, Steve,
Oh,
you're
someone boo this man. Boo this man.
Boo.
We have a mute.
I'll see myself out now.
All right, so creatures that fail their save are knocked prone, though if they succeed in an athletics check to grapple as a reaction at the same DC, they can grab hold of the bear's fur.
I got all these classic feats and I have no idea. How
You
to-
know, Les,
Mhm.
it says I have a wait, what roll did I roll? 14?
for that other sheet.
So the DC is 25. So you rolled a 14. So that this
Okay.
what was your reflex bonus?
It was 7.
You know, Les, it says in the Pathfinder 2e.com app that I have a bonus of plus a reflex bonus of 14.
Ah, okay. So what did you roll?
A
I'm not
3.
sure.
A
Did I roll
3.
it?
Oh, you rolled a 3.
I rolled a 3. Okay.
That'll do it.
Mhm.
I
So-
rolled a 3. That's terrible. God.
Yep. So that is terrible, and you are trampled. However, you can, as a reaction, make a single athletics check at the
Okay.
same DC, which is DC 25. If you can roll a DC 25 athletics check, you actually are able to, while you're prone, you can grab onto the bear and hold on to the bear as it moves.
All right. I rolled a 13. Damn it.
No, you are just trampled. So you are prone and under the bear.
Oh no, that's the worst place to be.
If you have if you have a choice between away from the bear or under the bear, always pick away. All right, CC, you just saw your friend Cabbage trampled by this bear after he shot some sort of cold beam at Crag. This is unacceptable.
That makes me mad. Me, the only one to get to trample Cabbage. You give him back. I will rage.
Okay.
Raging intimidation, which I'm not sure what that does. Somebody's gonna have to help me with that.
Let me.
You're gonna try and intimidate a bear?
Well, no, I think that gives me pluses to hit.
Oh, rage certainly does.
Yeah. So
Hold on, I'm getting.
I will rage. I will move. I do have reach as well with my weapon. So
Ooh, he's got a reach weapon. All right, so
Actually, raging intimidation allows him to make an intimidation check while he's raging.
oh, okay.
Otherwise, you can't because it has the concentration trait.
All right, so your rage, you tap into your inner fury. It lasts for a minute. You deal 2 additional damage with melee and unarmed attacks.
well, with my 1 feat though, I believe I get to add 14 damage too if I hit.
Well, damage, yeah. So damage is going to be plus 14 from your strength, that kind of stuff. I'm assuming you're very strong. You'll get the extra damage for the rage too. So yeah, if you hit, what is your? Oh, you're using a glaive.
The glaive, yeah.
Okay.
So basically, I shouldn't have to move more than 5 feet to stab it with the glaive.
No.
And then I can.
So the thing about Pathfinder is they don't have the.
intimidation.
Yeah. Well, if you have raging intimidation, you can try.
Do you have the skills do you have the ability to demoralize or scare to death?
It just says raging intimidation.
You can
Right.
you
And
can
the-
make an intimidate check. It's a skill check.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, and what does that do to the bear? Will that chase it away?
No, but it applies minuses to it.
Okay.
It gives
So
it the
basically,
frightened,
can
gives
I
it the
ask,
frightened condition.
is that a free action to do that?
It's one action.
Okay, so basically with my 3 actions, I can stab it, do that and stab it, correct?
Actually, you want to intimidate it first.
Because you'll get the frightened. No, Steve's right. You'll get the
Gotcha.
frightened condition, which gives it penalties.
Gotcha. All right.
Frightened lowers its armor class to hit bonus and saves.
Okay, so I'll intimidate first and then try to stab. So I just hit the.
Now, you will
intimidation
get-
piece, right?
Because of this, you don't speak bear, do you?
No, I speak common.
Well, the bear doesn't speak common, so you do get a -4 penalty on the intimidate check because of no shared language. So basically, you're just going at it.
I speak feral as a bear feral.
No, I don't think so.
Unless you have the intimidating glare skill feat.
Right. In which you can
Okay.
just do it with, where you could just I intimidate them. See what I did?
So that's probably not going to do anything.
All right. Well, let's have a look. See. Intimidate 14. I have to check the will DC. Yeah, that's not gonna affect it.
Yeah, you're going to have to roll pretty bad. All right, well, I will attack.
All right, glaive hit. Now you already moved, so you just get one attack. 21 to hit. That is gonna miss.
No, I get my raging pluses to hit, but I don't know what that is.
I don't think. I think you just get
think-
raged put on damage.
Yeah.
You just
Oh,
get on
rage is
damage.
just on damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you rage, you get temporary hit points equal to your level plus your con modifier. So you can go ahead and give yourself those hit points.
Okay.
And you don't get anything additional to hit. You get 2 additional damage. You take a -1 penalty to AC, and you can't use actions with the concentrate trait unless you also have
Gotcha.
a
Yep.
trait that allows you to do
Now,
so.
if I'm doing this and flip, that actually adds to my AC, correct? Okay, go ahead.
What? No, you take a minus penalty. You get a -1 penalty. If you're raging, you don't care about if you get hurt. You want to hurt the other guy.
Well, no,
That's
I
what-
understand.
that's what
that, but
rage
in-
is all
but in-
about.
But in flip, I can do that as well, and that adds to my AC while I'm raging.
Yeah, hang on. I need to find flip.
What is flip?
It's a feat. Hang on.
Farabolous flip.
Just says flip. It's a 6th level feat.
It's
Okay, so 6.
Is that what it's called?
it's a reaction. If he's attacked, he can like flip backwards and get a plus.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay,
Gotcha.
It-
Okay.
It's,
so
not,
that's where it adds to my AC.
it-
Okay,
it-
makes
it- it's not there until you're actually attacked.
gotcha.
Don't worry. Won't be
And
long.
I got reach right now, so it'd have to go through.
So 21 is a miss.
Okay.
Not by much, but a miss. All right. Babu Manu. This may be the greatest hunt you've ever been on.
Well, I will move to attack. So I'll have to move up 5 feet. Is this correct?
Yeah. So, so in Pathfinder 2, there's no 5-foot step. Any movement is movement. So you would take one, even if you're only going 5 feet, you would still take a move action.
Right. I mean, does that get me to the bear then? It's the blue circle.
No, the bear, you have to come closer.
I have to come.
I got reach is why I could do that. Time.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
The blue circle is something else you'll find out in just a moment here.
That's
Right.
probably a cold thing.
Yeah. Well, you don't know till you go.
That's it.
So 1 move and then I can attack.
Actually, you got 2 more actions, I believe.
You got
All right.
2 more actions. Yeah.
I'll be lucky if I can figure out how to attack. Let's
No,
see.
I'm with you.
And actually, you could do flurry of blows, which is 1 action, and you get 2 strikes.
2 strikes at -2 each.
That's true. You see this thing's
Correct.
AC seems to be pretty high, though. Nobody's successfully hit it yet.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking.
No, actually, your first attack is normal. Your second one's at -4, but you can you get more attacks per round. You know it's just you're sacrificing accuracy for number of strikes. So you could move in, do flurry of blows, take 2 punches, and then just do a normal punch at -8.
Yeah, it actually looks like you can do. You take 2 unarmed strikes. If you both hit the same creature, you combine their damage. Apply your multiple attack penalty that strikes normally. So normal penalties. So you just go 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
And on the sheet, I have no idea how you do that.
Oh, just hit unarmed strike,
Okay,
the blue button.
boom. There you go.
All right.
then
20,
hit-
26 is a hit.
I don't know.
And then hit the number 2 next to that.
The number 2 next. to
Yeah.
that.
In,
Uh-huh. Oh,
Okay.
okay. That was okay.
12
Now
is a
you,
miss.
you can either hit a 3rd time or you can move back.
Yeah.
And-
You,
and
that,
get
so
a
that
bonus.
was your second action. Now you have a 3rd action that you can. Well, he can move again. It's 3 action
Okay.
economy.
Okay,
Get the hell out of there.
That's why I was able
I'll-
to shoot Crag and trample Cabbage,
right. All
Which
right, then
which
I
I-
will.
frankly love.
And now how far can I move then in this action?
Full movement rate.
Like 25 or 30 feet.
I'm a monk, so according to my sheet, I move 40.
Okay.
Oh.
So you guys may have seen there's some blue numbers. Those indicate the elevations of
Elevations.
those particular rock formations. You can
Yeah.
climb them though, but you have to make a climb.
Okay.
check.
So then I will move back.
Okay.
And that should do it.
So you come up there, punch him once, swing and miss, and then try again. So how much damage do they do? 8 points. Okay.
8.
Yeah, I
All
don't
right, so
see
let
his
me go ahead and
bar.
take that 8 points off.
First blood.
Oops.
Yeah, there you go.
Sorry, that's wrong. I hit 28 instead.
Hit
of-
80 by accident.
I hit 28 by accident. Hold on, I gotta add 20 back.
Oh, ouch.
There we go. All right. So there you go. Lots going on with this creature. But Babomano was the first to strike it. Gabbro, now's your chance for glory. You could show up that other dwarf mountain.
Glory.
What do they know?
Run away. Let's see. So he's close enough. This will be a, trying to figure out what the save for it is.
22.
No,
What's your DC?
what area? I'm basically gonna hit it with searing light.
Okay, that is a ray, I believe.
Yes. But it doesn't tell me what the save is for.
It is
In the old books, I thought it was a ranged touch.
So it's a little different. So it's a ranged spell attack. So it's not a save. There's no save involved. You essentially are firing a light gun at the creature. If you make a ranged spell attack. So if you hit its armor class, you hit it with the ray.
Okay.
Do you know what to add to it?
So I need to, so that is, so that'll be, what I want to call it, dexterity to add to?
No, in this case, it's your spell attack roll it's on your character. It's on your spell tab, upper left,
Spell attack, okay, is,
plus 12.
okay, it's plus 12.
So you'd roll a d20 plus 12.
Oh, okay. And
I think if you just punch that button too, that big one that says 12, if you click that,
Oh,
it will
let
go.
me try that, see if it'll, come up.
All right.
Which button do I,
For,
I'm
for
just gonna roll a die 20.
Okay.
Die 20.
And add 12.
And add 12.
Add 12 to it this way.
There it is. 27. That is a hit. You hear the
Okay.
bear let out a howl as the light slams into him. Ah! It doesn't sound like that. That's me yelling.
What kind
It's
of
much
damage does it
much
do?
more bear-like. That sounded like I don't know, strangling.
Fire damage.
All right, 23 points of fire damage as you lay a scorch mark across the bear's flank. Cabbage, you feel the heat of the scorch mark and of the scorching ray and feel the heat. The bear lets out a growl and turns to face you and looking around for the source of its pain.
Oh,
All right,
he doesn't
so-
see nothing.
So,
I shot him in the flat.
so that searing light to cast searing light is a 2-action spell. You have one more action. Run really close to the bear and say, "I did that." It'd be perfect.
I'm gonna take a 5-foot step back,
Okay,
and now that's good for me.
that's it. Aries.
Okay, Ares is going to take one of those minor healing potions to get
Okay.
rid of that -2 penalty he's under.
Magical healing. So that will. So the circumstance penalty is now gone.
One action.
Yeah, I don't know where to tell you. Sorry.
He does have the intimidating glare feat, so he is going to lock eyes with the bear and let out a almost draconic sounding roar in an attempt to intimidate him.
So natural twinzo, So I roll basically a will save, right?
No, it's your will save bonus plus 10. That's your will DC.
Okay. So,
So that's
just
that
it's a
might be crit-
success. It's not a crit success.
His will save plus 10 is
25.
really, he has a 15 plus 15 will
Uh-oh.
save.
Actually,
That's a very willful bear.
That is a willful bear
Okay, so
or
that
a
bear,
magically ensorcelled bear.
You haven't done
that bear is at
I haven't done
-1
it.
to hit. Its
Here it
AC is
is.
at -1. Its saving throws are -1 until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
And then
Nice.
I'm going to move over here to get a clear shot at him for next round, and that'll be it.
Okay. All right. That was the end of round two. Round one. We go into round two. Crag, hurting from the mirror shot, sees Cabbage on the ground underneath the bear. He doesn't look happy at all.
Unless is Gothap gonna do anything or no?
Ogthap is a non-combatant.
Okay.
Unless, so let me put it this way. Ogthap is a non-combatant unless one of you guys wants to manage him, and then Ogthap can get in the game. But
You can take one action to have Ogthrup do two actions.
Cabbage is damaged. I can't see.
He
under
is
the bear.
he is damaged. I don't know how much. But
What size is the bear?
large.
So it's one category size larger than I am.
Yes.
Close enough.
Okay.
Cabbage is not damaged. He's just prone.
Oh, he's not damaged.
He just
I'm gonna-
basically got run over.
I'm gonna move to here.
Okay.
And then the first thing I'm gonna do is strike with the great axe.
Okay. 26 is a hit.
So
8 slashing.
And then I'm going to use a feat called Titan Wrestler.
Okay.
I saw
You
that.
can, you can attempt to disarm, grapple, shove, or trip creatures up to 2 sizes larger than you. So I am going to try to put my shoulder in this bear and get it off of the top of Cabbage and shove it.
You're gonna
Whatever.
shove it. Okay.
Shove it 5 feet, 10 feet,
You're
whatever
gonna
that is.
take this bear and shove it.
I'm gonna take that bear and shove
Take
it.
this beer and shove
I
it.
do not know at this
Fine
point,
work.
however, what I need to roll to do that.
All right. So it's against his Fortitude DC plus 10, right, Steve?
Whatever his fort save modifier plus 10 is, and then Craig rolls an athletics check.
Yep. So his Fortitude save is plus 18. It's a bear. So 28 is the DC on that athletics check to shove the bear. Oh, not enough. You put a shoulder down, try and move it, but it's not quite enough. Could you have gotten? Yeah, you could have gotten it. You got
And
plus 14. You could have gotten it.
Yeah, I could have gotten it, but
And actually, its fort save is 1 lower because it's frightened.
Oh, that's
But-
right. So it would have been a 27, but still
Yeah.
not enough.
yeah, it's still not
It's just
enough.
too damn big. It's just too big.
Well, no, wait, I can go up to 2 sizes larger than me. I just rolled shitty.
That's true. All right. But that's it for you. Move, attack, shove.
That's it. That's it for me. Yeah.
Hold on. I have to tweet, take this bear and shove it. I got to get Twitter up. Sorry. Be just a moment. All right. So, Cabbage, you are up.
I'm up. Hot damn. All right, great.
Or no, it's your turn. You're
Your
not
turn.
up. You're still prone.
You're looking at the underside of a bear.
Yeah, you're still having bear scrote rubbed in your face. You just got to try to do something about it.
Okay. Les, can I move at all?
You can. So prone, you can crawl away, but it's half speed.
Can I pull out a dagger and stab up?
Absolutely.
Then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna assume I can't use my javelin or my dog slicer.
Dog slicer, maybe not javelin. You don't have enough room for a javelin. Fighting from prone, I think, is penalty. Hold on a second.
Go for the testicles, Eric.
Prone condition. You're lying on the ground. You are flat-footed and -2 penalty on attack rolls.
Okay. Well, a dog slicer is essentially a crude, contrived goblin short sword. So can I take my crude, contrived goblin short sword and stab this bear?
Absolutely. I'd be embarrassed if you didn't.
Here it comes. I roll a
13, not enough to hit him. You miss the bear despite being directly underneath him.
all right, fine.
Now you haven't moved, so that's just your first action. You can use other actions to attack as well, but those penalties will pile up.
Now hold on. If I'm being crushed by a bear, can the bear then?
Not so much crushed. He's not laying on you. He basically just ran over you. He's
Okay.
still moving. So
I see.
he's basically standing over you. Now, this is an enormous bear, so you're not being smushed or anything. You just got knocked down as it rolled over you.
Got
You,
it.
you can spend one action to stand up if you want.
Well, you're still under the bear, so you'd have to crawl away first and then stand up.
Okay. Well, okay, my question is, if I'm under this giant bear, can the bear attack me?
Yes, absolutely.
Damn it. All right. Well, okay. My hopes are dashed. I was hoping to take cover from the bear under the.
You can't
bear.
take cover from the bear using the bear.
Damn it.
Can he hide in the bear's shadow?
You could hide the bear's shadow, or you could try, I don't know, the reverse of intimidate, maybe something like that.
Right. Okay. Oh my God. All right. I will now write the bear a poem. Never
Well,
mind.
it went so well with the centaur ladies. I don't know. I mean,
You can try attacking again, Eric. if you
you're
want.
still banned from that forest, right?
Okay. Look. If I crawl away, how far can I get? Maybe here.
Half your speed. So whatever your base speed is, you can crawl half that distance.
Yeah, I have 125.
25.
Right now. I'm-
So 25, so it would be 12 and a half. So essentially 2 squares.
Can I go? All right. I'm gonna go 1 and 2.
Okay. And then if you want, so you have one more action left, you could stand up or attack again from prone position, whatever you want to do.
I will attack from prone.
All right. So you're just going to roll. You're essentially just rolling away and slashing. All right. So
Wait, here we
attack
go.
number 2. Now remember to click did you click the second attack? The number 2?
No, I did not. Let me do it over.
Okay. So yeah, so you got to click that number 2 there. Ooh, is that a 1?
I
Is
think
that
it
is that a natural 1 there?
I think it is.
Believe it is. I think you're gonna have to. That is a potential fumble. So we're gonna need to try and confirm that fumble. So roll it again.
And I roll number 2. All right, here we go. A 7. Shit.
7 does not hit, which means that is a confirmed fumble. Oni.
Sounds like the bag teabagged you.
This is not bad. Awkward attack. You take it's actually quite apropos. Awkward attack. You take a -2 penalty to AC for the next D4 rounds because of your awkward attack position. Let's just go ahead and roll that. So it'll be the next 1 round. So next round, your armor class is 2 lower from any attacks.
I don't see a health bar on him.
All right. Who don't you see a health bar for?
He
Who don't
doesn't
you
see for Goblin for
Okay.
Cabbage.
I think I'm still at full.
There it is.
Don't see one for Gabbro either.
Yeah,
Hold on.
mine's on there.
Not on mine.
You can you could always see your own health bar. Here we go. How about now?
And I don't, okay, now I can, and I don't see one for the monk.
Baba Manu. We expect this from the dwarves, but not from Baba Manu. All right.
There we go.
We good?
He's a monk of mystery.
He's a
Yeah.
monk of mystery. All right, cool. All right, so that's Cabbage. Cabbage doing well here. But now it is the bear's turn. You didn't hit him. Honestly, Cabbage, the bear does not notice you. Who he notices is Crag and Babu's backed off, so it's going to be Crag and CC. So he's got a couple of different attacks. He is going to claw at Crag and try. Well, no, he's going to claw at. Actually, you know what? He is going to, because he does not have reach with his natural weapons. So he's going to move here. So he's in range of CC.
Now, is that a threatened space? Because I do have range.
It's a threatened space, but he's not really leaving. He's too big. Can you do attacks of opportunity?
It's a range attack. That's the whole reason to have a range attack.
Well,
You tell me, I've never played.
in this case,
In
I don't.
second edition, you have to pick the feat attack.
You have
of
to have the
opportunity.
attack of opportunity feat.
If
you
you
don't
haven't
automatically
chosen
get
it, you don't automatically get them anymore.
Okay.
Well, only fighters do.
He's not a fighter. He's a barbarian.
Yeah.
So you do not get an attack of opportunity. So it's going to try and bite Crag and claw CC. So here is the bite.
And he's at a -1 for all of his attacks.
Oh, that's right. That's right. All right. So that brings that down to +16. All right. So the first is the bite. 7. Oh no, natty 1.
Oh,
Hold on, let me re-roll it. Does 22 hit you, Craig?
That is a-
21.
That is a confirmed fumble.
That is a confirmed fumble. Oh no. So that is a natural attack fumble.
That's good.
Ooh,
That could-
caught your attack. The target may attempt to trip, overrun, or well, it says trip, bull rush, or overrun. But I'm going to say it's whatever, any of those things that you just tried to do last time.
No.
You can do it as a free action without provoking.
Okay. Well, then in that case, I was going to try to move it last time to get it off of cabbage.
Okay.
But at this point, I'm going to try to trip it.
Okay.
So you said, or it was said, that it is an athletics check.
Against a fortitude save. In this case, I got a -1 because of the
Yeah.
so a 27 DC.
Hang on a second. I want to look at one more thing.
Actually, it's against the reflex DC, Les.
Oh, trip is against reflex DC.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's much better. It's 21 is the DC then.
Okay, so I'll try to do an athletics check to trip it.
Okay. Ooh, 19. Now we mentioned, so before you do anything, we mentioned earlier hero points. Everybody starts out with a hero point. I don't know how to do the things properly. Usually the way Steve does it is really great because he puts like actual like tokens on the board, and I'm not 100% sure how to do that. So I don't have them. But Steve, if you know how to do that, anyway, you get a hero point, and essentially you can say I'm using my hero point, which basically allows you to re-roll it. If you get a bad beat or you roll a 1 or something like that, you can do over, but you only get one of them.
Okay, well, there's a place on my sheet to track hero points. I just didn't know I had one, so
You do.
I will try again.
All right, Les.
Yeah.
Remember, his reflex DC is 1 lower too.
I
That
did,
makes a
yeah.
difference.
It's usually 12, and now it's 11 plus 10 is
Okay,
21.
so okay.
32. Oh, all right. So he uses the hero point, and
That is a crit success.
that is a crit success.
The target falls and lands prone and takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage.
Falls so hard its jaw crunches on the ground. Roll d6 damage. Max damage. I hate you. Nicely done. So this, jeez. All right. So it tried to bite Craig, but missed so hard that Craig sort of sidestepped, kicked the leg out from underneath it. It went ass over tea kettle, hits its jaw on the ground because it falls so hard, and now is prone. Holy crap. Well, and that fumble stops its turn. So Bear is done. CC?
What's prone due to its armor class?
-2, I believe. Flat-footed, and you take -2.
Yeah, flat-footed is a -2 to armor class.
Well, it's you lose your dex, right? You lose your dex bonus.
It's just a -2 to your armor
Just
class.
-2. Okay. So yeah, flat-footed is.
So he's at a -3 total right now.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. I will attack.
27's a hit. Bam! You just smack him.
Add 14 to that
Why?
because I'm raging.
Wow. Boom.
Damn. All right. 14 and 18 is 22.
I
32.
don't think so.
All right,
I can't
32
spell.
points. Bam! All right, you
I
just
can't spell, but I can add.
he goes down, and CC takes the opportunity to bash him with this glaive. All right, that's just your first action. What are you gonna? Oh, a 28. That is
Add it.
also a hit.
Add another 14 to that 20.
Damn, son. Another big smack. Hey, wait a second. Did you? Oh, okay. You did it to attack number 2. All right, you got a
Yep,
third
no.
action. What are you gonna do? 22. Biscuit. That's also a hit.
Add 14.
3 straight up hits.
31.
So you just did 32, 31. That's 60 or 43 plus 20 plus 14, 34. 77 points of damage in one round.
Sorry, we didn't kill it.
He's still up, but he's got huge lacerations across his back, across his side from this glaive just slamming into him. Baba Manu, now is the opportunity to punch it into submission.
Yeah, that's what we'll try to do.
Sorry, you can't get a verm on this, Baba.
You absolutely
That's
can't.
No,
Wait a
I
second.
hit it. I hit it.
Wait. He is under 10% point. Oh, you hit it. Yeah. So
I
Yeah,
hit it.
No
other
verm.
people have hit it.
no verm. So we have to explain to Tom about verms, I think, at this point.
And we've kind of explained it to him.
Have we? Okay.
So I am attacking unarmed fist.
Punch him in the balls.
Ooh, 29. You managed, as he goes tripped, you do see that his scrotum is exposed. It's a huge bowling ball bag looking thing. And you just run up there and smack it. You hear this thing just like,
Should have
It'll
done
make a great helmet.
Should have done,
So not-
flurry of blows so you could do the speed bag.
All right.
9 points of damage, bludgeoning ball sack damage. Okay.
And try to strike again.
Okay, here we go. 25 is a hit.
Nice going.
So go ahead and roll your damage. I don't know why
Now,
it
what
didn't.
is it? It says damage and then critical damage. What's that mean?
Well, so crit damage is so what it will do is it'll automatically roll your crit. It's like double dice damage. Now we use
Okay.
something called the chart
Okay.
for confirmed crits. So you can as a player when you get a confirmed critical. So we do things a little differently.
That's okay.
when-
That's okay. You don't have to go into it.
Okay.
I don't want to slow it down. I was just curious.
No, we're all here having fun, man.
Yep.
Slow down. We're all.
Don't you have a cantrip?
It's all about the journey.
Yeah, but it didn't show your damage.
So the second one didn't show damage.
Yeah, you got to roll the damage. I don't know. It's just I guess whatever damage that does. So D6 plus 4.
Yeah, to do that, Tom. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say,
There it is.
8.
8 points. Oh, another ball sack hit. You see, so Craig, I'm going to be calling you Craig for most of the thing. Craig, you see as Babu reaches up and socks this guy, this bear, a second time in the ball sack. You just see his eyes just go, and his head slam back down on the ground as he is knocked unconscious by the scrotal strikes.
And as is an involuntary response to all males, I go, ooh.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt me. I have no tree buds.
So he slides under unconscious. He's still technically alive, but after those 2 strikes from a trained monk, he probably would prefer not to be. But you do have a third attack if you want to take it.
No.
Okay, so you're just
I
going
will
to stand.
step back and let someone else finish it with a blade.
Okay, Gabbro, here's your opportunity, or you could heal it.
Or I could what?
You could heal it. You could run up. You could run up and apply an ice pack to the scrotum. That'd probably bring him back.
I'm actually going to use a cantrip on it called Daze. So I need a will save from you.
I can't make a will save, but I'm unconscious.
So then you don't make the save?
That's correct.
Okay, so
But I don't know that he can be under the effect of daze either, which is sort of you have to
well,
be
yeah, but
conscious
he
to be
still
dead.
takes damage.
He takes damage. Okay, how much damage
Yeah.
does he take?
It's a die 6 plus 4.
Okay. Roll it. Max freaking damage? You did max freaking damage on a cantrip?
Yep.
All right. You see, so Craig, you get basically you and CC and Babu see this. You hear Gabbro in the back chanting some spell, and you can see the bear just start to shudder until it sort of gurgles and dies.
Dead. Wow.
He is now dead. And we fall out of initiative, but you do see that it does have that strange mirror embedded in its back, which is sort of just sitting there.
Because he's unconscious,
Oh,
and I did max damage with the cantrip.
Actually, cantrips heighten automatically, so it was a 3rd level cantrip. It actually did 3d6 plus 4.
Actually,
Nice.
3D before. Okay, that's nice.
Did not know that.
I gotta
Yeah, so
remember
heightened spells is an interesting thing about Pathfinder is that you can, as you gain levels as a spellcaster, you can decide. So cantrips automatically heighten, but you can say, I'm going to cast this lightning bolt instead of at 3rd level. I could cast it at 6th level if you have the spell slot available,
that's what you're healing.
and it just does more damage, extra dice, that kind of thing. So very interesting part of Pathfinder. 2nd edition, but yeah, no, it is dead and it has breathed at last. So what do you guys? I mean, you guys do anything to it, or I mean, there's really not much you can do that's more insulting than punching it twice in the nuts. But
Giant bearskin rug for my hut.
you're gonna skin him.
No,
I think Ares needs a vest.
Ares needs a fur vest.
It's a bear. It should be wearing like a short red shirt and no
We
pants.
actually cut him open and put cabbage inside of him.
You thought they
Bearing
smelled bad on the
cabbage?
outside.
So are you guys hazing the goblin?
I'm gonna
Well,
move around. I'm gonna move
I-
around and take a look at this thing on its back.
Yeah.
It radiates magic. Do a knowledge arcana.
And then when I realize I'm a moron, I'm gonna call someone who knows about magic and say, "Can you look at this thing on its back?"
Mhm.
You want me to look at?
Yeah.
No, I think we're good, Tree.
If anyone else would like to shot at it, because I rolled a 3.
Like a professional magic user.
Yeah.
That might be good.
Oh, I got the wrong.
Or could I try it again, Wes?
Sure, absolutely.
What am I rolling under?
Knowledge arcana. 26 is better.
Arcane. Well, that doesn't do me any good.
Arcana. Yeah.
All right, so Ares takes a moment. He's like, he wiggles the mirror and stuff like that. But eventually, what you do is you realize that this mirror is embedded not only in the skin of the animal, but into the spinal column at the base of the skull. And it kind of comes out almost like a thing where it can like flip up, and you realize that this mirror is probably used to exert control over the bear in some way.
Yeah. Well, you can, but you don't have
Do
to.
I get the sense that who's ever controlling the bear could see what it saw?
Yeah, you do. You do get that sense that this is
So
probably
it's-
not.
it's-
It's a scrying device, but also a control device.
So its master knows we just killed it.
Theoretically, yeah.
Hmm.
And as you know, the rulers of this land are the winter witches of Baba Yaga's descendants.
oh shit.
Yeah, most likely a winter witch.
Cabbage did it.
Hey, what?
Cabbage did it.
Amazing.
Hey, the bear died for natural causes. Bad cabbage.
Bad cabbage.
Hey, Craig, how damaged are you?
Quite a bit actually. Hang on a
Okay.
second.
Help a brother out.
Six
That's what I'm gonna
minus-
do.
I'm down 23.
And actually, because of the, hang on, the feat I have is my heals go off as die 10s instead of die 8s. And I was going to use a heightened one. So it would be 3 die 10 plus, where'd my other plus go? Hang on a second, I'll tell you here in a second. Where's my heals? Heals. Damn it, where'd they go?
Is it medicine?
No, I'm looking
Oh,
under my,
okay.
uh,
Is it on-
oh, it's just 3 die 10s. So I still have 2 more 10s to give you here.
Okay.
Ah,
Or less.
ugh.
Or
Okay.
less.
Les, I'll take 3 from you.
You want me to roll all 3?
Yeah, well, because it's just one spell.
Gotcha.
It's a
Okay.
heightened spell,
3 die 10.
but it was a 3 die 10.
You could have done your.
There you go.
That's much better than I did.
Yeah. 4 points more. So 17 points you take back.
Okay.
Ogthup comes over and says, yes, I would have helped, but I wasn't ready.
But my cousin Spoonwar says don't.
Oh God, not that guy.
the Spoonwar gang.
If you say that again, I'm going to kill this goblin now. That's just all there is to it. and save us all a bunch of
I
heartache.
thought my heals would benefit from my wisdom, but they don't.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to ask those
No, I'm
guys.
looking at it. I'm reading it here, and it doesn't.
Does your wisdom bonus add to your heal
No.
skills? No.
I don't believe so.
It
Steve,
doesn't,
that
add, it doesn't add to cure spells.
Okay.
all right. After the bear, you guys going to do anything to the bear?
Like,
I'd say destroy that mirror.
You guys go
Yeah.
ahead and destroy it. Yeah. I mean, you could actually remove it, but it seems, I don't know. It seemed, so Ares will tell you that it was like controlling the creature, but also could be used as some sort of like scrying device. So Ares suspects that whoever implanted this in the bear not only was controlling the bear's actions, but also could see through it, which means that, you know, you guys are probably, whoever was doing it is probably aware of your presence in the mountains. That said, it seems to be dead now. So maybe it was drawing power from the bear itself or something like that, but it does not seem operational. It still radiates a little magic, divination magic primarily, but beyond that, it doesn't look, I mean, it doesn't look like something you could use.
Right.
does Ogthup seem kind of freaked out that we just killed a Winter Witch's bear? Or
Yeah. No, Ogthup seems, remarkably chill about the entire situation.
Thus, I'm going to break out both of its canines,
Ogthup's? That's horrible.
the bears.
He's your guide. Okay. So you're gonna bust out the teeth?
Just the canines.
Okay. What are you gonna do with them? Eat them?
That to be determined.
TBD. TBD on the teeth. All right. So yes, you can easily break those teeth out. It also has some lower incisors that are equally majestic.
Yeah. No, don't want to go for the unders.
Okay. All right. So you guys begin after the encounter with the bear. You begin moving down the mountain again. Although it's close to nightfall, so you guys will probably make a quick camp. But as you approach, you begin to enter the forests of Irrisen proper. You've descended fairly low in the mountains, and you begin to see sort of the landscape of Irrisen out there. This large winter landscape that you can see pretty far from the mountains.
And then we see a fox with a grenade launcher.
You see a fox with a grenade launcher. So Ogthup insists on cooking dinner and goes out for a while and catches a trio of rabbits and puts it all together with some cooking stuff and makes a dinner of rabbit and some sort of gritty porridge from some cornmeal or something that it had it back. So this is the first time many of you, not cabbage, of course, but the first time many of you have eaten goblin food. It's not that good.
Craig, make sure you grab your crossbow.
Yeah, and I'll scoop up my crossbow, and we've got 5,000 pounds of bear meat. He wants to go shoot some rabbits
He's not eating that bear meat.
and
It's
then ruin
funky.
it. All right, whatever.
He's a goblin. That's what they do.
Freaking goblins.
But you guys pass the night unmolested, and a cold, snowy morning confronts you the next day as you you start again mapping the region and moving forward downward into the valleys.
Who is our mapper?
Well, I think, yeah, who's doing the maps?
Or I thought Ogthup was doing that.
Ogthup's the guide. He's showing you where the pass is and how to get in and out of Irrisen. The rest of you are sort of doing the maps.
Probably
Agreed.
someone literate.
I'm afraid Ares.
Ogthup really
Yeah.
isn't a good drawer. So goblins, as you may or may not know, do not like writing. They think that writing steals or drawing steals people's souls. So Ogthup would be not amenable to that.
Right.
Does mapping require any specific skill, or is it just?
No, I mean, you guys are making sketches and taking compass points and stuff like that.
I'll try and sketch out the path we're on.
Okay. All right, you guys continue moving down, and you're moving down into the pine forests of Irrisen. You're still on the mountains per se, but you're moving down the mountain, and you're much lower elevation. You don't get affected by it as you would up in the higher areas. So you guys are moving along. You seem to be making good time and moving down Irrisen. You don't see anybody or any other creatures.
Craig,
as you
how
move
many down are you still?
Who?
Yeah,
My name is Craig.
Craig, how many down?
6.
6?
6. Tis
I'm
but a
just
scratch.
I'm just gonna do a simple heal on you then. 8 back.
Okay.
Because we get spells back in the morning, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. All right.
See what you started, Les?
Sorry, Craig.
Yeah. No, it's Craig. Craig, like mountain
Craig.
stuff.
Crag.
He's a mountain dwarf. Damn it.
Crag.
Crag. All right.
Thought it
So
was Greg.
Actually, his name is Chandler. I was just trying to be nice.
Chandler.
Chandler. Hey, Chandler.
Trevor.
Craig's his middle name.
Yeah, Trevor. Come on, Trevor. Let's go.
Trevor. Hey, I'm a man named Leslie. This is not amusing.
Yeah, but you're not a barbarian.
He's
Not a
mountain-
barbarian.
He's a mountain dwarf that drives a smart car.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Mountain dwarf with a Prius. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Mountain dwarf with a
I
Prius.
thought it was being a-
All right. So basically you guys are moving down the mountain, taking maps, ley lines, drawing compass points, doing all those things.
That actually helps. me,
And Beth, is that you?
Because he knows it better.
Yeah, I'll get it.
We have somebody join.
Jesus.
Jesus is joining us. That's awesome.
All right. Maybe we didn't have somebody join. All right.
That's his birthday too.
All right. So you guys are.
I don't reach.
Thank you, whoever that is, mystery person. Can't see you guys. Beth and Luke, is that you?
Were you star of stage and screen?
We can hear you guys, but we can't see you. Beth.
Nope. Technology's broken.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and mute him because I obviously can't hear us. Beth, Luke, if you guys can hear us, I've muted you.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Welcome,
Yeah, no,
Beth, Luke.
that's-
So welcome to the game, everybody. This is Beth and Luke. They don't have their video on, so we can't see them. But hi.
Yeah.
wait,
my laptop.
does your camera not work now?
It should.
It's not working now. You don't have it on.
Turn the light on in the basement.
Okay, maybe the camera doesn't work. too.
Well, yeah, Beth's laptop's audio is broken.
But we can hear you. We just can't see you.
Yeah, no, we're using headphones for you to be able to hear us. It works
Could be
with
that-
headphones, but for some reason, like, it broke a while ago.
Should be one on the back.
Could be that your camera's just not assigned to anything yet.
If you pull off the little back end, there's a little eraser on it.
Anyway, so you guys are moving down the mark and taking your drawing your maps, taking your compass points. And one moment the forest is essentially silent under a shroud of snow, but the next moment humanoid figures rise out of a snowbank and brush snow off their clothes. You see two ruddy-faced individuals in heavy coats and fur-lined boots as they stand and their breath steams out of their mouth. Each one of them carries a full quiver and a strung bow, but more curiously, they also carry what looks like a piece of piping with some sort of spear point socketed onto it and a wooden handle at the other end. One of the men steps forward and addresses the travelers. He wears a strange cloth uniform of some kind and with red lapels and a tall sheepskin hat.
Red lapels in this climate?
Good morning, comrades, he says. I see you're enjoying a bit of an unauthorized picnic, yes? The mustachioed man smiles, but the expression doesn't quite reach his very sharp eyes. A lovely stroll in the woods, perhaps, looking for mushrooms, maybe.
Absolutely.
He makes a small
Bear
gesture,
claws.
and the other man points that curious weapon at you guys,
Uh-oh.
primarily at Ogthup. The guy continues speaking, although his words are oddly accented in a manner that you don't recognize as being any of the languages of the Inner Sea region. You are most certainly not another group of the witches' enforcers, the man says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. So no murder is planned, no killing of livestock, no arsons, nothing of that sort. Just mushroom picking, correct, comrades?
Mushroom picking. Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
So when he referenced the witches, what term did he use?
He said, you are most certainly not another group of the witches' enforcers, is
So
what
we
he
get
said.
the
But he was
import-
being sarcastic. So this is what he looks like. Hold on a sec.
yeah, Jim, if you want, you can grab the Russian helmet and show him what a Russian helmet looks like.
Hey, it's Lenin.
John.
Lennon.
Wrong Lenin.
So we
It's
get the
more like
impression.
George.
You get the impression that you get the definite impression that he thinks you guys are some sort of enforcers of the witch. He's being very sarcastic. So, oh, you guys are certainly not witches
Yeah.
enforcers, are you? Out for a picnic, yes? And the other guy is pointing, this guy here is pointing what is very obviously a rifle at you guys.
A rifle. Shit.
Hmm.
What the hell?
Looks like a Mosin Nagant.
It is actually a Mosin Nagant rifle. So everybody give me a quick perception check.
Perception. All right.
Plants the weapon.
Now guns are allowed less.
I don't see Jack.
Greg poked himself in the eye.
His name is Craig, damn you. And I'm standing here behind this tree. I can't see Jack.
All right, so those of you who got better than 20 perception, which is most of you except for Aries and Crag, you will also recognize that your guess is that somewhere over in these trees are hidden some other dudes. You can see some movement over there. You think it might be this guy's pals, but you're not sure. Anyway, he's just standing there. It's obviously he's waiting for you to respond to him.
Okay, I could call out. We are no allies of any witch.
Oh, is that a fact? Tell me then, why then are you walking through my mountain?
We are actually here to Yeah.
Sitting on top of him.
gather some information about these witches, and we're going to make a few maps.
A few maps, you say?
A few maps, yeah. But we don't mean to intrude, and we are peaceful, except when a giant bear attack. We just got attacked by a giant bear. It was startling. It was, and I, a goblin, got trampled. It was horrible. It was terrifying.
So this guy approaches and he looks at Cabbage, who is blathering a blue streak about trampling and maps and stuff like that. And he looks at the rest of you. Cabbage, make a diplomacy check.
Sure. And that bear stepped on my toe. It hurts. Ow. Ow. Oh my God. Ow. All right. Here I am. I'm doing my best to be a respectful explorer. And, we're actually just on a scientific cartographic expedition. And we got ambushed by a giant bear. Oh my God.
All right. So you rolled a 23 diplomacy?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Steve?
Can I try to aid him, get up a little higher?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, did not aid.
Steve's like, yeah, that's what happened. The guy looks at him, he's like, Aries.
I'm like, making clawed hand gestures to replicate the bear, and
Yeah.
turn to
The guy
Cabbage and
looks
I
at you
say,
kind of crazy. Go
I
ahead.
speak common, but I don't know what one word you say.
So he approaches and you can see him sort of like he sort of squints at you guys and that kind of stuff. So Bobo, you're going into the woods?
I just stepped a few feet into the trees. You said we saw motion there. I just want to take a look.
Yeah, the motion in the trees that you see was over here, in these trees over here.
Oh,
Not in the
Alright.
trees next to you guys.
That's a
All right.
good place to be.
that's
Bob.
okay. I'm still gonna, stealth into the trees there.
Okay, cool. All right. So, this guy is listening to Cabbage, and you see sort of a hint of a smile on his face. And he says, he basically puts his hand over. He says, "Put down the gun," to his friend Chalakin, and he says, "Goblin, come here, please. Talk to me. Bring these maps. I wish to see them."
Well,
We haven't made the maps yet, but you know, we
You guys actually have been making maps the whole time.
we have.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
I was
You know what?
I can look over here and see what's.
You know what? Sure. I'm gonna step forward and whoever has the maps, say, can I have a couple of the maps, please?
Yeah, see what you're doing.
Aries will hand over what he's drawn.
Okay. All right. So Cabbage, you come forward. I'm going to go ahead and move you forward. And Semyon leans down and says to you, "My name is Semyon Gubkin." He says it very formally. Hold on. I have to. Semyon Gavrilovich Gubkin. I am here to. I am Semyon Gavrilovich Gubkin of the Don Host, formerly of His Majesty Nicholas II's Imperial Army, currently retired. He bows to you at your service. What is your name, little goblin?
I give an extended and glorious dwarf salute.
At which point, Crag and Gabbro are like, "I'm sorry, what?"
Honored to make your acquaintance. I am Cabbage Pinch Knife, and these are my associates. We are on an scientific cartographic expedition to make a map of these mountains, and they're beautiful mountains. I compliment you on your mountains. And your trees, they are lovely. You know, I come from that land of trees. You know, people tell me I talk too much, but my tribe kicked me out for. Oh my God! It's and a bear traveled me, and I'm honored to meet you.
It is my honor as well. And he kind of looks up at the rest of you and is like, "All right, I have talked to your Cabbage. What do the rest of you have to say for yourselves? Is he the only one that has the courage to come speak to me? I've introduced myself. Please tell me who. Come forward. Tell me who you are. You."
When Cabbage begins talking, we usually don't get a word in. So,
So Aries, give me, as you said these things, give me a diplomacy check. Yeah. So you step forward and say something like, "We usually don't get a word in edgewise when Cabbage," and at that, so Semyon looks at you and he's like, I could see that would be a problem. Go ahead and make a perception check. Absolutely, Eric. So he beckons you forward. He's like, "Aren't you cold? Your nipples look like they're about to cut glass."
Is this beer?
you should not have pulled the sleeves off your parka.
You should not have pulled the sleeves off your parka, man.
It
So he
looks
says-
cool, but
So he's telling me, he's like, "Look, yeah, I know these mountains, and I know the witches, and I know the witches' minions. You do not seem to be of either. Tell me, where have you come from, and what are you doing on my mountain? Certainly, these maps show some sort of intelligence behind them, which, frankly, I don't see in your Cabbage. But tell me who you are and why you are making maps of my mountain."
Can I determine if this guy is part of a patrol or some sort of enforcement? As a bounty hunter, I have legal lore. I don't know
Okay.
if that would help to kind of figure out.
Sure,
is
yeah,
this
give
guy,
me a-
in charge of something.
Give me a legal lore check.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not on this sheet. It's on my other one.
You're in some,
Okay, I have to do it by hand here.
yes, down to the same thing we did, which I like these sheets just fine.
Did that roll?
I see a 3. What's your bonus on
Okay.
that?
8.
8,
it'd
so
only be
11. Yeah, he seems. I mean, he seems to give off. He's doing all the talking. So these other guys, and you, as you pop back out of the woods, I see you broke stealth and come back out.
Yeah.
You can see that at least one guy has sort of slid out of the woods behind them, but
Right.
he's keeping line of sight on the great. He probably wouldn't be able to shoot Cabbage, but he certainly could shoot Ogthup and maybe CC. Then you also probably see. Give me a perception check real quick.
Any insignia, say, or sign of rank on?
They
this guy?
definitely do have insignia. So they're wearing uniforms that are very odd to you. And essentially they have epaulets on them, which have various kinds of like gold braid. You can see that their uniforms are a little bit, well, they're older. They've been, you can see that there are patches on them in certain cases, and not patches like for rank or things like that, but patches like they've been patched.
Some sort of militia, possibly.
Well, it's
No?
definitely, yeah. Well, yeah, it seems to be some sort of militia. You can also see that this guy has a badge of some sort, and it's metal on his uniform coat, which the other guys do not have. The uniforms look to be generally about the same. This sort of gray kind of uniform cloth, red epaulets, weird hairs, but the other guys do not have that same badge. So that could be it could be that he's in charge of these guys. You don't know what else he might be in charge of.
Yeah.
He definitely seems to be in charge of these guys.
All right. Well, Boba respects legal matters and law enforcers.
Gotcha. Okay. Well,
So I'm curious.
he does seem to be in charge here.
Yeah.
So he beckons Ares. Ares, come and tell me what is your business on my mountain?
Is this mapping mission primarily to like find a trade route, or
We're not supposed to tell them where we're from, are we?
Well,
Wasn't
the
it
guy
supposed
said
to
don't
be
cause an
covert?
international incident. So, I mean, Irrisen is sort of a locked country, though. There's not a lot of travel in and out, and that's primarily due to the winter witches. They keep things. Not only do they keep the place magically in winter all the time, but they basically lock down the place. Now, he initially thought very sarcastically that you guys might be part of the witches enforcers. So maybe he's not part of that. He doesn't. I mean, you don't get the impression that this guy. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he works for the witch, but if he did, why would he be pointing guns at the witch's enforcers if he too worked for the witch?
Yeah.
Plus, I'm going to move forward and I'm going to say, that's on your head. Interesting. I like. And I'm going to pluck it off his head and hand him 2 polar bear incisors.
So basically a melee attack.
No, I'm going to hand him.
He's trading.
I'm trading. For his Shanka.
and,
So-
and I gesture this and say we are here to encourage trade.
That
Trade
might
with-
be an international incident.
All right. CC, do a diplomacy check.
Oh boy, that'll be fun.
Okay. All right.
Actually, it's pretty good for a plant.
That's pretty good for a plant. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So
that's probably a nat 20.
as you reach out to grab his hat, you see him sort of step away. And this guy Chilakin is basically, he had put the gun down when they were talking to Cabbage and Ares, but now that gun is back up. And it's definitely, from your point of view, it's a rifle. He's got to point at you. He's like, Chilakin, please. He goes, excuse me, sir. The hat is part of my uniform. I cannot part with it. But I see that you're holding the teeth out in your hand. It's like, I see that the story that your Cabbage has told us about the bear seems to be true. I see the blood and the grossness on the end of those those fangs. They were sawn out of very recently. Boba, make a diplomacy check.
Not really my thing.
Want me to aid you?
Yeah. No, don't try to help.
I'm gonna cast guidance on him.
Yeah, we're not the
Not my
top.
thing. No, it's not my thing.
So he looks at you, Boba, and he says, "You there, who come out of the trees? Why were you hiding?"
Looking for lawbreakers.
Oh, lawbreakers. I see. Well, I hate to even mention it, but you are trespassing on my mountain without leave. If there are any lawbreakers here, it is you and the rest of your group. And if anybody wants to make another diplomacy check to try and mollify me in any way to continue the adventure, now would be the time.
I'll give it a shot. There we go.
Oh,
All right. So Ares steps in. Is like, look. What do you? I mean, usually like basically, hey, he's like, look, we're just making maps. Did you bring up trade at the thing or no?
Basically, I'm going to say the Pathfinder Society is seeking paths through these mountains in efforts to avoid entanglements with certain groups, such as perhaps the witches.
I see. You are. He steps forward, past Cabbage, and then looks at Ares. The Chilacan stays the thing. You also, by the way, Baba Manu, you see another guy come out of the thing, and they're pointing guns at you. So you could see these guys.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge skills? Is anybody that hasn't rolled yet? Actually, this is probably a dwarvish thing. Dwarves, give me a quick perception check. All right. Greg got a 20. Gabriel got a 34. Okay, so both of you are sort of hanging back, realizing that diplomacy probably isn't your thing, as these guys are over. But as you look and you can see these guys sort of popping out of the woods, you can see that these guys are working so Chilacan is right there, sort of like in the thick of it. But these two guys, Veskov and Egorov, they've got more or less flanking position. None of their guys are in the way. They would be able to just plow shots into you guys. This Irkutsk guy has got he's got his gun trained on CC, even though his guys in there, these guys look like they know what they're about. But they also look like that they have planted themselves very purposefully in the positions that they are in.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what that's doing. So he steps forward. He says, "You say you're from the society, the Pathfinder Society. This I have heard of. Is there any way you can prove this?"
let me show you some ID.
Carved on the tree.
I pulled down my pants and show him the card.
Your Pathfinder Society tattoo on your left ass cheek.
Yeah, it's more like a love card.
Actually, at 7th level, Ares does have a wayfinder, but not at 6th level.
All right. You guys have been given compasses. I'm assuming that one of those might be a wayfinder because that's just what the society would do. So I'm assuming that you have the wayfinder here. If you show that to him, it becomes very obvious. Like, Pathfinder Society, I've heard of this. Please, you must be freezing, doing cold. Please allow me to be your host. Come down to the village of Kharkovsk and stay with us for the evening. Take a rest there. We can talk about the problems that we are having on this mountain. Perhaps this society could be helpful to us in this regard. What do you say?
If you know someone where I could get a hat like that, we'll definitely help.
They are available for the small price of 4 gold pieces in my village.
Our 2 bear incisors.
Or 2 bear incisors, rudely cut.
The incisor exchange rate is dropping, though.
There's a lot of incisors in the market. The market is flooded. So he will say, he basically says, look, come back. We have food there. I can offer you an evening shelter and allow you to continue on your way, doing your maps without any hassle from me and mine. Would that be satisfactory to you?
Sounds fine to me.
Only if you have vodka.
Vodka we have plenty of. Although this land does not know much of distillery. We are working very diligently to fix that, though. Come with me, gentlemen. You hear him speak in a language that you've never heard before. He yells out to Veskov and Egorov. They run back into the thing. Irkutsk comes forward and joins with Chalakin, and he's like, now then, Pathfinders, come, follow me. Follow me down the... And he begins walking down the mountain.
Follow me down the path.
Finder. Yeah, let's go with the people carrying the baby tree roots sucking on steel.
I'm sorry, did we just change games there for a second? What?
Yeah,
What? The
rifles,
baby
man.
tree rat? Oh, so yeah. So these are things that you would not normally see in my game. They are part, as Luke pointed out earlier, but they're part of this module. So yeah. So as you get closer, give me, those of you who know weapons, give me a perception check. And I'm assuming that'd be the dwarves, CC, Cabbage. Probably not Boba. I don't know if you were a weapons guy more than
I can tell you what the stocks are made out of.
Only exotic or Munkin weapons.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, you wouldn't have any idea about
Oh.
this kind of stuff.
This is alien.
All right. So CC, you. Oh wow, Gabbro. So Gabbro, you have heard of these. That these things are a type of bow. That you have heard tales long ago of dwarves way to the west had manufactured some sort of kind of bow that shot a very small rock or piece of metal, like a sling almost, but at very high velocities, and that these weapons were immensely hard to craft, had to be ensorcelled. It was like 3 different kinds of skills that go in. They were incredibly rare, but these rifles that these guys are carrying remind you of those stories. Now, the stories you heard, and there might even been some pictures in old books that you had seen during your clerical training, showed handheld weapons, not like these. These are very different, but these do remind you of those stories. And those things. So you're thinking that these particular weapons, these bows, you would probably refer to them, these magical bows, fire a very small arrow very fast.
In
It looked
the
like-
books,
looked
they
like-
referred to as magical handbangers.
Magical handbangers, yeah.
Yeah.
Fire sticks.
CC, you would see these things as being also sort of like, you would recognize the wood that these are, but you would recognize the wood pieces, but the wood, you don't recognize the craftsmanship involved will be incredible. Something beyond the skill of many of the most talented carvers. You would also look at this and say, somebody made that out of a plant like me. So you would
Thinking I
probably
need to
not be.
secure one of those for Cabbage.
Unlikely. All right, so you guys.
Use
He'll
it
never
as a-
pass the background check.
Ah,
I want to see the goblin fire a Mosin so I can watch him go 30 feet backwards.
All right, so you guys follow these guys. You follow Semyon.
yeah.
So he talks the entire time. So he's asking you guys questions like, where are you from? What? How did you get across the mountains? Did you run into any trouble? How much do you tell this guy?
I tell him everything I know. After 3 minutes, it's over.
Okay. Only 3 more hours of this trip to go.
Weren't we instructed not to let on where we were from, though?
Well, so your original instructions from
Wasn't-
Breastjig
Yeah.
were
Don't leave anything
Uh,
behind or something,
we're here to explore, so don't cause any international incidents.
right?
We want to make friends, not enemies, so don't get
Mhm.
killed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we could be up. Yeah, if this path is going to be used in the future, these are people that are going to be near it. So
Right.
at some point, some relationship has to be struck up.
Yep.
Um,
Go do it. You're our diplomat.
yeah, I mean, I will, begin the story at Kalsgard, and
Okay. Kalasgard, this I have heard. I have heard of this place.
then when I get a chance, though, I'm going to ask him Like, you know, his clothing and manner of speech is not like anything I have seen in my travels. Where are your people from?
We are, that, my friend, is an exceptionally long story. So suffice to say, this land is not the home of our birth, and we have come a great long way to arrive here under the most strange of circumstances. But it is a tale for another time. Suffice to say that we are not, me and my comrades are not originally from this land, but we have made our home here. And we are doing as best we can to fit in with our new comrades, our new friends and neighbors.
Why is it winter all the time here?
That is the witch. You're quite certain you don't know about the witch? You don't know about Chesjilawa Jadwiga Karina?
I was just trying to reassure myself that I was certain of my facts.
Chesjilawa Jadwiga Karina was the former ruler of this region.
Oh.
We are having a bit of a political disagreement with her at the moment. It is what it is. My initial thought was that you might be minions of hers. She has been trying to interfere with the operations of our little village.
She is the former ruler of this area?
Former ruler. I am now the ruler. I am captain here, and I am the new mayor of Zukovsk, the village of Zukovsk.
Interesting. Okay. Let's see.
Are they humans?
They are.
So where might we find this these witches who are turning the land into a wintry wasteland?
You should not you should not go out of your way to seek her out. And she is but one of many sister witches that rule this, or that purport to rule this land. It is our hope that we can we can take some of that power from them and return the power to its rightful to where it rightfully belongs, that of the people of the land of Irrisen.
You know, I always say power to the goblins. I'm sorry, power to the people.
You are a goblin after my own heart. I have some pamphlets back at my hut that I will be happy to share with you to talk about the great Soviet Revolution.
And the workers control the means of production. So
in our village, the workers control all of the means of production. No bourgeois capitalist bullshit there.
I am totally in favor. You know, your comrade Irkutsk looks particularly fierce.
Irkutsk was named after a small but important part of a board game that we used to play back in Ruskia.
He seems most for is there a Kamchatka?
There is no Kamchatka, sadly, but the man who named him was struggling to come up with appropriately Russian names. And rather than use this magical tool called the Googles, he decided to just pull one from a game called Risk.
This is great. We're here to draw maps. We really are actually a cartographic expedition. But
he's curious. He looks at your maps and that kind of stuff, and it's more of it is it's less about, you see, it's less like looking at them to see if they're accurate or anything like that, or what you have seen, as to sort of verify your story. Yeah. The witches' minions, whoever they may be, or enforcers, or however he says it, would not be out here making maps. And the fact that you actually have maps and compasses and things, map making materials, and there's a couple of goblins, in this party, and a variety of different people, a couple of dwarves, not typical of the of
With minions.
Chesil Yawa's minions. So
I see.
yeah.
Mm.
So he will tell you that this witch was the former overlord of the town of Zarkovsk, among other things. And although she was neither the best nor the worst of the witches, she was never, she was proud and harsh, but never really needlessly cruel. He'll tell you that losing the village of Zarkovsk to us, we suspect was a blow to her standing among her peers, the other winter witches. And now she has been trying to get she has been trying to recover the town back under her control, which we will not allow. She is an aristocrat of the first order. We will not allow, she is a capitalist in a bourgeoisie. We will never allow her to take over the village again. This is a people's village and will always remain so unto the death of me and my comrades.
I'm on your side.
We're gonna go kill Anastasia next.
Comrade, what if we somehow contrive to overthrow the capitalistic bourgeois rule of these heartless?
My friend, soon you and I will be talking very, very cogently about the political, the socialist agenda and the political element of what we want a free Irrisen to be. I can see that I have found among you, Cabbage, a kindred soul.
Well, I have always said, power to the gob or people.
All right, so it's about a 2.5 to 3 hour walk, through the mountains. You guys continue to move lower as you guys move towards the village of Zarkovsk. It's one of those villages in the mountains that just sort of appears out of nowhere. You a couple of turns, you pass through a clump of trees, and there it is. You're looking down into this village. It's about early afternoon when you get across the little ridge and you see the town sort of sprawled out beneath you. There are sharply pitched roofs of planed wood, rough timber houses. There's an iced over pond that sits in the middle of the town, but the settlement, beyond this, bustles with activity. There's a bunch of women in shawls that are talking near what looks to be some sort of hall, a larger building. There are children skating on the pond, and people, with big brooms and shovels clearing snow off of the roofs and that kind of thing. So let's just go ahead and have our first look at the town of Zarkovsk. So you guys are coming from this direction here, and you can see that there is a lot of stuff going down here.
I see. Huh. Okay.
All right. So as you approach, Semyon talks to you as like, welcome to my town. There is now first there is another there is something you must pass. You must talk to the wolf. Behold, Semyon says, and he looks and he sort of gestures at the town below him, and he says, here it is, Zarkovsk, free town of Irrisen, sworn to the people's benefit. And he coughs. I do apologize about earlier. Prior to our arrival, Zarkovsk was the private preserve of one of Baba Yaga's daughters, which we have talked about, Jezil Yawa. We've declared independence from the witch. She has taken this poorly. Well, nevertheless, our political problems are no concern of yours, although, Cabbage, I will talk to you of them later. He turns back. Would you do us the honor of staying the night here in Zarkovsk? We have very few strangers and fewer still that we are not obliged to shoot. So I expect that you will be here, that you will be a bit popular here. There will be a feast this evening for sure, and warm beds for you, I can guarantee. What do you say?
I'm in.
Da.
All right. All right. And he leads you down into the city. Or, well, it's not a city, the village.
Nice.
The
Did
first
you say we had
thing-
to talk to a wolf.
I'm sorry?
You said we had to talk to a wolf.
The wolf, you must talk to the wolf first. So you guys come out of the trail here, and he takes you over by this tree first. Come, I must introduce you to Burian.
He's a cubist.
The bullion.
Burian. He is a cubist. He is unlike all of us. So as you approach, you can see under this tree, you see a very strange sight. You see a huge winter wolf, just enormous. And with it is a small girl, maybe 6 years old. Looks like this. You see that?
Yeah. She wearing a red hood?
She is not, but you can see she's playing with the wolf's tail, and she's got a bunch of coats on it. When you first approach, it's almost impossible to tell, but you can see long hair coming out, and you can see. Does anybody have a quick Arcana or Nature check that they would like to make at this point?
Second.
Nature 30. That's more than enough. All right. So Aries, you do Arcana. CC, you do Nature. So you see a winter wolf, and both of you are reminded of the conclusion that winter wolves are magical beasts. They can speak, and they are often allies of the winter witches. At least that's what you've heard. So as you guys approach, Semyon says to you, "Please approach the wolf. Approach Burian. He needs to make sure of you." And then as you guys begin to approach the tree, the wolf separates itself from the little girl and walks to you. He says as he approaches. He breathes out, and it's more of a growl than anything. "My heart smells foreign blood and foreign deaths walking in Irrisen, so tell me, little ones, were the deaths in your own land so dreary that you came to my grandmother's forest to find better ones?" He asks, and his breath is huffing out at the time. He sort of like laughs, and you see the child sort of run forward and grab onto his tail again and sort of peek around at you. Sort of, she's, in her little fur-lined parka. What say you?
We come in peace. Cabbage squeaks.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Yes, sir. Ugh. Not great.
Okay.
I will hold my arms out to either side, and I'll smile at the child.
Okay.
Hold my arms out to either side and bow down. Do a formal bow. To the
Okay.
wolf, and introduce myself and say, we are but passing through your wondrous land, making note of this passage to the mountains.
Plus, I bend down and make a big snowball and turn to the winter wolf and say, "Who's a good boy?"
Oh no.
Pick up a stick and throw it.
He looks at the stick, but he does not chase it. He exercises much more self-control than a normal winter wolf would. So he actually, Burian steps forward a little bit and sniffs you, Aries. He's kind of like, he doesn't come right up to you and like sort of does anything, but he sort of smells you. He's like,
"Is that Axe body spray?"
I can smell the draconic heritage of your blood. You are not of the winter witches people. That I can see. You have come from the land of the Linorm kings, I reckon. Semyon here says, "What? That is where the direction they come." And you see Semyon sort of nodding. He goes, "They claim to be from the Pathfinder Society." He's like, "Oh, the Society. I have heard of them. Looters and robbers, but you don't give off that impression to me. You may enter, Zarkovsk," and he stands back. "But do anything untoward to any of the villagers under my protection, and you will face me."
I guess patting him on the head would not be a good idea at this point.
Well, as a tree, he might just pick you up and carry you off into the woods. So, I mean, but he says that you are allowed to go. Do you have any questions for him or anything as he stands back?
Why is he aligned against the witches?
Yeah.
Now there is a tale fit for a Pathfinder's chronicle, the Great Wolf says. Once upon a time, there was a great granddaughter of Baba Yaga with ice in her heart and frost on her brow. She was not a good woman, but I think she was not as bad as she could be either. And who can say any more for any of us? She ruled this land with trolls and goblins and wolves. No offense to you, Cabbage. Then came strangers from afar, servants of a younger daughter of Baba Yaga with stronger blood and heart not yet frozen. And there came men with weapons like magic. And Baba Yaga's granddaughter lost her town and lost her servants, who prefers the warmth of the oven to the chill of the frost. And now she wanders the dark and seeks to reclaim what is lost. She wants her tributes, certainly furs and fish and casks of distilled whiskey, but more than that, she wants her pride and certainty. I was never among her minions. I, as a pup, was slave to another of the witches, but I broke free and came here. I had no stomach for the tasks that I was put to, and thought and bent my abilities, shrugged off their enchantments and bent my abilities to a more peaceful nature. But let me assure you that does not mean I am peaceful. Cross me and you will feel my incisors. But you seem good sort, and certainly not of the Winter Witch's consorts, so you are welcome here.
Well, we're all about peace. Yeah. And
Out.
making maps.
You mean
Maps and peace.
PEASCE or PEICE?
PEZF.
Wait, I spelled it wrong too, didn't I?
7.
I'm just a winter wolf. I don't know how to spell, damn it.
Do not have a good education.
I'm a goblin.
system.
Actually, PEACE. We are all about peace, and I'm actually a very special goblin. I know how to read.
There you go. That's excellent. As goblins go, Cabbage, you're first among them. All right. So basically, he says you may stay in the village tonight, as Semyon has offered. So you guys go back to him and basically says, "Hey, look, we're probably gonna have to have a feast tonight. I'll set it up, but in the meantime, if you want to, I don't know, do some sort of series of sandbox type events inside of the village, that'd be great. So if you want to wander around and sort of meet some of the people and, I don't know, pile up a variety of points for accomplishing things and talking to the right people, you could easily do that."
Okay, we will do that. I saddled up to Cabbage and I said, "You can read?" And I reached down in my backside and I pull out a reed and say, "I have read too."
I can see that tree is worth his weight in comedy gold. He will stay here when you guys go back to Linorm King.
I like to ride walking.
I will mark him as part of my territory.
That's it.
Even Semyon, yeah, exactly. He lifts a leg. Even Semyon is like, we have a real dearth of plant comedians here. And always have more. All right, so you can see I've put the numbers 1 and 2. These were the encounters in the village. Basically, to meta a little bit, the village is essentially a sandbox, and there are various encounters with the village. What you do at those encounters essentially allows you to accumulate what are called respect points. So if you help people or you hinder people, you have a variety of, and that affect you accumulate or disaccumulate, whatever the opposite of accumulate is, respect points. And when you have those points, you are able to some other potential bonuses will accrue. So at this point, I give you the village of Kharkovsk, and I ask you, since I just noticed that it is 10:35, do you guys have stopping points? I'm cool to go to midnight or later. I could stay up as late as you guys want, but I know that we have at least one East Coaster, so
I can go 1 hour late.
Beautiful.
That I get in trouble.
All right, sounds good. You don't want you clocking your head again. All right. So basically, he basically says, look, go into the village, explore a little bit, and meet some of the people of this town.
Love to. All right, great.
All right. So now I leave it up to you. What do you guys do first? Which direction do you go first?
Where's the bar?
I don't even know that that's one of the things. So.
Goblins eat nonstop, and
So the tavern is Semyon will tell you the tavern is closed right now because we are a hardworking, diligent people, and we don't booze during the middle of the afternoon. But they will be. I've sent word ahead, and they're preparing for tonight's feast, at which you will be guests of honor. So do not trouble yourselves with that. Just go around the other areas of the village.
As
Unless
a
I go to
bounty,
try to find the local hat maker or tailor to try to find one of those wonderful hats.
All right.
as a
Just
bounty hunter, I might want to know what their sort of legal code is. Do they have some sort of policing patrols?
So Semyon would tell you
how do they
that
settle disputes, that type
Yeah.
of thing.
basically he's the mayor, but his guys are essentially the police. He says, like, we need very little of it. Everyone is equal here in the eyes of the law and of the government. For everyone is a member of the government, the governing body. Now we do have a council and a mayor, of which I serve, but I will step down when another mayor is required. Everything is all of us are equal in this regard, and all of us share the resources that we are able to extract, so that none go hungry, all are educated, and everyone becomes the best possible citizen that they can. I am intrigued that you are interested in our political philosophy. Perhaps you will join me in Cabbage later for a discussion of how of socialist, democratic socialist precepts will work in your own towns as you return back to the Linorm Kings.
Yeah, wait. I'm in.
Excellent.
Is there anything we can do to help in your village to repay you for this feast that you're preparing?
Well, I do know that over in the other side of the village, at a place I like to refer to as C4, which is over here. I know. Can you see that circle, that red circle?
Yep.
That is old Gramps Shurin's house. Shurin recently had a tree fall onto his roof. He is an old man, hence the nickname Gramps, grandfather. But it's possible you could go over there and help him remove that tree. I know he would be very appreciative.
I'll go over and talk to the tree and see if I can get it to move.
All right, so if you guys go over there and use that opportunity, so basically you just kind of go through town and head over to Semyon's house, which is right over there, or I'm sorry, Shurin's house, and you see basically there's a little house there, a little farmstead looking house, but it looks like a large pine tree has recently fallen against the roof of it and it's made a big dent. It's shattered a bunch of wooden planks, and on the roof you can see an old sort of pot-bellied man with just a few wisps of hair on his head as he's chopping at the branches with his axe.
CC shutters.
Nah, I don't. I didn't like that tree. It's got a full head of hair.
He sees you guys approaching. He says, "Hello down there," the old man says, as he lowers his axe and rests his arm on it as if it were a martial cane. "My name is Shurin, at your service. Would you help an old man out? As the saying goes, save your feasting for tomorrow, but do the work today. Wait a second, I had some helpers, but they ran off. Exhaustion, they say. Youth these days, no stamina. You must be the guests for our feasts. Welcome to Zarkovsk. You are most welcome here."
I'll help, sure.
Yeah, please
right, so
allow us to help you.
All right, so basically it's more skills thing. So first you have to get up onto the roof by climbing an icy ladder. That is a DC 16 athletics check to balance.
Easy.
And then you must balance on the roof by a DC 19 acrobatics check while swinging a heavy axe for a DC 21 athletics check. All right, so who's going up the ladder?
I will.
All right, so I see.
I went up the ladder.
All right, CC goes up the ladder. Aries goes up the ladder. Boba goes. Everybody's scrambling up the ladder. How about what I don't see is Cabbage.
Wait, what skill?
Needed acrobatics.
First
and
is
athletics.
the first one is athletics to get up the icy ladder.
Ah,
You fall off the ladder.
You catch branches down there, little one.
He throws his axe over his shoulder. He's like, "Is your cabbage okay?"
Yeah, he's just
He's all right. All right, you guys. The rest of you guys get up to the roof. Those of you who went up. Boba, you go across. So you are trying to balance on the roof, but you fail and you slip off as well. Fall into a snowdrift. Poof, on the bottom.
From the acrobatics.
On the acrobatics check. CC, you manage to get up there and you begin sort of ripping off pieces of the tree or pushing it up. Give me a strength check. Aries, you manage to stay up there as well. And then some of you may be using an axe on the tree to sort of cut it into pieces, but CC, I think that would be sort of against you. Do you just try and like push it off?
If it's not sentient, I don't have a problem with that. I can
All right.
rend limbs. I mean, I'm sentient. It's just a piece of wood.
This is just a piece of wood. All right. So yeah. So I need athletics checks for those of you on the roof. So right now I see the only people who have rolled so far, and I don't see the dwarves have rolled any roof getting on.
Yeah, I'm not going up there.
I got a 29 on my aerobatics. You need another athletic?
I do.
Okay.
All right. Craig, what about you? You going up the ladder?
One of the dwarfs just came back from peeing. So,
Gotcha. Okay.
how many
See that-
people?
yeah, don't eat that yellow snow. I tell
No,
Kevin.
yeah, don't do.
It's
don't do-
a 3-thing check. DC 16 athletics, then
so
a
how-
DC.
right, but how many people can fit on the roof of this little house?
Well, it's not many, so there's probably a fair amount up there, especially that CC's up there. He's taking up all the space.
I'm only
This is-
6'3".
There's a tree on a house.
Yep.
Moving a tree off the house.
Yep.
That's awesome. So
Cut the house down.
the goblin has,
Then the tree can grow unfettered.
the goblin has fallen into the bank of yellow snow. Sorry about that, dude. How many other people are up there, and is there still room?
So
Craig,
right
why
now,
don't you anchor the tree at the bottom? You're good at that.
CC, Aries, I think it's just CC and Aries are up there right now. Both Babu and Cabbage. Cabbage fell off the ladder. Babu fell off the roof itself.
So is there something that I can do at the base of the tree? Either cut it or just try to
Right.
lift it and push it?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can help
that's-
with the momentum.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Give me an athletics check.
All right, so I have a question because I have
So you'll help with the
adrenaline rush.
Okay.
It says in the heat of battle, you are capable of amazing feats of strength. Obviously, this is not a battle.
No.
While you're raging, increase your encumbered and maximal bulk limits by 2. You also gain a +1 status bonus to athletics check to lift heavy objects, escape, and force open.
for one shot when you're gonna come into
So
exercise, luck, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, usually that would only be the case in battle, but I think you could use it here. I'm going to allow it.
Can the cleric help him, aid him in a way?
well, with
Is there-
probably
is there
with
a
guidance.
skill
So
for
it's
that.
from the bottom, all it's a what? An athletics check or
Yeah, for the bottom, it'll be an athletics check.
I'll hit him with guidance.
okay. So instead of raging, I'll just do athletics with guidance. So 21.
Okay, 21. That is enough. So between you and between Aries and CC on the roof, chopping things up and pushing them off, and you on the bottom, you guys get leverage on this thing, and you manage to peel it off there and flip it over into the trees and pull it off of their thing. He's like, thank you. Thank you.
We flip it onto the neighbor's house.
Ooh, did I do that?
Yeah.
We
So
just-
he
We just accidentally crushed some Bolshevik over in the woods taking a pee. So
you can see this guy, and although he seems so the as you guys are helping him, you realize that for an old man, he's pretty strong. And he's a big fella as well. So the closer you get, the more you realize that he may not be 100% human. As you can see, his ears and that kind of stuff. So he's sort of a big dude.
It's like a half orc.
Interesting.
But he seems a genial sort of fellow, and doesn't get it. He's very
Very
thankful
stern.
that you guys did this. So, but he's obviously not Russian.
No, he's just sitting around.
Yeah. So, but yeah, he's like, I very much appreciate you guys helping me with that tree. That would have taken me the rest of the day to get rid of it. Now I have more of the day to sort of saw it up into logs. It'll make a fine addition to my firewood pile. So you have my thanks again, and you can have these 2 respect points that come with doing this.
That'll work. Thank you.
Is there any little old ladies that we can help across the path?
Well, little old ladies, I don't know. Although Osip and his wife, they are newcomers. They work over there. Maybe they could use some help. They're always up to something. Osip is and his wife Vera is. He's trying to. So this Osip, he came with Semyon and the others. He is a craftsman. He's trying to recreate the little arrows that they use in their magical bows. He hasn't had much luck yet. There is a problem. They have some sort of powder that they are trying to make that work, but for now they are very low on these arrows that they have. But he is a good man. His wife is a medic of note. She helps people here. So he's always something going on at her place, and she is at what I like to call numeral 3, which is over on the other side of the river.
Interesting. Okay.
So off to numero 3.
Yeah, we'll work our way around. So we go.
Any other questions for Shuren?
How did he come to be here? He doesn't look like indigenous.
I've always been here. I grew up only a few miles from here, but I was not always of the village. I came to the village. I work as a woodcutter and a charcoal maker. Is appealing to me, but I've came to the village because
he may be the indigenous ones and they aren't.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Hold that thought. I'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll be here.
Wireless.
Yeah, but just next place is the best place that we might be able to pick up a Moisen Nagant for you.
I'm telling you, a goblin firing one of those is not a good idea.
Well, I think it's a great idea. We can put some skis on them. It'll be fun.
Mhm.
Talk about getting over a hill.
7.62 by 54R doesn't sound good to something that weighs 80 pounds.
Oh yeah, it'll be great. It'll be nice.
It'll
The
be good.
recoil on those is just a little less than a mule kicking you.
Not much. I've got one.
Oh, I do too. They hurt like a son of a bitch because the stocks are so thin.
And if the bullet doesn't hit you, the shock wave will take your face off.
Yeah. Let's go see if they have any handguns. That would work. So basically we need to run around here, play do-gooder. to
Yeah, and help a
move
bunch of
us on.
people to get respect points. Yeah.
That's fine.
And,
Can do.
and I was told we were supposed to make friends, not enemies, which is why I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Yeah. Well, that's why I didn't attack the winter wolves. So
All right. All right. So you guys head over to number 3.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys head over there. It is a sturdy stone building. It's got a couple of chimneys, and is warmer inside than most of the other structures in the village. You step inside, and there is a formidable-looking woman who you suspect might be who Shurin described as Vera. This is what she looks like. Handsome gal. And she looks at you, and she's obviously doing something. She yells out, unless it is an emergency, wait your turn. She commands in a thickly accented voice. She turns back to her patient, where she's packing a few herbs into what looks like a small pouch or something. Steep this in boiling water and drink it in the mornings and evenings. It will help your joints.
Move forward and help out.
Then the old woman leaves, and the short-haired woman regards her visitors with narrow eyes. You're new, she states rather than X. I am Sergeant Vera Alexandrovna of the 2nd Petrograd Women's Battalion. Who are you?
The 2nd
Hi,
Petrograd.
I'm
Okay.
Cabbage. Nice to meet you.
She leans over the table. Cabbage, you say, eh?
Nice to meet you. What a lovely home you have here, and I respect your people-centered culture. I too believe in power to the people.
What are you doing here? And she sort of looks at Cabbage, but she sort of looks around at all of you. What are you doing here in my village?
We were invited as guests by the colonel. We are
You mean-
delighted to be here.
I see. The captain is not holding up his end of the bargain. I can see our captain mayor is just letting anybody come to town. I see. At which point is she sort of like looking at you? At which point another person stumbles in, and he's got blood running down his face. He's like, Vera, I've had an accident. My shop. She springs into action. He's like, you, and you. She points at you guys. Help me.
I'll actually.
She
move
runs
there,
over.
too.
Looks
right.
like a healer.
Yeah.
She's like, lay down now. And she basically tackles the guy into a small sort of cot that she has over to the side. She's like, you there, you look, do you have any medical skill? And she
Yeah,
looks
I'll-
at, she's
I'll
looking
do
at,
that. I'll
Okay.
wrap them up first. Do a little binding on them.
Oh, we're tackling? This is going to be more fun than I thought.
all right, give me a medicine check.
Okay. Here is
My medicine's a 13.
check.
It's under intimidation.
Huh?
It's under intimidation right
Yeah,
now.
but it doesn't have the strain part on it, is what it is.
Look on your sheet.
I know,
then.
I've got it right here.
Oh, okay.
I picked it up.
Nice. So you step in and you begin helping her, and you can see as she's like trying to calm him down and examine the wound and stuff like that. You make some comments like, "Oh, it looks like a laceration of the 4th and 5th, blah, blah, blah." She's like, "You have skill here. Excellent. Go over there. There's some bandages and that kind of stuff. Get the thread. I'm going to have to stitch this up." And the guy's like, "Not stitches. I don't want stitches." And,
I'll just-
she's like, "Shut up."
I'll give him a little heal.
All right, you're gonna give him actually magical healing.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
go ahead.
excellent at splinting.
8.
Ooh, wow! You come in and come up and set it. As the dwarf steps aside to begin the magical healing process, CC steps in, grabs the bandages, and begins sort of feeding them to her, that kind of thing, and just like helping her. And he's like the best physician's assistant that she's seen so far, and she's impressed. She's like, "I've never seen a tree become a physician's assistant with such skill and dexterity. You are a marvel."
Splinting is my
Specialty.
All right. All right, but the guy is still whining about how he doesn't want stitches. So she says to you, to CC, hold him down so I can get a stitch in this man. Give me an athletics check. Nice. Okay. So you have succeeded admirably. You just like basically pin the dude down and she starts sewing him up. Are you going to go ahead and is that the D10 is the 8 points of damage? So she gets him stitched up about the time the spell goes off, and she looks at you and she's like, "You are much more than a first aid, than skilled in first aid. You have magical healing abilities too." Oh, then I am pleased. Let me introduce you. So she introduced herself. My name is Vera. I am the village healer. I know herbs, and I was a medic in the Second Corps back during the Great War of Revolution. Now I find myself here, and my skills are in much demand. There's so much they don't know here. They don't even know about sterilization. She snarls the word, rubbing her forehead. There's so much we can bring to these people.
Sterilization is a bad thing. I know that makes you not have babies.
And Babu was just like, well, that's what I did to a bear just a little while ago. So, so about that time, her husband goes in and says, he's got like a little bag in his hand, which he dumps on the table. He's like, Vera, I have found a new source of sulfur that may be better than the previous one that had so many contaminants. This may be better for our black powder. I see you have visitors. Who are these people? And she says to him, they are the people that are here for the feast. Semyon brought them down out of the mountain. They are skilled healers, at least a couple of them. I don't know about this cabbagey one, but the others have skills.
I'm trying very hard.
He seems to, as goblins go, he's trying very hard. And so Osip says, well, it is my pleasure to meet you. How is it that you have found the feast will be beginning very soon, but I'm curious, how did you find yourselves on our mountain?
Well, we are map makers, so we find as much as possible.
I see, map makers. It is a worthy skill, a proletariat skill. Good maps are very difficult to find for anywhere, especially around here.
Not going into my topo.
Are you significantly? Are you a cartography group, or just because it is very difficult to cross the mountains? You have almost certainly have faced significant hardships.
Well, I'm just a dexterous and very handy goblin. That's all. And I'm here to help.
Ah, here to help. That is excellent. You don't know where I can find you don't goblin. You don't know where I can find any sources of pure potassium, do you?
Potassium.
We've been boiling urine, but the ammoniac smell is terrible.
Yes, yeah. I don't know that right offhand, but I will put my
is nothing.
Research this.
So do you guys mention anything about the Pathfinder Society or anything like that? Or just like, we're map makers, screw y'all?
I don't know what the Pathfinder Society is, so I can't.
I don't know that it's pertinent to her.
Doesn't seem to be. It's obvious that she is the local healer. She talks very strong. I mean, it's obviously she's one of the Russians that have come here from somewhere else, because she still refers to herself with the patronymic. She refers, to herself as being, a medic in the Corps, that kind of thing. Second Petrograd Women's Battalion, that kind of thing, and a sergeant to boot. So Osip does not give off that kind of military vibe that the other guys do. Maybe a civilian. But it's obvious when he's talking to metagame a little bit. It's obvious when he's talking about potassiums and nitrites and sulfur sources that he's trying to. It's like what Shurin told you. He's trying to figure out how to make bullets. And you get the impression that he hasn't figured it out yet, because he's talking about he found a better source of sulfur, but he's still looking for potassium. Doesn't and it's not working. So for whatever reason, it's not working.
Need some saltpeter, baby.
Need some alchemy.
Sounds like he's trying to make.
Do we have anybody with alchemy?
Bullets.
Well, gunpowder being one of the constituent parts of bullets.
Yeah, I don't have any alchemy.
Anybody have alchemy skills?
Nature is the closest I can get for that.
I don't even know if that's a Pathfinder.
Not one of the things here.
No.
Crafting would be.
Yeah, it would be under craft.
And I know I don't have it.
You guys are mostly mystified by his discussion of potassiums and sulfurs. You guys don't even know what those are.
Yeah. My God is the God of forge and crafting. So.
Well, but black powder is not going to be part of your remit. I mean, it's mostly forging metal and that kind of stuff, which you wouldn't use gunpowder. He's as 21st century humans. He's trying to make gunpowder,
Right.
so that
I mean, would it-
replace
would
the
it-
bullets that they've shot. Probably.
would Arcana help just because some of these things might be spell components?
Theoretically, yeah, sure.
I'll give it a shot.
I was wondering with my nature
Yeah.
skill, if I.
You're not even sure what a potassium is, but
Yeah.
you're pretty
would-
sure you
would
haven't
be
seen
able
it.
to Provide more uric acid substitutes.
We really need centaurs for that.
I only know one centaur, but he's not in this world.
So, so Vera softens a significant amount. She introduces you guys to him, and Osip seems to be a very cheerful sort of fellow. Talks about he's like, he's very interested in these chemicals that have strange names that you guys don't understand. But you could see that he also has like a little workbench over in the back, and that he's trying to think, and something that looks like some sort of like bullet press maybe that he's got, so he's trying to build, and it's all like rudimentary and that kind of stuff, and he whatever he's trying to make over there, he hasn't got there yet, so he's still working on it. But they mentioned that you guys are here from the feast. You also get a respect point for helping to aid that guy, and basically it. So they will tell you that the feast is about to start. They were looking forward to going over there. Are you guys ready to go to the feast? Can we accompany you?
I can't wait.
We'd be
Sure.
honored for you to lead us.
Great.
All right. Well, the feast is taking place at a place I like to call number 5, the largest hall in the thing. So you can see as you step out, you can see as you're crossing the bridge, you can see that people are starting to flow in there. And it's called Boyar's Hall. And you can see a bustle of activity. People are pouring. There's trestle tables inside when you get there. Semyon's already there, and food is already beginning out. When you guys come in, everybody's like, huzzah! Hurrah! As you guys come in, and Semyon is like, these are our friends these are our newest friends from over the mountain in the land of the Linnorm kings. Blah, blah, blah. So they have all this food just starts coming out. Starts with all these different kinds of soups, including some sort of cold vegetable soup that they call a kroshka, and a fish stew, which is delicious, called uka, followed by some salads of beets and potatoes and other things, with vinegar and oil, and later big skewers of meat come out. They call it a shashlik, various kinds of fried fish. It is a lot of, and it is all accompanied by a lot of mead and something called that they refer to as kvass, which is some sort of like, it's very bready. It's not beer per se, but it's very bread-like, obviously made from grain. It doesn't have a lot of alcohol content in it. It is great. He and Semyon sits with you guys and introduces you to people. There's a variety of people, and you see them come and you see them go. You hardly remember their names, but he's basically trying. He asks you, you guys, all of you, a variety of questions. He's like, tell me about Kalasgrad, how did you find your way over the mountain? It's odd for dwarves and goblins to be among the same company. How did that come to pass? And, all these other things. You feel and he keeps pressing upon you. At one point, they bring out something they call vodka, which is obviously some sort of distillation. It's in these clear glass bottles, very cold. They keep it out in the snow to keep it chilled, and they have these little glasses that they use, and they pour you guys shot after shot of these things and do toasts. And I'm gonna need a fortitude save from anybody who engages in this.
Woohoo! Sorry.
The monk will refrain, as his body is a temple.
A temple.
Unless that causes offense.
I will take the monk's slack.
My body's a temple too, but it's the kind of temple that's old, abandoned, and mostly haunted. So in thing, I'm gonna go ahead and have a little stoli. In camaraderie with Semyon and the Russian expatriates in Kharkovsk. Fortitude save. Nice.
So
Yeah.
am I able to avoid the majority of this?
It depends. I mean, are you just sort of like keeping to yourself and not answering questions and avoiding doing the drinks?
Yeah, but not in an obvious fashion. I'll sit there and be quiet.
You gonna do some over the shoulder kind of action, or
Yeah, I'll sit there and be quiet. I was told not to start an international incident, so I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Avoiding alcohol and keeping your mouth shut. Honestly, if this was a campaign, you get extra XP for that, because of all of you, the rest of you are like, oh, really? Vodka? Let's try that. You know, that kind of thing. Awesome.
Yeah, and
It
I
looks
don't know.
like water, but it doesn't taste like water.
I don't know what this stuff is. I don't know who these people are, and I don't immediately trust anybody.
Okay. All right. So you're just doing the, you know, the trick of the thing. All right. Let's. So I'm seeing those. I've got. All right. Anybody get? So I'm missing. So Crag is not drinking, and Babu is like, it's against my monastery rules. All right, so all of you made your fortitude save, so you are in control of your sensories, but you are getting pretty hammered. And so I just in league with Semyon.
Olichnaya?
Zaprova. All right, so Zaprova. Ooh, that was a bit of a bite to it. All right, so yeah, you guys are going ahead and doing this. You're having a fair amount of fun, but it becomes for actually Crag and Manu. Give me a perception check to see if you guys see the trap coming. No, I'm kidding. 18. Okay, good. And 27. All right, Bob. I'm gonna
Boba.
Butcher this. Boba, you sense it first, but you also reach over to Craig because you notice that he's throwing the shots over his shoulder, because at one point he like douses a serving girl. And she's like, what happened?
And then she stumbles into a torch. And...
Yeah, stumbles into a torch, lights up,
Lights up.
immediately. The whole place is in flames now. Yeah, it's like the end of Carrie all of a sudden. So Boba, you get the impression that Semyon, you get the impression of two things. One, Semyon is much better than a lot of people at holding his alcohol, because he's taking every drink, but he's also pressing drinks on people. And so he's really good at this. Very comfortable with the idea of shots of vodka. Also, his questions are very much, as the conversation ebbs and flows, you see that Semyon is doing a lot of questioning. He's asking you guys questions. Where are you from? Tell me what that's like. It's very lighthearted. It's not very, he's not interrogating anybody, but it's very skilled. You get the impression that he is very skilled at extracting information from people, unknowing to them. And whenever he's asked questions about like his land, he sort of talks about it. I was in the, the Great Revolutionary War and all that stuff, but we found ourselves here. You see that none of the guys who you would characterize as Russians seem to be all that anxious to talk about how they got here. But they're much more interested, and Semyon especially is much more interested in finding out how you guys got here. So he's interested in all that, and he knows you from the society, and he has, well, what is that like? That kind of stuff. It's not, you don't get the impression that he's trying to like get some sort of unfair advantage of, but he's trying to find out. He's a very curious guy, and he knows what he's doing. So it's not an interrogation, but he's definitely trying to get information.
It's not an interrogation, but it's an interrogation.
But yeah, kind of, yeah. It's a nice interrogation, because he's a friendly guy, and he doesn't seem to have any problem with you guys. He's just trying to find out as much as he can, and he's using
possible he's a spy for the hags.
He doesn't give off that impression, and certainly he's open about the fact that basically over the course of the evening you get the information that basically the Russians showed up, and they found themselves in this village. Now, either they came to this place, or they found themselves close by and came to this place for respite, or to get out of the weather or whatever. But anyway, they became part of this village, and frankly, they became essentially the leadership of this village.
But not everybody in the village is Russian.
No, most of the villagers are not, but everybody seems to get along pretty well. So they've been here a while. But these Russians, essentially, this village, and they'll be pretty obvious about it. This village used to be in the fief of this winter witch that he talked about. But the Russians sort of and she would come here and she would tax them. She would take, stuff away from them. She was proud and she was haughty, but she wasn't. And the words they use are, she wasn't unnecessarily cruel, which would seem to indicate that maybe the one that ran this village was a little better than some of the other winter witches in Irrisen. But nevertheless, the Russians basically helped these villagers, or instigated these villagers, to shrug off that yoke.
Okay.
So now, he mentioned before, we have a political disagreement with her and all this other stuff. So basically, the reason that they were patrolling is, you're guessing, is that the reason they were out in the mountains patrolling is that they were looking for representatives of the Winter Witch, to try and forestall that. Because it was obvious that they had run into them before, or that she's made some sort of inroads here and that she's trying to take this village back. Your guess is that it's rough. It's some sort of feudal arrangement where, this witch has a certain territory which has villages, farmsteads, and what have you, that contribute to her overall wealth, and losing a piece of that is not something that they want.
Okay.
But there's also, he let slip earlier that it also, the Russians taking the village from the Winter Witch resulted not only in her having some sort of incremental wealth loss, but even more importantly, her standing among the other Winter Witches was suffered accordingly. So yeah. But mostly he's trying to find out about you guys.
Yeah.
And it's all very cordial. I mean, he's a friendly guy and he's a nice guy, and there's booze and there's plenty of great food, and you guys are having a good time. Now, once the food is done, however, there is the games.
Oh boy.
All right. There is a drinking contest and a dance contest, and everybody is allowed to participate in both. All right. So, Shurin comes around with more bottles of vodka and shot glasses, chilled vodka, and he says, "Here's the contest." And he explains it to you, and he says, "Everybody who wants to participate," he basically says, "Look, you down some shots, and then you do what he calls the hopak, which is, has anybody ever watched the Addams Family movies? You know that dance they do, the babushka or whatever they call it? It's basically like that. Yeah, where they, it's like, yeah, that's the hopak. It is a dance involving jumps, squats, and kicks. One of the soldiers comes over, and I think it's probably Irkutsk, comes over and demonstrates it. As the old saying goes, he says, "The grave calls if you drink, the grave calls if you don't." And so he drinks. So if you want to participate in the competition, you can drink, or he looks at some of those people. He says, "I see that some of you don't wish to drink." He's looking at Boba, and he says, "If you don't want to drink, to make it fair for everybody else, I have to tie a log to you."
Okay.
All right.
Well, as a martial artist, body control is,
all right.
I would think, up his alley.
There you go. So
he might be inclined to engage in the pseudo dance.
So here's the thing: you drink 3 shots of vodka, and then you dance. Here's the thing: is for the shots, for the alcohol, you have to succeed at a fortitude save, or you take a -2 circumstance penalty on the dance. Performing the dance requires a successful acrobatics, athletics, or performance check.
Sweet.
And there are rounds. You do rounds of this.
Okay.
There are 3 rounds of this. And anybody, and Semyon is going to do it too. He's like, "Bring the vodka, I will dance," that kind of thing. So who's going to participate?
The monk with his athletics will.
PC, well, there's my first fortitude.
Cabbage is all in. I could see that about Cabbage. All right. So that is compliments. You grab up the alcohol and just drink it right up. 33 fortitude save. You are fine. Ares, you do the drinking. Fortitude save. You are okay. No penalty. You have beat the fortitude save. Cabbage, what about you? You're going to make a fortitude save? Wow, Cabbage coming through with the booze hound. So not only did he get kicked out of the forest and live in the city, but he's a booze hound too. He sucks down those shots like they're going out of style. Anybody else?
Can't drink.
You gonna drink, Jim?
How many people?
Boba's not going to drink. All right.
Can't drink.
How
All
many
right. So
people-
while the rest of them are drinking, you see Shurin comes over to you and ties a big log to your ass. He's basically like, you have to wear the log belt. And it's basically like a 20-pound log that is around a belt, and it's basically stuck to your ass.
That's okay. We split logs, karate chop, all that stuff.
So you
Anybody
want
else?
after-
Dwarf. And so Semyon is like, he comes over, he's like, what do you say, dwarves? I know of dwarves from many tales, but you are the first two I've met. Perhaps you would like to join our dance. I know that dwarves are natural sprinters and very good over short distances, very dangerous, but how are you at dancing?
Actually, it's very, very dangerous over long distances. Sprinters, we are not.
I've heard different from the movie that I watched the other day.
You
A
misheard
very-
them.
a
You
length-
misheard the.
a
You
lengthy
misheard the
movie.
movie. Yes, you misheard the movie. It's the
What
other
I
way
found
around.
is everyone's fast when they fall off the roof.
Everyone's fast. Hold on, I gotta tweet that. Everyone's fast when they're falling off a roof. I like it.
So did
No-
you want acrobatics or athletics for dancing? I'm sorry.
Either.
Whichever's better.
What's the other choice?
Performance.
Okay, that would be athletics then.
28. All right. So, of all people, you see your tree barbarian suck down these vodka shots like it's going out of style, and then he steps out on the dance floor like Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. He runs out there and all of a sudden squats down. You can see, because he's a tree, he's got a great center of balance, and he's just like the music's playing, everybody's clapping, people are losing their shit. He kills it. Ares is like, I'm not going to let this tree show me up. He goes out there and he shakes his groove thing like it's nobody thing. I mean, as moneymakers go, I mean, the guy never wears a shirt in the winter anyway. He's out there with, just like jamming, and the people are
Someone's got to represent for the animal kingdom.
he is losing their minds. Then Boa goes out and he literally has a log tied to his ass. He goes out there and throws it around. The log is spinning around. He's kicking up a storm. Dust is flying everywhere. These people have never seen such a thing. And then Cabbage. Cabbage, let's see your athletics roll.
Yeah.
There you go.
Uh,
Athletics, there you go. 20.
We got a 20.
Not
The
bad.
rest of you are kicking it, and all of a sudden you see this little ball of fire emerge from underneath one of the trestles. Cabbage rolls out, and he's like, he is going through. He's got his dog slicer in his hand. He's waving it over his head. The alcohol has obviously had a positive effect for him. He is jamming. Everybody in this town is losing their shit at
Cabbage
the
is like-
quality of the dancing. Round
Cabbage
two,
is like Dr.
Semyon's
Johnny
like, that
Fever.
was fantastic. Round two, more drinks, more dancing. Let's go.
Cabbage is like
Fortitude
Dr.
save.
Johnny Fever. He gets better with alcohol.
Mhm.
Fortitude. All right.
Aries, you're that second round of vodka is starting to, you're starting
Uh-oh.
to feel that.
Oh no.
CC, you're fine. Ameswell, starting to feel a little churning underneath, a little bit of problem, but that's okay. Boba, you gonna dance this one?
He's a tree.
Oh, yeah.
All right, that I mean,
Yeah, 'cause
you're seeing the
something I wrote.
log because you're bouncing it off the trestle tables and stuff like that. The log is getting sharpened at both ends, weirdly, from friction. All right, so -2 on your dance check for Cabbage and for Aries, but CC, you're just good to go. You're just like, hey, I've drank stronger sap than this.
That's right.
Let's do some dancing. Oh man! All right, Cabbage, let's see it.
I'll be right there.
I'll be right there. He's throwing up. He'll be in. Well, despite Aries, despite the vodka in your gut, you beginning to sort of feel it. You continue to dance with skill and precision. Same with you, Boba. I mean, even despite this thing, I mean, it's getting a little weighty, this
Mhm.
log, but you're still doing okay. But you guys are in awe of Cabbage and CC who go out there. You guys are sort of dancing around the edges. Cabbage and CC, it's like Goblin and Tree they're dancing around each other. They've both got weapons out at this point. They're flipping around. The music is going berserk. They are the bells of the ball. Everybody's cheering and clamping, stomping, and that kind of stuff.
This is
At which
where we
point-
all roll ones.
At which point, Semyon yells out, "Third round!"
Oh boy. All right.
Where we
I think-
all roll ones.
I think Goblin and Tree should be the name of a morning radio show.
Look at this Cabbage.
Oh,
Look at this Tree.
Mm.
Oh, Aries, it's
Not
-4
bad.
now.
It's,
Boba. Oh, you're not
I'm
drinking.
not
All right,
drinking.
so you see Cabbage and CC are sort of locking their arms and doing shots like that now. They're just like, woohoo. Aries, you're just like, oh God, I may have made a terrible mistake.
It won't be my first.
And all right, CC leads the way. He dances out there.
Oh, no.
Oh no, natural one. All right, so Boba, you guys. So Aries. So CC runs out there and he's just like, he is dancing up a storm and going crazy. Aries, you stumble out of there and you start, but you're just like plop down to the ground. You're just like, oh my God, I can't believe I was in this log. And you're dragged off laughing from the dance floor. Boba continues to swing that log around. He's not as good as he used to be. He's getting tired, but he's doing okay. And then Cabbage,
Face plant.
which is like a cannon from under the trestle table. The smell of vodka wafting around him like a cloud, comes careening out into the thing, misses Aries, misses Boba, slams into CC like a cannonball, knocking both of them over, splatted out. The whole place erupts in laughs and cheers. Semyon comes over and says, never have I seen a more entertaining display. And he's like, has anybody ever seen anything better than this? And everybody's like, oh, this is great. And they're like, I name you friend of Zarkovsk. You will always be welcome here. And he lifts Cabbage up and he's like, Cabbage, you crazy thing. You are my newest and best friend. And he puts you on top of the table. And he's like that. He reaches out a hand to the tree. He's like, I've never seen a tree dance like that before. That is the greatest dancing I've ever seen. This has been awesome. And you guys get 4 respect points. But it's crazy dancing. He helps the rest of you off the floor. And he's like, that was a hell of a thing. You guys should be proud of yourselves. So well done. Well done. All right. The feast continues for a while. And you guys have a few more drinks, maybe not Aries, but everybody else. Aries is like, I gotta go outside just for a second. And then you hear the unmistakable sounds of outside. But eventually the celebration breaks up and the PCs are escorted to one of the nearby homes, a family home, where they arrive. You find an old hunchback woman of surpassing ugliness sitting in their room. There's a chicken pecking at the ground at their feet, the ground, and the old woman regards the PCs with a dubious gaze, not a glaze. Throughout, all right. So you have had the chance to accumulate respect points, and you have accumulated a total of 7 respect points over the course of this.
Yeah, I don't know.
So this is where it comes. She goes, okay, you're good enough, I suppose. Don't disappoint me. And each PC gains a +1 status bonus to all saves against Chesulwawa's spells and abilities. So you all get +1 because of all the respect points you earned. And you are able to sleep soundly and comfortably in this old woman's home. She has several beds, a warm fire, additional food and eggs in the morning from her one chicken that she provides to you willingly. And you guys spend the night comfortably and without barfing. Except for Aries.
You put Cabbage near the window, so
won't admit it, but he definitely barfed at one point.
that +1 somebody who knows what they're looking at on this sheet will just have to remind us when.
Just remind, yeah. So basically, if you guys run into Chesil Juwawa, whatever her name is, and she casts something at you, get a +1 on your bonus on anything that she does to you.
Gotcha.
All right, cool.
All right. The next day, you are awoken close to dawn for breakfast. There's a few woozy heads. There's a few headaches amongst you, but everybody seems happy, and you are anxious to get back to your work. So you set out. You return to see Semyon, who is up at the dawn, and you go out to the lake, and you're ready to head back out. We have to complete our job and everything. And Semyon's like, you are all always welcome here. If you find yourselves back in Irrisen, come see us. You will have safety here.
Make sure that's marked on the map for us. So.
Okay. Well, this is a one shot, so
We'll add this town to our maps.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's what I mean.
Perfect. Oh, you're right. And you're on your Pathfinder Society maps. Okay. So you guys move back up into the mountains as you see Semyon and his guys waving in the distance. The old woman flipping you off.
I'm
As you
feeling
move-
pretty good about my charisma after I leave that
Okay.
village.
That's it.
Don't worry,
That'll show-
Cabbage barfed all over her bedroom.
Cabbage held us in. It's Ares who barfed, and but Ares, as a sorcerer, he was very discreet. He went outside, barfed it, around the corner. I mean, you honestly, other than the obvious smell, you didn't see any evidence of his barfing. So you know that. You know that he did, but there's no barf anywhere.
When
I'm pretty sure Craig signed his.
When
somewhere.
I threw up, I launched it 30 feet away, so no one knew.
So no one knew. You hurl a loose, unattended object,
Yeah.
vomit, within range, make one bulk or less. Depends on what you ate.
It's telekinetic projectile vomiting.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right. So you guys move into the woods. Everybody give me a quick perception check.
Ruin should do what?
Perception.
Perception. Okay. Ooh, Crag, look at that. And CC, look at you guys. Wow, and a couple of ones too. That's splendid. All right, as you guys move out there, Crag and CC, everybody else seems pretty much oblivious. Not Gabbro, but the Crag, you first reach out to Gabbro. You're like, I think I hear something in the woods. And you drag over CC, and CC's like, did you guys hear something in the woods? Everybody else is like singing songs and trying not to barf. And you're like, yeah, I think so. Your guess is that despite the fact that Semyon waved goodbye and you guys are thinking, you suspect that maybe he and his guys might be following you into the woods.
That's fine.
You've heard some things, you've seen some things in the distance. They're keeping their distance pretty far, but you're not sure. By late morning, you have done a bit of mapping. You're heading back towards the path, and the weather takes a sudden turn. In a matter of minutes, the sky grows dark. A chill mist rises from the forest, and suddenly the mist parts, revealing a tall woman in a luxurious red gown that announces her presence against the white of the snow. An elegant pin of ice holds her hair off her neck, and she shows no hint of discomfort in the biting cold air. This must be a winter witch. Stands on the ice of the lake as if to bar the way forward, and a host of fey creatures skulk around and twist by her side. She speaks to you as you guys come forward. It is so rare to have guests in Zarkovsk, and rarer still when those guests choose not to pay their respects to this land's true ruler. She speaks, her voice clear as a bell. An unkind soul might suspect you of discourtesy. My name is Chesjilawa Jadwiga Karina, and I bid you welcome to my domain. And at that, the map switches. Well, maybe not exactly at that point.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, maybe even it's taking longer because I'm on the wrong thing.
On Cold Lake.
Let's see if this works.
Go less.
All right, it worked. All right, Ogthup is in the lead, and then we'll just pop everybody out here. You guys are like wandering around and that kind of stuff.
I still don't see it.
I haven't
Yeah,
switched it yet.
Oh, okay.
I had to get your.
Tokens. Okay.
All right.
Gotcha. That looks like where we were ambushed earlier.
Yeah.
Yes, it's strange that way. All these mountain passes look the same.
Mhm.
Whoa.
All right. You see her come
Red
forward.
caps.
She stands here and she speaks to you. Tell me, I have given you my name. What are yours?
Red caps.
Are they red cap?
Hey,
Yeah, they
madam?
are.
Your tone?
That's a strange name, Madam Utone.
All right.
Will I welcome you to my domain, Madam Utone?
I'm Cabbage.
Yeah, tell her my
Gob-
name.
I'll
She
introduce myself.
she looks down at Cabbage and she's like, goblins have always been welcome here. The rest of you introduce yourselves, and she's like, I know where you've come from, over from the west. But I know that you have spent the evening in Zarkovsk, my rightful village. I am its rightful ruler, by the blood in my veins, by the sorcery in my heart, and by the charter of Queen Yelizaveta in my pocket. Unfortunately, we live in a tumble times, and all three of these count for less than they used to. Uncouth strangers to our lands have taken over Zarkovsk and lack the sense to realize the folly of their actions. So I wish to make you an offer, my dear guests. She lowers her voice. You are people of cunning and skill, and I would have you as allies on my side. Aid me in retaking my birthright, and I shall see that you are rewarded well.
What's in it for us?
I just mentioned the
reward.
rewarded well
Oh.
part.
He's going to show us where the well is.
I can tell that you are indeed a cabbage. All
I'll have to see this charter.
right, so give me a
He's a lawful
perception check. Everybody give me a quick perception check.
You say perception again?
Perception, yeah.
All right, Aries, you are probably the only one who notices. Everybody's like, you hear Boba talking about, like, I need to see the charter. Craig, you probably notice it as well, but you can tell that she doesn't necessarily seem entirely 100% confident. She's hemming and hawing with Boba about producing the charter. She pulls a document from inside of her clothing that she sort of waves. She's like, my right to rule here is not under question. What is under question is whether or not you will join me in helping me to recover my true thing. She looks at Boba. Let me do a quick thing here. She looks at Boba carefully. Let me see.
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett. Yeah, Boba Fett. What's the new series? Book of Boba Fett.
The Mandalorian.
Oh, no, they got another one out.
Oh yeah, there's a new one
Okay.
out. Yeah,
Book of
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett or something.
Boba Fett.
The Book of Boba Manu.
She looks at you quite curiously, Boba, and then she says, come forth, monk. And she steps forward, holding the charter. If you wish to examine these documents, come forward.
I will be careful. There's no natural trap in front of me. He's got that wilderness, feat that
Give me a
lets
roll.
him detect. I think it's a survival roll with that.
So behind her and then
It's
moving forward, you can see that these guys cluster sort of around her. These red caps are all like,
Yeah, I just want to make sure that she's not luring me into a pit trap or something. He's got terrain expertise and wilderness spotter.
So here's what the red caps look like.
Yeah.
Pretty gross. And they're laughing. You don't see any traps or anything like that. And frankly, you're not entirely sure that she would have trapped this area. This is an area that you've passed through before.
Right. But with magic and all, you can't
Yeah.
be too careful.
Right.
I'll step forward. He's lawful and legal things are
Okay.
of interest to him, but I'm also wary that she's really not legal here. And
She
if
gently puts out the documents, and you see that it is not just a single document, but a scroll. That
Okay.
has been set up. She hands it to you. Please peruse it.
Hmm.
You may ascertain the legitimacy of my claim.
Tom, I'm gonna move forward with Baba just to be his wingman.
Okay, where's Baba? Baba, you gotta
Oh, okay.
yeah, you gotta be in front of her. What are the rest
you
of
go.
you doing while he examines these documents?
Can I make a diplomacy check and ask her if there might be some arrangement of peaceful coexistence that could be
Peaceful coexistence.
an agreement between you and the residents of the village.
It's not out of the realm of possibility, depending on your diplomacy check.
All right. I will take a look at the scroll here, expecting it to blow up in my face, but
It's okay, I'll blow up in the face with this.
I would have to hear it from the people of Zarkovsk that they are willing to submit to a peaceful arrangement, but I suppose this is not out of the question. So Boba, you look at this document, and essentially it's very flowery written, and it's a fairly lengthy document written in very small print, but it basically it comes from it's signed. I mean, it has her name on it, and it basically says that this woman is in control of this region, and that she exerting all rights and privileges, and blah blah blah. It looks fairly legal, and it's signed by Queen, somebody who's made its mark, Queen Yelizaveta.
Wow.
So and sealed. So yeah, I mean, it's got this very ornate sort of seal on it. From your point of view, looks like I mean, you're not familiar with what legal documents look like here, but it's signed, it's sealed, it has all the things, and basically, as far as you can tell from your geography, that it does grant this woman control and oversight over this area.
Is the wolf a female wolf or a male wolf?
Burian, a male wolf.
Because I was gonna say, is this another talking bitch?
Okay, give me a stealth roll. Cabbage. Oh, geez. Okay, and then go where you're gonna go. So the dwarves sort of faded. She's like, "Where are all your friends?" As the dwarves and the goblins sort of fade into the woodwork.
Perhaps I scared them off. I'll have
to
to study these, and
So
I don't
Bob-
know who this queen is. Is she legitimate? Can she actually
Of course, she's looking.
bestow these lands upon you? I'll have to do more research before I can attest to the validity of these documents.
Well, they are not under your scrutiny. You are not from Irrisen, so obviously it's true that you would not know the queen. But let me assure you, as she snatches it back from you, that these are all quite legal. That said, I want your help. I want you to help me return. I want you to help me return the village of Zarkovsk to its rightful ruler, which is me. I have no wish to harm any of the people there. In fact, anything but. They provided me with valuable resources, and like all of the villages under my power, I value them immensely, and I know of them. Is these Ruskaya, they call themselves, that have caused so much consternation with their odd and disconcerting politics and their willingness to abridge the rightful and historic way we do things in Irrisen. You are not from here. You have no loyalties to here, and therefore I impinge on you. Help me with this, and your rewards will be great.
How you lose control? You lose election?
Quite adorable about elections. No, a watery tart threw a sword at me many years ago, and thereby I became ruler of this region. No, she's like, I have the proper documents. I have been awarded this fief by the queen. These Ruskaya rebel against the natural order of things. It cannot be.
Well, unfortunately, they kind of told us that she was the ruler beforehand, correct?
They kind of did, yeah. They took it away from her.
Yeah, I hate to say, good thing I'm not lawful.
Help me to recover it. Join my minions here. As we go, we will together go down to the village of Arkosk, and if you aid me and we retake that village with as little bloodshed as possible, then I will reward you greatly, as is my wont as the ruler of this region. What say you?
Can we get one of those red hats?
Oh, she sort of smiles. She goes, "Those hats you do not want." Cabbage is hooting like a snow owl in the woods. They're not entirely sure what's that, because I have a feeling that Cabbage didn't alert you guys that was the signal to attack. All you hear is a bunch of hooting.
Woo! Hooty hoo! Hooty hoo! What the hell was that?
As I am well versed in nature, that is a horny snow owl somewhere in the woods.
It's a horny snow owl.
He is seeking a mate and has thus far not proved successful.
Keep one hand on your goodies, boys. It's a horny snow owl.
That's funny.
All right, so she's making. She hasn't attacked. She hasn't even made it like she wants to attack. She's basically saying, "Join me, my idiot redcaps. We're gonna go down to the village and take it back and return."
Are these
it
red
to
caps
its
little
rightful-
guys? Are they like goblin size?
Yeah, they're a little bigger than goblin size. They're about dwarf size. They're but they're definitely so. Give me anybody who's got it. Give me a knowledge nature. Give me a nature check.
Nature. What's that?
Some sort of gnomes,
Ooh.
maybe.
Yeah, CC. Oh, that's a good one too. And Crag, you guys know that red caps are evil fae, very evil.
Okay.
So CC and Crag, you would know that the red of their caps is because they dip their caps in the blood of their victims.
Wow.
Wear them on their heads, and the redder the cap, the more victims they have had, and there is a fair amount of red on these caps.
Gotcha.
So they're evil fae.
I
You can tell they're just like, yes, let's go down to the village.
I don't know if I can whisper, but I will whisper to Baba that I feel the little red men are evil. That to me make them baddies.
And Crag, you would know that too. You've probably met red caps in your time as a mountain dwarf. They are hateful, horrible creatures.
No.
Well, we can't verify your legal claim. And as for me, I cannot join your ranks. I do not feel it is the right path.
Well, first of all, it is not for you.
So-
You are not an arbiter here.
No,
You are
I
simply a
decline
guest.
your offer.
You are simply a guest in my land, and you decline my offer on the basis of these documentations that you find lacking. Of what sort of monk are you? Why are you guys laughing? Did my headset pull off?
Well, I'm
No,
laughing
no,
because
Cabbage is still
Cabbage is
hooting.
going hoot, hoot.
Cabbage is still hooting away.
If he had mentioned that was assigned to attack, most of us probably would have already. But He's just over making a shit ton of noise in the woods.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's a diversion of some sort.
Yeah, even so, she may actually break off from this discussion and say, I think there's an injured owl in the woods there.
Well, just remember, don't pollute, guys.
give a hoot. Don't pollute.
I
All
asked
right,
one of
she's-
the red caps, I turned my attention away from her and asked one of the red caps, do you have problems shitting in the woods?
I can't these woods many times and I will again. What are you, a tree? Shut up. Yeah, red caps are not nice. Basically, they're
Okay.
like, fuck off, tree.
Okay, so if I decide in my chaotic neutralness that I'm just gonna charge in and start cleaving people,
Got it.
is there a surprise round or do I need to roll initiative or how does that work?
Well, you would get a surprise round. So if you're just gonna charge out of the trees and attack, what, a red cap or something?
Well, no, what I plan to do, because I have both cleave and sweep,
Okay.
and I carry a sweep weapon,
Okay.
what I plan to do is to move to here and attack both of them at the same time.
So you're gonna attack the witch and the red cap with the red cap.
Right.
Not a red cap. Red
So the-
crap.
Yeah, so the way sweep works is I roll to hit once. And if it's enough to hit both of them, it hits both of them
Right.
with one attack.
Okay. Okay.
And I have a
I did
sweep
that
weapon.
same thing.
I have a sweep weapon, so there's no negatives if I then decide to attack again
Okay.
with
That's
sweep,
true.
right?
Yep.
So at this point, there have been a whole bunch of people, and again, I'm a nomadic barbarian. There are a whole bunch of people that claim to own land, which, as far as I'm concerned, is like fleas claiming they own the dog.
Okay.
And I'm tired of these people.
Okay.
So I would like to go try to cut a whole bunch of them into little pieces.
Got it. Okay. You sure you don't want to do a little hooting first, or?
No, you know, that
It's how
owl-
one does it.
that owl has some maybe some anxiety problems, and I feel for it. I feel for him. I really do. Maybe I'll look after him to see if I can help him out after this is over. Maybe he's just nervous because there's a whole bunch of freaking evil red caps in his face.
Mhm.
All right. So you're just gonna come. You're gonna come blasting out of these woods and just swing away. So what weapon is this? Is the axe?
Yeah, it's the great axe.
Great axe. All right. So you're a dwarf with a great axe. You just come whipping out of there.
So
And
Chuck, what
Okay,
does the,
cool.
what does critical brutality do?
critical brutality
I know.
is dependent on the weapon that you're using.
Okay,
So if you are, what weapon are you using?
glaive.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't
No, that's
copy
okay.
glaive. So as an example,
That
Yeah.
gives that gives that max damage, right?
no, it doesn't.
Oh.
So as an example, for a great axe or any axe for that matter, if I get a crit, I automatically get to hit two people, the one I attack and the one next to it. So
Okay,
choose-
so that's kind of like the what you were talking about with the
sweep.
swipe.
Yeah. Basically,
no.
yeah. It's like.
no, swipe is a different skill. So critical brutality, your fury makes your weapons lethal. Your proficiency ranks for simple weapons, martial weapons, and
Okay.
unarmored attacks increase to expert. While raging, you gain access to the critical specialization effects for melee weapons and unarmored attacks.
Mhm.
For an axe, choose one creature adjacent to the initial target and within reach. If its AC is lower than your attack roll, which gave you a critical hit, which means it's probably going to be, you
Gotcha.
deal damage to that creature equal to the result of the weapon damage die you rolled,
Right.
including extra die for its potency rune, if any. The amount isn't doubled and no bonuses other than the additional ones apply.
And then
So-
what's swipe? That doesn't swipe. do something similar?
So this kind of
Swipe.
so he's capitalizing. He's basically saying I can attack. Swipe allows him to attack both of those people at the same time.
Right.
Critical brutality is if he gets a critical on one of them, he could potentially also be able to deal additional damage to the other one.
Right, without having to do the second attack. I also have cleave, which will probably not come into play here, but if I kill.
So you're
or-
running up and doing swipe, is that correct?
Yeah, well, yeah. basically.
Okay. Because I have swipe as well, and that's what I was gonna do is get in position to hit.
And
her
so
and
cleave
somebody else.
is if your melee strike kills a creature or knocks it unconscious, and another foe is adjacent, you swing clear through one foe and into the another, but then you have to make it a second attack. So swipe is all one attack if it's able to hit both, and the critical brutality is only if you roll a crit.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's basically a free swipe if you roll a crit.
Yep.
So if
I'm
you
going
roll a quit, then that's when that comes into effect.
exactly.
Okay, gotcha. Perfect.
So I'm going to run into here, and I'm going to take my first attack at Jan Redcap dude.
All right.
And so
And then we will roll initiative when this
and
is
that is
over.
that attack will be with the great axe. Actually, so it would be move for the first action, great axe for the second action.
Okay.
I
I use
Seven-
flat-footed, so
17 is a miss.
okay. So then that doesn't trigger any of the other stuff.
Right.
But I do get a third attack.
Or if you want to hero point the 17.
I've already used my one hero
Oh,
point.
okay.
And then so I'll do a second attack again at the red cap, and it's a sweep attack.
Okay.
Now, is his armor class changed because he's kind of surprised or no?
No. I mean, you come running out of there and he's like, "Argh!" All right. So 23 is a hit to both
So they both,
ACs.
yeah, so they both take, hang on a second, let me go back. and
5
look at that
points.
sheet. So for swipe.
And swipe is just part of your normal attack. Is that correct?
No, it's a feat as well. Strike and compare the attack roll result to the ACs of up to 2 foes, each of whom must be within your melee range and adjacent.
Okay.
If the
I mean,
attack
'cause
roll,
I have the reason I asked because I have the same.
yeah,
It hits both.
roll damage only once and apply it to each creature you hit.
Got it.
Yeah, he just did.
So they both take, and if that's just a normal hit, they both take 5 points of damage.
Okay. I'm taking it off. She yells out, "Oh, I hate dwarves." And then she says, "Roll for initiative, you bastards." All right. Game is on.
And let's see here.
Got roll
Quickly
Nick.
click on
Oh,
this
my God,
guy.
that's terrible. Jeez.
Initiative.
Still hooting in the
Actually,
woods.
add 2 to mine, Les. I keep forgetting that. Because I got that initiative thing.
Cabbage, is he still hooting in the woods?
Yeah, he's the incredible initiative.
All right. Hold on. Let me get my guys in there.
When you did your initiative roll, did you hit initiative or did you hit perception?
Me?
When I did,
No, Tom.
I hit my guy and then hit initiative, but I don't have the incredible initiative modifier on there.
Okay. So yeah, you need to
I
add 2.
guess that's right. So I think you add 2 to that.
Right.
What's that, Jimbo?
I'm here, see, you want to throw it somewhere?
Oh, you just put that trash can next to you down there. It's fine.
Oh, wait. I know where that is. 1 second.
Well, you got hold of it.
Beautiful. All right. Hold on a second.
Yeah, actually, that's should be 2 higher. Chuck, I did not know you were going to be a barbarian too. I wouldn't have done that to you.
I think it's all good.
I do too. 2 barbarians?
And you're the only one who's raged so far.
And that was
So-
the other day, so I got him back.
Hey, well, yeah,
That was
exactly.
the other day.
No, I asked,
Actually, you could
asked-
rage as many times as you want.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
asked
PoE.
initially if we were gonna worry about party makeup or any of that. And Les was like, yeah, just play something you think would be fun. And
Yeah.
personally, I think having 2 barbarians is a good idea.
Well,
Yeah.
I've never been a tree PC, so.
I have
Right?
a question. It says I can heighten spells. How often can I do that? I can't find that.
Whenever you want, as long as you have the spell slots available, the higher level spell slots. So if you're going to take a first level spell and you're going to heighten it to third level, you have to use a third level slot. So it's sort of like, I don't know, this doesn't even exist in 5e, but it's sort of like meta magic feats, only inherent.
Well, it does exist in 5e. You can
It
cast
does,
spells
yeah,
at a
it's just
higher
like
level
5e, just
Okay.
like 5e.
to get
Okay.
additional dice or what have you. So it's the same thing.
Basically, if you want to
You
do.
just lose the higher
both
level spell.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's
Okay.
spell slot. You use it instead.
All right, so let's go ahead. So who am I missing? Boba, you got a 16?
Correct.
I got a 25.
Did you roll initiative, Jimbo?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay.
And I got to adventure with Groot, sort of. So it's all good.
Great. Yeah, you're all right. Okay. All right. Round one. Craig's so as you guys are talking, Boba, you and Karina were sort of like discussing the relative merits of your ability to question her documents and her documents themselves.
Yep.
When all of a sudden Craig comes running out of the woods like "Run!" and just like takes a swipe and ends up nicking both of these. The red cap sort of jumps away and gets hit, but she gets like a scratch on her arm and she's just like, you see her eyes are just like, oh, you fuckers have made a huge friggin' mistake.
Too much
then-
talking.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
CC, you're up first. You see all this happen and you're like, no. But everything's moving in slow motion for you.
Now is raging a free action?
Yeah, you can crank up a rage as fast as you want.
Crank
You're
up a
like,
rage.
I'm super mad, but this time at Crag.
and
Ruining our parlay.
And do a swipe on her and then the red cap to her right. They're both within my range.
Okay.
So I just hit
So your first shot is going to be at
on
her.
her. Yeah.
Okay. So you're swinging a glaive at
I'm-
this woman.
Yeah, I'm swinging a glaive.
I don't know. Glaving a woman just seems
Well,
impolite.
until you try, you just don't know how soul setting free it is.
I guess, you know, trees don't know jack shit about etiquette, though, do they?
No.
Okay.
Well, if she was wearing blue, I wouldn't be able to glaive her, but she's wearing red.
Okay.
So do I just hit my normal attack then?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
one attack.
Okay, gotcha.
So 23, does that hit both of them?
Hold on a sec. 23 will hit both of them. Yep.
So they both take 18 points of damage.
Well, plus 14.
Ooh, okay. 18 plus 14 is 22, like we said before.
Just like before, yeah, 32. Okay. So now does
All right, so
you do
yeah,
that-
so I mean, as much as damage as you wanted to do, CC steps in, wheels that thing, and just kind of like comes forward, just like boom, that glaive slashes at anyone. She is like slapped sideways by the force of this blow. She is 100% unhappy about this. The red cap is just like, motherfucker, I'm gonna, and he's like running forward.
Now, does that stop my other attack?
No, that was one attack.
Okay,
Well,
that
so I
was
can
one.
do it
This,
again?
the sweep is you hit both of them in one attack.
Okay, so I can do that again?
If you move to get there,
I don't have to move.
okay, so that was your first action, which was an
Right.
attack.
So I can sweep again?
You can do it 2 more times, but they'll be
Okay,
at
that's
successive.
what I'm going
negatives.
for. Now
So
this
use your
will-
second strike.
Yep, that's what I'm gonna do.
Miss.
That looks like a miss.
Yeah, it is.
And then I will go ahead and now, since I missed, do I get a third strike?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can
sure.
either move or you can third strike.
No, I'll
17,
just keep
also a miss on both of
just
them.
keep
So
swinging away, yeah.
yeah, all right.
Nothing else, you see this thing flashing in front of you, that's the last place you want to go.
All right. So yeah, you're swinging away. She's hurt. She is not a happy person. Certainly not happy with you. So you'll be the first to die. Gabbro, you're in the woods still, right? You have a stealth realm going on here. I don't know.
I didn't want to be in line if she fired something off down the middle.
Oh, there'll be plenty. There'll be plenty of time for that. Don't worry.
Yeah, there may be something in your path though. See that like boulder thing?
Well, can I see over the boulder? Is it too tall?
No, you can see over it.
Okay.
Oh wait, you're a dwarf, aren't you?
Well, she's 30 feet from me.
Yep.
So she's within range. Actually, I got something that would push that even farther, because I've got a thing that gives me range touch, so it adds 30 feet to all my range spells too.
Okay.
She's within range, but I'm going to cast on her. Is she an arcane or divine spellcaster?
You're gonna need to make some sort of check to figure that out.
Well,
Because she hasn't cast she hasn't cast a spell yet. So I mean you can't tell by the spell she's cast because she hasn't cast one. She is a winter witch, supposedly. So witches typically, well, they straddle the line, don't they? So I mean you have to do like a knowledge arcana probably, or knowledge, whatever your version of that is. Knowledge
It just
religion.
matters for the damage.
It
she
just
takes.
matters for damage.
Okay. All right. Well, you don't necessarily need to know.
If she's divine, she'll take more damage.
Okay. All right.
So,
Good to know.
I'm casting Crisis of Faith on her.
Crisis of Faith. I gotta
So
look at
she
that one.
needs
I don't
a
know what the
will
hell that
save.
shit is. All right, hold on. The hell is this Crisis of Faith thing? Hold on a second. I gotta see the spell. Crisis of Faith, spell 3. Use targets as a riddling creature with doubt. Okay. All right. She needs to make a will save. So what is the DC of that will
22.
save? 22. Damn, that's tough. She's got a pretty strong will save though. So
Peter was dying, so
what did I roll? What did I roll? What did I roll? 25. Okay, so yeah, she makes it. So does that have any effect if
Takes half damage.
so what was it, 22? So she does, it is a success, half damage. Okay. Go for it.
So
Roll
that'll
your
determine whether
damage.
she takes 3 die 6 or 4 die 6.
She's not a divine caster.
Okay.
So that 3 die 6.
Trying to be coy. Couldn't be coy anymore about it.
excuse me.
Let's see. Let me pull the dice out here. Rolling 3 of those. $13 damage.
13. And all right, I take half of that.
No, I rolled 3 die 6 instead of 6 die 6.
Oh, okay, okay. That is half. All right, cool. All right, got it. So she's like, "Rah!" You see her, she's like doing some sort of song or something. Is that it for you?
Oh, I thought you took silence.
No, the silence the cleric cast is used for a thief.
Gotcha.
I
So
can make
Crisis
it
of Faith is a 2-action spell. You have an action left.
You have an action left if you want.
Can I cast a cantrip with an action?
Can he cast a cantrip with an action?
Depends on the cantrip. Every spell has its own thing. What cantrip are you thinking of?
Daze.
Daze.
And confused for so long, it's not true.
Apparently, I don't know how to spell daze. Cantrip 1. So no, it's a 2-action cantrip.
2 action. Okay.
Guidance is a 1-action one though.
I
What
didn't
is?
hear what you said.
Guidance is a 1-action cantrip. You can give
Oh.
somebody a +1 to their attack.
But it's a touch. You have to touch them.
No, I don't
Not
think
for
so.
me because I have range touch.
Oh,
He has
So
a
I
feat
can,
that makes a.
give a touch spell at 30 feet.
okay. All right. Yeah, you could. Yeah, it's a 1. Guidance is a 1-action thing. You basically say you could do it.
So I will put it on Craig.
All right. So you are giving Craig guidance. All right. So you get +1 on any D20, and it is your turn. Somebody's looking at the initiative roll lineup. Craig, what do you do?
I'm going to rage,
Okay.
and then I'm going to do a sweep attack on the 2 that I am in within melee on.
Ah!
So, great axe,
+1 on this, by the way, from the guidance.
26,
Hit snacks. That's it. Hits both.
and they both take 14 points of damage plus 14 points of damage.
What?
I'm now raging.
He's raging.
He's raging now. Yeah. That's the whole reason to rage, baby.
All right. All right. Not liking this
She's the
one
machine.
bit.
Now, I don't rage quicker for no reason, but I'm raging now, by God.
She's been nothing but polite to you guys.
Which really,
We're trying to kill her as quickly as we can.
Bunch of dwarfs are trying to put her in the ground.
which really pisses me off. I hate polite people.
Well, hit her
Alright.
again. That'd be my suggestion.
I'm a grumpy ass dwarf. All right, so that was sweep. Neither of them fell, so I'm gonna do second attack.
Okay,
Ooh,
that's a miss. 18 is a miss.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and do third attack.
All right.
never know.
Swinging that axe around with abandon. If I was Boba, I'd be worried. 9, also a miss.
Yeah, it's kind
Uh,
of hairy up here.
Yeah, it's getting a little crazy. Boba, you're in the middle of 2 guys doing sweep attacks. There's shit flying everywhere. You're just like, damn, if I wasn't a monk, I'd be fucked. All right, so that's Craig. It's Jagwilla's turn. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in just a second.
After this battle, I'm going to kill that owl.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't know how wounded she is, but she can't be feeling too good right
No, probably not. I
now. I
should have
can't see
probably,
her. I can't see her health bar, but it looks like it's. not
yeah, I
great.
should have probably used defeat instead of doing the third attack, but whatever.
Well, what would the feet have been?
I've got a couple of things that are weird, like boulder roll.
Like what?
Boulder roll. I can
Oh,
move
boulder
into
roll.
I can move
Right.
into her square, force her to move, and she takes damage.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's
I-
but that's a dwarf thing. I don't know
Right.
that.
Gotcha. Now I got something that's called instinct, fury instinct. Do you have
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, because we both chose fury.
Okay.
Every
That's
Sorry
where
about that.
damage comes from, right?
Yeah, no. The boulder roll is a different thing.
Yes.
Okay.
We are going to sign off here and go to bed.
All right. I will. I'll be sending an email later on tonight about Friday. But they'll have information. But you guys can reach out to me whenever you want.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Thanks for joining.
Bye,
See ya.
guys.
All right.
Hey, Luke.
So, Steve, concentration checks in response to damage? No, right?
Who left?
Just watching.
Nope. The only thing that can disrupt a spell is if you
She's
get,
casting it at the same time.
if somebody has that reaction, like a fighter has attack of opportunity, and gets an attack in and they crit, then she loses the spell.
Gotcha. Okay.
But if nothing short of a crit attack of opportunity makes you lose your spell.
Got it. Okay. All right. So she is going to boink. She boinks back to there.
Wait. She's gonna do what now?
She
Boink.
casts a spell, a dimension door, and she is boinking back about 30 feet back.
Okay, how does that work with no escape?
Well, it's a spell. I'm not sure that it would work at all, but let me look. No escape, barbarian feat. You keep pace with a retreating foe, stride up to your speed. So she's not technically retreating. She's teleporting. She's using dimension door to teleport backwards. So I don't think that.
How is that not retreating?
Well, all right. So technically retreating. But
No,
she's
I
not
get what-
running
I
away.
get what you're saying. Yeah,
She's
not
doing a
moving.
magic spell.
not running.
Yeah, she's not running away. If she was running away, then you could keep.
How
her
far
within
can
reach.
she dimension door? 30 feet?
Oh, like a while.
Long way.
Yeah,
Okay.
dimension doors are like she doesn't want to go that far because she's got other shit in mind. So she's
Does that
gonna
take 2 rounds to do or 2?
two actions to do. Yeah. So she's going to do that, and then she is going to
Looks like a lot of spells are
looks
smashed.
like drink something.
Oh, well, see, she would offer us a drink earlier. We might have been friendlier.
Looks like some sort of flask that she pulled out from her cloak. That she
Go get her.
All right, so that's her. Hold on a second.
Yeah, she teleported back.
That's her 3. So Boba, you see, you see all these guys flicking around. You saw, I mean, you were standing right in front of Jagwilla, and
Right.
you see her. She had got hit by an axe. She got hit by a glaive. The red caps around her are bleeding, but now they're angry, and she just sort of like boinked out of there.
Right.
You can see her down the way, though.
Yeah. Well, my movement is 40. What are the consequences of charging her?
Well, you can't charge her because the red caps are in the way.
Because the red caps are in the way. Okay.
Right. So basically, and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, you can try
There-
to acrobatics your way through those red caps, which I think is possible. I believe it's a DC 25 acrobatics check to get through, to get past antagonists. But if you do, then you can get over there as part of your movement, but you have to make the acrobatics check. Steve, that's correct, right?
I'm trying to look it up. I'm not sure. Move actions that trigger reactions.
Really?
Just trying to weigh my options.
Okay.
I mean, for the sake of keeping things moving, that's probably a perfectly good rule.
Yeah, I think that will
Okay.
do that.
That's what I'm trying.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not going to get an attack of opportunity unless they actually have that,
Which
probably don't.
I do believe they do.
Okay.
Oh, do they?
No, they don't.
Okay,
Either way, that wouldn't change me.
but you still got to get through a
Right.
a solid.
Wow, DC Acrobatics 29. Yeah, you could flip right over them. They're you actually get past them, so you can go right through them essentially.
So let's see, how far is that? How do I do the measurement?
It's the little clock looking thing. See
So
this
that's
guy here?
45 feet.
So it'll take two
So
movements.
it'll take 2 moves, which will leave me just 1 move. Is that correct?
Leave
You
you
can
one, one more.
One action, yeah.
But you
All right.
could flurry of blows for one action and still hit her twice.
I don't think you should hit her at all. I mean, she's been trying to appeal to your lawful sense.
Slap
I
that
know.
fast-
He has
slap
all the
out of her hand.
appropriate documentation. Frankly, this is a chaotic act, and I'm gonna have to
Or-
question your alignment and your dedication.
Tell her it's not yet 10 o'clock and it's too early to drink and slap that flask right out of her.
But she's consorting with a bunch of vile, evil creatures, and I am also good. So
One
does
doesn't
good trump
necessarily
law?
get a chance to choose one's subordinates.
yeah.
She's like, it's post o'clock somewhere.
All right. So takes me 2 moves to get there. I have 1 action I can do.
Yep, and you can't do
Um,
flurry of blows, which is 2 attacks.
I can, but I'm kind of thinking
that would be
True
wrong to
Strike.
hit a woman. True
Is-
strike.
Yeah, is that a spell or how does that work?
True
And
strike is a spell.
do the Vulcan nerve pinch.
Okay, then I don't want to do that because that would be right. I don't know how that works. If you have
Well,
to
you
do
would
the spell and
you
then
wouldn't
attack.
provoke or anything like, but it's a single cast. So you get a glimpse into the future to ensure that your next blow strikes too. So if you say those words, it's 1 action. You will get that benefit. Oh wait, the next time you make an attack before the
Yeah.
end of your turn, roll the attack twice and use the better
Okay,
result.
never mind.
So
Nope, we're just
yeah,
gonna
you can
attack.
use it.
Yeah, but
Next
I
round, you
wouldn't
could
be able
use
to
it with
attack.
your
Next
flurry.
round, I would.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't get to attack. So
Okay.
nope, I got to go for the attack.
Boot to the head.
Yep.
Very wrong. 26 is a hit. 10 points of bludgeoning damage. You just punched a woman right in the face.
Punch her in the ovaries.
Well, I'm not sure she's. I'm not sure she's legal.
Punch her in the ovaries.
I'm sorry,
And
did you
then-
say punch her in the ovaries? Hold on. I'm going to be tweeting that in a
I'm a
moment.
monk.
Hold on a second.
It would be a kidney shot.
Liver kick.
Yeah, liver kick. And then flurry of blows. Do I hit the number 2 attack then?
Yes.
Yep.
That'll miss.
Hold on a second. I forgot how to spell ovaries. Eric, all I hear is Eric hooting and laughing in the background. I'm just waiting to see what happens.
I would just like to suggest that you not put that on Twitter.
What, the punch her in the ovaries? Probably
Yeah,
not.
because it's going to come back to you, not us.
I already tweeted it.
Well,
Oh, no.
you're screwed.
All
There's
right.
somebody out there who's got ovaries as a trigger word, and you're now going to be canceled.
We've got our
All right, red caps time. All right, so first things first. This guy's gonna move
Maybe.
once and attack. This guy's
Yeah,
gonna
but maybe they're not our comrades.
1, 2, 3.
But maybe they are. Let's hope they are.
Wait, what?
They're moving.
Did he go around?
Yes, he did. He went right through the thing. He doesn't have to acrobatics. Does anybody have attacks of opportunity?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, well, then we've got a bunch of flanks. So everybody, all the red caps have moved 1, and now they are going to attack with their. So they're.
I can flip, so
with
that
their sides. Ooh, they have deadly cleave.
What?
How does the flip affect flanking?
Ooh.
It's a response when they attack you.
I can flip.
You can flip to get a +2.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah,
So
but they are
it's
both
still-
going to attack, so they get +2. So they are all going to attack twice with their scythes. And that is going to be, they're just going to try and chop you guys to bits because they do not like it that you guys have tried to attack their lord, their mom, essentially.
Your mom, yeah. Now, Chuck, I also have bashing charge. That would allow me to run through these red caps, right?
Yes.
And that actually does damage to them as I move away, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
If you're successful.
all right, 4 attacks on Crag. First one. Oh, wait. How much do I lose on the second attack?
2.
Minus
Five.
5.
5. Okay.
5 unless it's an agile weapon.
It's
No,
not.
It's
All right.
not.
First attack. Ooh, 36.
That's a hit.
And then second attack.
That might be a crit.
29.
That's a
It's not
hit.
green. Now, Craig, do you also have resistance to weapons?
Oof.
27 and 21. Either of those hit.
The 27 does, the 21 doesn't.
All right. So 3 scythe attacks. You are not going to like this, my friend.
And yes,
Craig, do
I'm-
you have resistance to weapons?
yes,
What does that do?
it's DR basically.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
but
say-
if he's raging, does he take damage reduction?
No, that's what.
That's what the DR is.
Yeah.
38 points of scythe damage as these guys chop away at you.
And that's 3
Laughing.
attacks.
That's
That's
all
the-
3. That's all 3.
Yeah, but
3
he's got a
attacks.
DR, so he gets to take off.
Oh, yeah. It's 3 attacks. 3 separate attacks.
That's what I was trying to get out. Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all
What's
good.
the DR on that?
Well, yeah, it acts as DR basically. So
Well,
All right,
what I'm saying is,
so-
how much would that take off the 38?
15
You got DR5?
when raging. Yeah.
Nice. All right. So now CC, the same thing. 4 attacks.
I got the same thing now. I'm flipping as well.
I don't. Okay. First
So
attack.
basically, it's just not gonna get you +2.
Right.
Second attack.
Let's be the second one. Miss.
Third
on-
attack.
On that hits.
Fourth attack.
3 out of 4 will hit.
Oh, 34 points. 2
I
ones. That sucks.
So I take 15 off of that too. Okay.
Why are you getting damage reduction? That seems unfair.
They're
That's-
We're
raging.
That's
barbarians.
That's
We're
what that-
barbarians who are raging.
Freaking barbarians. I hate them. Okay.
So
That's
my-
their that is their 3. So Ares, you're up. You see these red caps surround the barbarians and proceed to start kicking their asses. Well, moderately kicking their asses.
So Chuck, we also get 10 points for raging, right?
Yeah, you get 10 well,
10
Yeah.
temporary.
it's your level plus your con modifier. So assuming your con modifier is +4, yes, you also get 10
Okay.
points.
So basically, I would have taken 9 damage out of it. All right. All right, I'll do him for that.
Okay, the air fills with
Yeah,
the
that
smell of
agrees.
ozone
Okay.
as Ares cast lightning bolt
At
on the red cap in front of him. It'll also hit whoops. It'll also hit this one, and even if he doesn't know about this thing, it'll hit that one too.
will it get through the trees?
I think so.
I don't
Does
know.
the sun shine in here?
I'll allow it. I'll allow it if it's in range. So basic reflex save. All right. So let me do the red cap saving throws. Hold on a second. Where are your saving throws, boys? Where you safe, boys? Okay, reflex plus 15. Wow, these red caps are nimble little fucks, aren't they? Here we go. All right, what's the DC?
22.
22. All right. First red cap.
Nope.
Second red cap.
Nope.
Oops. Hold on. Let me check on the water horse. Reef is not nearly as good.
This one will make it, of course.
They're water horses and they're in the water.
Hmm.
Not even close.
Frozen
Okay.
lake.
So do you guys see those rolls? Apparently, I'm only rolling 5s tonight.
Okay, so the
Hey,
two red caps,
consistency is good.
the two red caps take 34. The
Okay.
water horse takes 70 for crit failing.
Okay. Don't like that.
Well, that sounds reasonable.
70 points
Yep,
of damage?
yep. He crit failed.
Fire, that's right, didn't he? All right, 70 points of damage. The water horse falls backward in the water and is squealing. And for a lot of you, you're like, the fuck is making all that noise? Because you guys didn't know they were there.
Wow. That doesn't sound like a wounded owl.
It
Is
does
that-
not.
Is that fucking cabbage out there making that noise?
I think it is. Cabbage, you did whatever came whipping through those woods. It was like a big bolt of electricity and it just barely missed you.
And then
All
for his third action, Eric has cast Dragon Claws,
Okay.
and his glowing energy forms around his hands in the form of claws. So next round he will be armed.
Okay. Cabbage, you're up. You want to do
Alright.
some, you want to use all 3 actions to do some more hoots or
Hoot, hoot. That's 1. Hoot, hoot. That's 2.
so Ares, you suspect that your shirtless sorcerer is casting spells at you. You're a little worried.
I'm gonna look. Where's the nearest red cap guy?
Oh, he's right. I mean, well, the closest to you is probably this guy here.
All right, I'm gonna take my dog slicer and
Okay.
slice him.
You could, as a rogue, I'm just pointing this out, you could probably move and get behind him, thereby enacting your sneak attack damage.
Is there backstab in this?
You do get sneak attack, right, Steve? You do get sneak attack
Eh,
damage, precision damage, they call it.
Yeah, anytime they're flat-footed against you, you get sneak attack damage.
Flanking
Oh,
is
okay.
flat-footed against
Yeah.
you.
So if you move down south below him,
Yeah.
you get flanking because of me, and you get your precision damage.
Wait, okay.
You could do the same thing with the northerly guy too, if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, either way.
Hang on. Hang on.
Okay.
I want to murder this guy here.
All right. So what you would, well, I mean, it's up to you, but you could get behind him, flank with Crag, and that would give you precision damage
Okay,
if you
wait,
hit.
Wait, should I move? Oh wait, hold on. Move
You want to
here.
move, you want to move there.
Yeah,
Move here.
it's below him. Yeah,
There
like that.
you go.
Sneak attack, you'll get 2d6 extra damage.
I'm gonna stab him.
All right.
Here comes trouble. Let's see. With my orc. I'm sorry, dog slicer. Dog orc.
It'll slice an orc just as good as a dog. 23 is a hit.
Woo! All right, great.
So 10 points of damage plus an additional 2d6.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
All right.
10 points. What should I roll? I'm
2D6.
sorry.
2d6 plus your do you get strength bonus on precision damage or no? Or dex bonus?
It's already factored in.
It's already factored.
Yeah. So just do 2d6 more points of damage.
All right, great. Here we go. Boom. 6.
6 points. Guess how many hit points this thing had?
15.
6.
15 hit points.
Dead.
Cabbage, after all the hooting, goes around, flanks the red cap, and frickin' cuts his kidneys out. There's a couple of red cat kidneys sitting on the floor, and a red cap going, "The hell was that?" He looks around. He says, "Cabbage."
You still have a action cabbage, I believe.
All
Yeah,
right,
you.
um,
Well, he moved. Yeah, so you still have an action, depending
Can
on what you want to do.
throw a? Can I throw a javelin at that guy?
Yeah. Well, no, you would. So, Steve, I will think, but I think equipping the javelin, you have to pull it, and that's an action. So
Yeah.
you could throw it early next time, but you can't pull and throw right now.
Can I hit it with my dog slicer?
Not from this distance.
No.
Shit. All right.
Flush it. You can
Bless you.
move.
Yeah,
How
you
about
could
that?
you could move, and then next round you would have all your attacks.
Yeah, I mean, you would basically, if you were to move here, you could get another flank on these guys.
Les, can I throw my dog slicer at that guy?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Since it's in hand, you could throw it.
I'm gonna throw it.
All right,
What do I roll?
ranged attack. Actually, go,
Attack number
just you
two.
know what? Go ahead and roll your dog slicer just as you would. 18 miss.
Number 2.
So 18 is a miss. Your dog slicer misses the red cap and goes flipping out into the woods.
It hits this thing.
Bounces off, hits Gabbro, and then bounces off him.
All right.
All right. So these guys, what are these guys gonna do?
Hell, I'd fall back if I was the water horse. 70 points of damage. It's like, son of a bitch. Oh, they're gonna run into the riskies.
All right, hold on a second. Let me put that there. All right, so this guy's coming around back, and you got actually Ares and Gabbro. Give me a perception check.
That's you, Jimbo.
What was I supposed to get?
Perception.
All right, Ares, not much there.
Oh, God damn it. Why'd you do that?
Gabbro,
He's
I'm
trying.
working on it.
where is your perception check?
Perception.
Performance.
No, that's on the right-hand side.
21. All right, so Ares, you don't see him, but Gabbro, from your position, you see coming out of the woodwork, Semyon and a couple of the shooters, and they turn around and begin shooting away from you guys. You're like, first of all, you're like, I knew those guys were following me. And second, what are they shooting at? Because you can't see anything back there.
Well, we heard some loud bangs.
You hear the bangs, though. It's boom, 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 that kind of thing. All right, CC, you are up.
Okay.
Top of the order, round
Chuck,
two.
I'm gonna need your help here. If I do bashing charge, what does that do for me? Chuck walked away. Didn't see that.
Body break.
I think that adds, Steve, maybe you know, that adds a distance, and then basically I bowled over this guy. Chuck, you're
You
back.
smash, bust, and charge through solid obstacles without hesitation. Stride twice during your movement. If your movement passes through or ends adjacent to a door, window, fence, wall, or obstacle, you can attempt an athletics check to force it open.
So that doesn't do that against a creature, is that correct?
Nope, just an obstacle.
Yeah, just
Oh,
obstacles.
okay. So that won't work. Okay. So then I just do my swipe on the 2 adjacent creatures would probably be what I need to do.
Well, can you swipe 2 creatures that are fore and aft because they're not adjacent? You don't have any adjacent creatures.
No, for
This
swipe.
this one and this one, aren't they?
No, this one isn't adjacent to that other guy.
He's in my range.
Right, but for swipe, they have to be adjacent.
They
Base to
have.
base.
Okay,
Right.
Yep.
gotcha. Okay.
You could move between them.
What's
Yeah.
that?
You could move.
Yeah, but that doesn't still make them adjacent. I could still attack either one of them at this point.
Right.
All right, Les, I need a 40-foot circle for my fireball.
Whoa.
What's going on there?
No, I'm messing with you.
The barbarian fireball? I've heard tell of it, but I've never seen it in
Yeah, that was all that spicy vodka from last night.
Yeah, that pepper vodka from Absolute. All right.
Which guy looks more wounded? A or B?
Give me a med. Give me a med check.
A med check. All right. It's better than a bed check.
Actually, you would think the guy behind you next to Ares is a little bit more damage.
A little more damage. All right. I'm going to strike him first.
Okay. So first attack is going on him. So you whip around, boom.
Yes.
Got it. 22 is a hit. 24 slashing damage.
That's 38 damage.
38. He goes down. Goes down in a pile of blood.
So now I can turn my attack to the next guy.
Can do.
Okay. And that's number 2 attack, correct?
Yeah.
You don't want to ask him who number 2 works for? 25 is a hit.
So that's another what? 31 damage. All right.
Boom. He goes down. You just swooping around with this glaive, just chopping these red caps. The one remaining red cap is like, the fuck?
Yeah, I missed him with an 11.
I don't know who you're striking at this point.
That guy. He's within my 10-foot range.
Oh, okay. So you
Yeah.
try. Yeah, that's a miss though.
That's a miss.
You trying to kill 3 red caps in one round?
Well,
I think
that's-
it's just piling on, frankly.
Well, that is a little selfish of me. I'm sorry.
That's true. Gabbro, you're up. Now, you saw that horse-like creature coming through the water, but then you saw Semyon and a couple of his guys, including Irkutsk, turn around, and you could hear the booms. They have fired around at the thing, and you could see them sort of like reloading.
Gabbro, hit that next one with that lightning bolt you just did.
I am going to summon a creature.
Oh yeah, that's a full round spell.
That's all right.
Yeah, that's okay.
What spell? What creature? Sorry.
I'm summoning an eagle.
Eagle. All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Are you going for her or for the one?
Yeah, I'm hoping that the moat can make a saving throw.
Well, just go high. Have it attack, swoop, and then blow up.
I'm sorry, are you guys blowing up an eagle?
Eventually.
Eventually. All right. All right. Do you see it there?
Yeah, it's over here, Jim.
All right. So it will show up. Don't use it yet. It's a full round. It's a full round to cast a summoning spell. So it will show up at the beginning of your turn next round.
No problem.
Okay. Crag of the Axbury clan. That jackass tree is cutting down all the red caps, stealing your glory.
Sorry, buddy.
You have an axe.
It pissed me off.
Do with it what you will.
Let's see here. I'm going to.
Deny advantage. What the hell's that do?
It means that you don't give up your dex or any of the rest of it for invisible or
Oh,
surprise
gotcha.
attacks.
Okay. That seems reasonable.
People don't get advantage on you. I have that as well. So from where I am, I'm going to attack this guy.
The guy in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see here. We'll do the great axe.
I could have just hit her with the second attack. We would have brought her
Ooh,
down.
26 is a hit.
30 points of damage
Oh man, he goes down in a lump.
because I'm still raging.
He goes down.
And then now how does with the movement? So my movement is 20 because I'm a dwarf.
Right.
So if I have 2 actions left, does that mean I can move 40?
Yep.
Okay.
You normally move what, 20?
Yeah.
Okay. He's a dwarf. He normally moves 20.
All right, so you're getting over to there.
Yeah. So I'm going to move up to here. And that is my 3 actions.
All right. My turn. All right, hold on a second.
All the red caps down below are.
All the red caps have bought it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that.
And all the single ladies.
All the single ladies. Well, no, she's still alive.
Oh no, that's no good. All right, so she's gonna look at both of you and say, "You have transgressed against the rightful ruler of this land." And you can see her hands fill with some sort of white light, in which she throws down on the ground and explodes and blows up. Now, I don't think that it's big enough to hurt anybody but those of you who are close.
I'm pretty sure they're devastating against water.
20-foot burst, and she is heightening it. So yeah, I think it's just you guys. So just Boba and Crag, I need you guys to give me a reflex save.
And you get a +1 at it because of our respect points.
That's
Oh,
true.
Right. Thanks for reminding me.
The old woman gave you her blessing. Oh, look at this.
That's a good save.
I reflect it back to her.
26 is also a good save. All right, so you guys will take half of this
So
as you guys
35 and
dodge out of the way. But it is a frost ball.
To the
So
water hose?
17 points of cold damage. No, he's too far away. 17 points of cold damage as this incredible ball of frost and cold blows up. And then she is going to 2, 3, 4, 5.
I don't know. It's got to be pretty good. It's got to be at least
All
60.
right. She runs around that rock and out into the water, but she's walking over the top of it, as you see. So I don't know if you guys can see this. Probably Babu and Krog can't. But well, can anybody? Maybe CC. CC, give me a perception.
Perception?
Yeah.
So she's walking away from me.
Yes, she is.
Probably not.
Perception. So you don't see it. So yeah, she is walking away from you. Crag, what are you going to do?
I'm going to use no escape.
All right. So here's the problem. Right here is where the lake starts.
Okay.
It's water from then on. You can see her feet are creating ice underneath her feet so that she can walk across the water. So it literally solidifies underneath her feet as she walks across there. But it's not solid for you.
Okay.
If you
think
want
that'd
to
be good.
go in the water, you can. It doesn't look that deep, probably. Are you wearing armor?
Difficult terrain.
I am, but it doesn't matter because this is the extent of my movement.
Mm.
Which means I can use no escape and I can follow them,
But you can only go as far as you can go.
but I can only go as far as my movement. So
Gotcha.
this is as far as I can go.
And that's that free round, basically.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Free
that's
move.
and that's free.
Okay. All right. Babu. Boba. You know who I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I thought.
Uh,
that's fine.
So she just walked away from you. You saw Crag just sort of run after her, but you can't see her.
So I need to move to see her.
Because this boulder here is tall. Tall. It's
Right.
tall enough that you can't see over it.
Right.
You do see this horse-like creature coming ashore here.
Yeah.
As its weird, like fin-like tentacles begin transforming into horse-like limbs.
Yeah.
And it's sort
Jump
of like
on its back and ride her down.
I'll move to there with my one action.
all right. You could see Jadwilla off in the lake. She's
Yeah.
standing on what looks like a platter of ice.
Yeah. And then,
Now you can move a lot further than that if you want to, by the
oh,
way.
I could, but I can't go in the water. I'll
You
I
could.
don't know how deep it is. He said it wasn't that deep.
Well, it doesn't look that deep. You don't know.
Yeah, but fighting from the water seems kind of,
You're a monk,
sketchy.
man. You can walk right on it. Just pretend it's rice paper.
yeah, not at my level. And I think a move equivalent to pull out a sling, and then I can attack once, correct?
Correct. Yeah, one shot.
One shot from a sling. Not what I
Once
would-
again, aim for the ovaries.
Yeah,
I'm not tweeting it again.
Don't freak
I've
out.
already provoked the wrath of feminism.
Yes, don't do it again.
Damn, 26 is a hit.
That's a good hit.
What did you use? A sling bullet or a stone?
a bullet.
Okay.
I'm assuming it says one.
Semyon yells out, "Where'd you get that?"
Yeah.
Teach me how to make one of those.
Yeah, it's not much damage.
So 3 points of damage. That's not that much, but it does bonk off of her elaborate haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Ares.
Her Karen haircut.
Hmm She's going to speak to your manager.
Oh, good.
Ares, give me, before you do anything, give me a perception check. All right. You don't see much. You did see Boba sort of run off, but you're not sure what else is happening. You don't see the water horse.
I don't see the water horse.
You do not with a 12.
I don't see this one.
Yeah, trees in the way.
Trees in the way, as well as a living tree with a glaive in its hand.
I
am
do know all the
Groot.
actions going on up this way.
Well, yeah, you saw those guys sort of run off and go around the rock. You're not sure what's going on over there because you think that's a lake over there, but
You hear bangs from behind.
yeah, you do hear well what we would know as gunshots, loud bangs. But you probably as a sorcerer would be like, somebody's firing off some searing lights or something back there.
Fireworks.
I can't see anything that way either.
Not with a 12. You're sort of trapped in that area there.
If I moved up to here-ish, would I see the water horse yet?
Give me another. You would certainly provoke another perception. Give me another perception. You probably will see it. We'll see it. We'll have to see. Certainly the DC would be lower. Yeah, you see it. You see it now.
Okay.
It's basically this aquatic horse-like creature, although you see it coming out of the water. In the water, it has like these weird tentacles, but as it comes up onto the shore, you see the tentacles transmogrifying into more horse-like things, but they're just like blending together. And as horses go, it's probably the ugliest horse you've ever seen. Look at that fella there.
Actually, I've seen ugly horses.
Okay.
My goal is to lob a fireball here-ish.
I don't know.
Okay, where-ish?
Well, you ask, yeah.
God, right in here.
Back and then on the way out, then when
Give me another perception check.
I wonder if I'm gonna have it's 120 feet away, so I can.
Hi, Bearish.
Well, give me another perception because I don't know if you know Jagwilla's out there.
How big is the blood?
You could see one water horse.
Yeah, if you like there.
Yep, you know she's out there. All right, so if you're gonna put it there, you can put it there.
Okay.
Douche.
Like there. That'd be tough.
I'm sorry, did I say that out loud? Sorry, Steve. I was referring to something else.
Actually, I think you put it on Twitter too.
All right, reflex save. So I need 2 water horse reflex saves. Let's see what those are. Not great. Not great, Bob. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So the closest one, yeah, that's a big no. Second one, ooh, that's a big yes. So the wounded one gets it. All right, so now Jagwilla, her reef is plus 12. So let's see how that works out.
Oh,
Damn, she's a miss. So a critical fail on the first one, a fail for Jagwilla, and then a success for the other one.
Make sure
So the success takes half damage.
Which is, did you roll damage yet? Oh, it's 28. So 14.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Crit fail would
we can always move
be
around, too.
Yeah.
Just get-
56.
I was thinking
Damn, blowing a shit up.
that way.
All right, and then success half.
Success half is 14.
Just tear all together.
Oh, she did not make it, so she takes 28.
yeah, she
Yeah.
didn't make it.
Oh, that hurt her. And Craig, you see this. This thing goes off, and you see fire, sort of and steam comes off as a few centimeters of the surface of the water, sort of flash steam from the heat of the thing. You see the flames reach out and just sort of touch her, and she cringes back as she was turning to face you. And you see that now her gown is scorched. You can see she's got burn marks on her and a crazy look in her eye. She wants to murder everyone.
And a big bruise in her forehead from the sling bullet.
And a big bruise in her forehead. The sling bullet just pinged her off her. Is that it for you, Aries?
Yes, because I had to move.
All right, Semyon and his guys. You guys hear in the background. Ready? Fire! Boom! And more reload. You hear the yell, and you could see. You can't really see it, but you can hear it in the back as these guns are going off. It's quite disconcerting. Guns are quite loud, especially from the point of view of a medieval sort of cabbage.
as opposed to an attack.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's a bunch of dead people around you, and you hear booms to the north, booms to the south, with different kinds of booms.
Okay.
Boom, boom, boom. Want to take you back to your room?
As a
That's not
goblin, I'm intrigued by the booms because goblins are
And actually,
little
that boulder is not a
They-
problem. because
engineers.
They do like fire. That's true. So you're intrigued. So which way are you going to go?
so
North.
I can scamper over it without it being.
Can I
You can get up
run
on top of
north?
that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
You.
I
That's
go
what's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can do that.
I'm cold.
Okay. You see this water horse who is stumbling up across out of the lake. He's got scorch marks on it. One of his eyes is sort of like white and blinded with scorch with damage from fire. You can see that he's been damaged with fire.
May I throw a javelin at him?
Oh, all right. Let's see it.
Here it comes. All right, here we
Miss
go.
Brahms, you're beautiful.
A javelin. Here we go. And I roll a
17 is. I think it's going to be a miss. Hold on a second. No, that's a hit.
hit. Whoa. Wow. Take that.
So 3 points of damage as the javelin sort of bounces off a little bit. It does raise a cut on one of its sides, but it doesn't do a ton of damage.
All right.
Now you have one more action. You've moved. You've thrown once. That javelin is gone.
I have about I have 7 javelins left. May I throw again?
How many javelins are you carrying, dude?
10.
10 javelins. I love it. All right. So yeah, go ahead and throw.
There we go. All right, boom. And
I just see it was like 16 is a hit.
hit. Sweet.
Yep. So second javelin goes slapping into this guy, and that one sticks. And you can see him sort of like going, and he looks at you and he's like, goblin. All right. He's going to charge you. So his first action is going to be to run up to you. His second action is going to be to attack. He hits with his hooves on the same turn. He gets extra bludge. So let's go ahead and do that. He gets multi-attack too. So here we go. And he's going to try and bite you as well. So his first attack is going to be
Wow.
double hoof
Why?
as he rears up. Because the javelins. You know what you
what-
did. You
whatever.
know what you did. All right, here we go. First, this is for both hooves. 24 here.
Oh, yes.
Oh man, he slams those hooves into you. And he gets +1, so D6. So 2 hooves, so that's 2D6
Ow.
plus 3, 6. So here we go. So first hoof damage, 11 points of hoof damage, and then he swings his head down to try and bite you with his sharp, very unhorse-like teeth, and misses. I'm assuming 12 is a miss.
Ow. Yes, yes. But you know what?
Alright.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
This one, you hear Jagwilla yell out, "Save me!" 1, 2, 3. He's going to charge, and he's going to charge Crag because it's the only person he can see. So he's going to come up there, and he gets a double hoof attack too, but that's going to be the end of his. So double hoof attack on Crag.
Half damage.
18 hit you, Crag?
Nope.
Oh, you managed to fend it off.
Should secure it. You know what I'm saying?
And he's going to do that. Hoof attack. Give me that. Give me those bitchin' hoofs, man. Nope. All right. So that is that. All right. That's the end of the round. We're going into round 3. And CC is up. You saw your friend Cabbage run forward. You see the water horse attacking him, kicked him twice.
You know, it pisses me off, all these 4-legged animals going after that little cabbage guy.
I know.
So I'm gonna move up. 5, 10.
You're not sure what Cabbage did. Probably said something insulting.
Yeah, probably. That'll be one move, so I should be able to get a couple attacks here.
2 attacks on that horse. Yep.
If the horse hits him too much, can we call him?
21. That's a hit.
Okay, add 14 to that 23, so make that 37 damage. All right.
Glaive chops its head completely off. The head falls on the ground, and Cabbage yells out, "I was handling it."
I'm sure you were. Cabbage, do you want me to pick you up and throw you at her?
Throw me at her, yes.
Ooh, the toss. Yes, I love it. The toss. So CC, you got you got one action left. You can pick up Cabbage, but you can't throw him. It'll take an action to pick him up and get ready to throw. You want to throw him, you can throw him first thing next round, which means you would get a full aerial attack.
I'm gonna end up moving.
Special.
You do what?
I'm moving.
Okay.
And that should be the conclusion right there.
All right, Gabbro.
Okay.
Eagle shows up.
What's the flight speed on the bird?
Caw, I am here, you big dick. Why'd you summon me?
All right. I'm checking. Eagle. Creature 1.
But it's pretty
Fly speed is 60 feet
60 feet.
per action. It's fast.
Okay. Jim, 60 feet gets it right there. Look on my screen.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
right.
Now 20.
While
right
it's flying, can I move at the same time to try to
Sure.
get
Yeah,
down?
it's its own creature. You can absolutely do something.
So I'm going to move to the top of the rock
Okay.
to try, and I'm going to do a perception to try to see where he is in relationship to her.
Okay. Give me the perception.
Where's my
perception bottom
Yeah,
right.
I'm just looking for it.
25. You could see him flying out of the sky, bringing down and coming in for the attack.
Okay. I see roughly about where he is to her?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I need a 20-foot radius
Sphere.
Well, I'm not sure what you're doing, but I don't like this at all.
This spell is called Final Sacrifice.
Oh my God.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm going to heighten it.
There you go. Yeah, that should be plenty. You put it right on him. He's right where she is. It'll take them both out.
I guess it's from him. So
Right. Yeah. Put him in the center.
There you go.
Perfect. That's perfect. Boom.
So
What is? Hold on, I gotta
let me read this one to you.
Yeah, read it.
Hold on, I'm final sack.
Sacrifice.
All right. You channel disruptive energies through the bond between you and your minion, causing it to explode. The target is immediately slain, and creatures within 20 feet of it take 66 fire with basic reflex.
I heighten the spell so it's 8d6.
Okay. All right. So the eagle's flying in, and all of a sudden it's like over the lake, and it's like, bop! It just explodes.
Boom.
All right. I
Look
get
at that majestic eagle.
And-
Bam.
I got a reflex save.
She takes a flying beak right to the forehead.
She might be shrapnelized. All right. So I got to crit. I got to crit
Dex-
succeed this
It's
thing.
a dex save.
Dex
All
save
right.
for half.
I'm doing it. All right. So what is the DC?
22.
22. All right. So I need to roll a natural 20 to crit success this.
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey, I did it. All right.
Wow.
What?
Just kidding. All right. I don't think I even succeeded. Was that 21? You said a 22?
22.
22's
All right. So a
Need it
couple
for the
of
horse too.
28 points. All right. So a couple of things are going to happen. This eagle comes flying out of it. Craig, you see this eagle. You're like, the fuck is an eagle doing there? At which point the eagle blows up with a huge explosion. Jagdwilla is caught in the explosion and thrown backwards violently, as is the water horse. The water horse is thrown backwards. And Craig, you're sort of protected by this rock. So none of it touches you. You just see this shit happen. And all of a sudden, the people that you were going to attack just go, and they go flying across. They land in the water about 20 feet away, and you can see smoke coming off of them. Fire is still burning on the horse, and neither of them are moving, and they both slowly slide into the lake
Nice job.
as they go down.
Chalk that up with the monkey cannon.
Les, I wanted to use a monkey, but but it wouldn't get there in time.
The woman,
Her last thought was, why is that bird ticking?
why is that bird ticking? So you hear another volley and then a third volley of gunfire from down below, and then you see Semyon and his guys come running over, and they're like, "Is everyone okay? Has anyone been hurt? We could help."
Quick, we need that hat of yours.
Don't ever get my hat, you stupid tree.
It's a matter of life and death.
So we fall out of initiative. You guys have killed the creature. So Semyon comes over and goes, "Well, I hope that we could have a bargain with her, but I guess a dead winter witch is better than a live winter witch who hates us. I am in your debt. You have proven yourself to be friends of ours, but this is obviously some sort of international incident, and I'd be forced to report you to your Pathfinder Society, Lieutenant. No, we'll just keep it our secret."
I don't see what you're talking about. I don't see any evidence. All below the lake.
So no, so Semyon is just like, you have all struck a blow for the proletariat. You will always be welcome in Zarkovsk. I could see, especially among CC and Cabbage, that the voice of the socialist is within you. Please stay another night in our fine town, and we will escort you through these lands as you make your maps, so that you may take them back to your society. But you have to make us a promise that you will come back and visit us from time to time and tell us of the lands of the Linorm kings. Perhaps we can trade some of our craft goods for some of your incredibly valuable gems and gold that you have so much of.
Enter exploding eagles.
Or exploding eagles. See, just the secret of how you can create eagles out of nothing and make them explode.
Hey, Les, I asked him if there's a humane society I can report Marlboro to.
No, nothing about this land is humane.
I have no idea where that bird came from.
Yeah, the old exploding eagle gaff. We used to do that in Russia. All right, so that's it. You guys succeeded. You guys destroyed it. Excellent work.
Name was?
The eagle's name was Eagle Bill, if I recall. Malakov. He was a Russian eagle.
Molotov cocktail.
All right. Well, that is the successful completion of the adventure. Well done, you guys. Nobody got killed. I appreciate it. I hope you guys had fun.
That was awesome, Les. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I appreciate it. Steve, thank you for keeping me straight on the rules. And guys, thanks for playing. I hope you had a good time. If you want to hang out and have a couple of drinks and talk about stuff, I will keep everything open. But I'm going to stop the recording. So hold